water filtration needs.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns
and John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Lifebuoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks started their 3-game series with the White Sox on a high note. Pavin Smith homered not once but twice in the 10-0 win, and Eduardo Rodriguez went 6 innings, struck out 10, and didn't give up a run, and here was manager Torey Lovello on his start.
Get a 2-0 lead coming out of the gate, and then 5-0 after 2. He just went out there and stayed on the attack. So real good arm speed. The body was moving right, and I think there was finish to his pitches. There was a lot of swing and miss on his fastball, and he was just pinpoint. He's throwing the ball exactly where he wanted to.
Today, Ryan Nelson will take the rubber. First pitch will be at 4:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere for the Diamondbacks, star outfielder Corbin Carroll will be headed to the 15-day IL with a chip fracture in his left wrist, joining a long list of Diamondbacks this season. The team will be recalling Jake McCarthy from AAA Reno. And House Bill 2704 for Chase Field funding has been approved by the House of Representatives and will now head to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk for her to either sign it into law or veto. And finally, Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun. What are the Suns' next steps? And the NBA draft is looming tomorrow. For more on both, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Happy birthday, America. Get 25% off everything in-store and online through June 26th. It's the 4th of July sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. We got a lot of talking to do. We got a lot of ground to cover. Day 2 without Kevin Durant as part of our sports scene in Arizona.
Are we okay with it? Are we feeling good about it?
Okay. I'm not sure how everybody else is coping, but
talking about a lot of talking. I did a lot of talking about it yesterday.
Yeah.
Before the show, during the show, after the show. Everybody wants to talk about Kevin Durant.
Is that right?
Yeah, I did a radio hit at a station in Houston yesterday.
Okay.
They wanted to know the bad.
Ooh.
So I told them the bad.
Did you? Good.
I said, get used to seeing lazy cross-court passes and a dip of the head, bad body language, and walking back on defense.
Oh, good. Did he get your DMs after that?
No.
He didn't?
If you say it verbally, it doesn't come back on you.
That's true. That's true. That's right. It's got to circulate the internet.
There's no receipts.
Meanwhile, I told you something about Emmanuel Acho, who really does need to kind of pipe down and stick to football, personally. But he did.
Are you telling Emmanuel Acho to stay in his lane?
Kind of.
Oh, wow.
Kind of. He put out his NBA legacy formula, Vinny. And what it was basically was an NBA player, the amount of champions he won, divided by the teams he played for. So Kobe Bryant had an outstanding score of 5.0, winning 5 titles with one team. Tim Duncan had a 5.0. Steph Curry had a 4.0. LeBron James in his 4 titles with 3 teams, a 1.3. And then KD at the very bottom, 2 championships with 5 teams. His legacy ranking is 0.4. Legacy, Vinny. Legacy.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Mm-hmm. You're going to make me defend LeBron James and Kevin Durant this morning?
No. Unless you feel compelled.
Don't worry, I can.
I get the whole point of the exercise, and I made my feelings known on the LeBron Jordan thing. But some would very well be able to argue very strongly that winning a championship with 3 different franchises is more impressive than doing it with 1.
It depends on what it looks like.
Yeah.
Depends what situations you're running off to and into and that kind of thing. I guess you could make an argument for that.
Sure.
All right, start the show, Bailey.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Couple of wins for the Diamondbacks yesterday. The first came in the form of Stadium Bill HB 2704, voted on by the Arizona House of Representatives, and passing by a 35-20 margin. The bill will fund renovations at Chase Field, where the Diamondbacks have played home games since their inaugural season in 1998. With that approval, it goes to the desk of Governor Katie Hobbs, who can sign it into law or veto the bill. Hobbs has been publicly supportive of the bill, posted on social media Monday, quote, "I'm thrilled that the legislature has passed a bill that will keep the Diamondbacks in Phoenix and create good-paying jobs. This is a huge win for every Arizonan." So I don't think there's any more hurdles to this going through. Unless something really weird happens.
Yeah. I think they're I think they're free and clear. Yes, I think the worrying and the anxiety is over.
Yes. So that was the first win. Dbacks also got a win on the diamond. They trounced the White Sox 10-0 in the opener of a 3-game series in Chicago. Josh Naylor had a 2-run double in the first. Pavin Smith added a 3-run homer in the second. That basically knocked Sox starter Shane Smith from the game. Dbacks would have 2 more in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, 2 in the ninth. And on the mound, Eduardo Rodriguez, rock solid. He scattered 5 hits. Walked only 2 while striking out 10 in 6 scoreless innings, and Anthony DeSclafani got to save the hard way.
How about that?
A 3-inning save in a 10-run game.
That's
you don't
unbelievable.
see that very often.
That is unbelievable that you get a save in a 10-run victory.
Yeah, the series continues today at Wright Field, and Dan Bickley's old stomping grounds on the south side. Ryan Nelson throwing for the Diamondbacks. Chicago counters with lefty Tyler Alexander, first pitch 440. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 4. That's where the good news ends. More injuries for the Diamondbacks. After missing 5 games, Corbin Carroll is now landing on the 15-day injured list after a Monday MRI revealed a chip fracture in his left wrist. He was hit by a pitch from Toronto's Justin Brule in a loss to the Blue Jays last Wednesday, has not played since. Outfielder Jake McCarthy reportedly being recalled from AAA Reno to take his place on the roster. It goes on. Gino Suarez hit by a pitch in the first inning of Monday's game. A 96-mile-per-hour Shane Smith fastball. He left the game, replaced by Ildemaro Vargas. Suarez had x-rays on his right hand. They came back negative, but we know that doesn't really mean that much. Mm-hmm. Josh Naylor took an aggressive swing in the second inning against Smith and left the game after a 4th-inning ground out. He'd be replaced by Tim Taua, Naylor being listed as day-to-day with right shoulder discomfort.
We're going to be talking about this in and out all throughout the program today, but I never thought in my life would I be harping about baseball injuries and basketball injuries and not football injuries.
Good point.
Basketball, the NBA is this morning, they're going, we might have an Achilles problem here. And in baseball, all these injuries to the Diamondbacks and the Tommy John surgeries all across base. And football of all sports, might be the safest of them all.
Here's a poll question. Would you rather have surgery to repair a ruptured Achilles or a Tommy John surgery?
Oh, I think I would go with the Tommy John surgery, personally.
Would you?
Yeah.
That way you can come back and pitch?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't think the rehab from an Achilles injury is a lot of fun.
No. Neither one at this point sounds very much fun. D-backs also signed veteran catcher James McCann to a contract on Monday. Designated catcher Aramis Garcia for assignment. Starting catcher Gabby Moreno placed on the injured list last Thursday. Could be out for a few weeks with the hairline fracture in his right index finger. McCann, a former All-Star, 11-year veteran, 35 years old, saw action with Baltimore. 65 games last season and hit 8 home runs while batting .234. D-backs third baseman Gino Suarez, by the way, before he got injured, named the National League Player of the Week on Monday. For the 3rd time this year, 11 for 25, 4 home runs, 10 RBIs, 2 doubles, 5 runs scored for the week for the D-backs. Seattle catcher Cal Raleigh won the American League Award. Reaction still pouring in from the NBA world on the Suns' trade of Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets for Jaylen Green. Dylan Brooks, the number 10 overall pick in Wednesday's first round of the draft, and 5 second-round picks. For more reaction on it, check it all out at ArizonaSports.com. As feared, Tyrese HaliBurton's injury, indeed a torn right Achilles tendon. The guard flew to New York to have surgery. HaliBurton played games 5 and 6 of the NBA Finals with a right calf strain. Tried to give it a go in Game 7, but ruptured the Achilles just 7 minutes into Indiana's loss to the Thunder. HaliBurton, Milwaukee's Damian Lillard, Boston's Jason Tatum, all suffering torn Achilles during the postseason. To what Bick said, they might have an Achilles issue. Mm-hmm. Another trade being agreed upon in the NBA. The Boston Celtics sending guard Drew Holiday to the Portland Trailblazers in exchange for guard Anthony Simons and 2 second-round picks. The Celtics acquired Holiday from Portland in 2023 after the Blazers got him in the trade from Milwaukee, which sent Damian Lillard to the Bucks. He's a 2-time champion, 2-time All-Star, 6-time All-Defensive selection. Simons has spent his entire 7-year NBA career in Portland and averaged 19.3 points per game last season. And Washington forward Chris Middleton exercising his player option for the upcoming season at $33.3 million. Middleton traded from the Bucks to the Wizards at the deadline, played in 14 games, averaged 10.7 points. And as much as I like Chris Middleton and respect him as a veteran, he is on his last legs.
I heard him being described as Wizards star yesterday. I'm like, star?
He used to be.
He used to be a really great wingman,
and
to be
a
honest.
Suns killer.
He had
a 40-point game in the finals.
The Suns. I'm like, he killed somebody? Of course, the Suns.
S-U-N-S apostrophe killer.
I'm sorry, my bad, man. I'm a little slow today, dude. Yes, he was.
There you go.
Yes,
There's your splash for Tuesday, June 24th. Coming up next, it is day 2, post Kevin Durant. More aftermath on the big trade that has reshaped the Suns. We'll get into it next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Taylor chased one out of the zone. He strikes out, and the ball game is over. Dominant stuff here for the D-backs as they just rock the White Sox 10-0. Pavin Smith had 2 home runs. Ketel Marte with a home run as well.
D-backs on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford. On Saturday, July 19th, pick up a special Ketel Marte bobblehead courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Nation.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Arizona Sports.
You know, when people can just hang your career in a balance like that and just choose what they want to do with your career, it's a nerve-wracking feeling, but being able to kind of dictate what you want to do and then being with a team that values you, and I'm looking forward to it.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
But I would say probably of my X account, 80% of the people are thrilled beyond belief. There's still a 20% group that says, look, you know, it's KD. His time post Golden State hasn't been great. He'll be 37 this year. And there's going to be some Jaylen Green truthers out there that are going to be like, hey, you know, I know the Golden State series was terrible, but he's a guy that still has upside. So
that was Matt Thomas, Houston radio host and play-by-play voice of the Rockets, joined us yesterday to give his reaction. The Houston side of the perspective on this trade, Kevin Durant, a member of the Houston Rockets, deal will be made official on July 6th. But I mean, he estimated 80%. I don't know what the exact numbers are. I wonder what the numbers are in Phoenix on it. And I think there's a couple of nuanced levels to it on the Phoenix side. I think Suns fans, by and large, are okay with Kevin Durant being traded.
Yeah.
But they're also underwhelmed by what the Suns got back. And now we're seeing these reports of these other offers that were maybe out there. And I think the Minnesota offer that was reported, which was Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, Rob Dillingham, or Terrence Shannon Jr., and the number 17 overall pick, I think that being basically kiboshed by Kevin Durant is going to turn a lot of Suns fans off even further.
Yeah, listen, and the reporting yesterday from Brian Windhorst, who kind of laid out a scenario that the Houston Rockets might have really played the Phoenix Suns. Now, whether or not, to what degree you think that is accurate, the way he pieced it together almost was like a master class from the Houston Rockets, because all of last season, the Houston Rockets were saying, we don't want KD. He doesn't fit our timeline. That was their messaging to the media. And I know you and I discussed this frequently, and I repeatedly said, this is ridiculous. Why would, if they're in a championship window now, why wouldn't KD fit that window? Regardless, they kept saying, no, Booker's the guy we want. It's not KD. It's not KD. And yet they're the team that ends up with KD. And Brian Windhorst also said that as those offers continued to come in Friday, Saturday, KD just consistently turned everyone down until the Rockets were able to get him at a very, very low price. Mm-hmm. And I think we can all agree on that. Now, that's not to say this won't work out for the Suns. They're going to have to ace this draft pick tomorrow. But, their return, it's light. You knew it the minute the trade happened. A lot of people expected it to be underwhelming, and to some degree it was, especially when you put it up against that Minnesota offer.
When you put it up against a Minnesota offer, it is. I mean, the draft pick being the key, the more desirable draft pick at number 10 as opposed to number 17, and could give them some flexibility. But in terms of the players, look, I think they got decent players back. They got 2 starters from the number 2 seed back. That might be rationalizing it. The Minnesota offer was better. The Miami offer that was reported, and there's a lot of people just raking the Heat and Pat Riley and their decision makers over the coals. What are they doing?
Yeah.
Like, they don't seem to have. Everybody talks about Heat culture. What about Heat direction?
Yeah.
Do they have one right now?
Yeah. Well, listen, they for a star organization, they have a hard time attracting stars now.
They do, and they also have a hard time saying goodbye to pretty marginal pieces.
Well, yes, and I think a lot of that is probably. That's coming back to bite Pat Riley. It's actually kind of sad for me as somebody who really respects Pat Riley to see him getting raked over the coals by Heat fans over this.
We're talking about it with Kevin Durant. Father Time's undefeated.
Yep.
It happens with executives, too.
It sure does.
Pat Riley is a legend. He is responsible for the success of a lot of franchises.
Yep.
But it ends for everybody.
He's staying in the job long enough to be ridiculed and mocked by his own fan base. That should not be how it ends for Pat Riley.
Yep. Here's Kevin O'Connor on his podcast talking about Cleveland being one of those dark horse teams that was identified late in the running. Their interest in Kevin Durant.
Gambadoro did say to me on the podcast earlier that the Cleveland Cavaliers were one of the sleeper teams for Kevin Durant. That at least shows they have a willingness to take big swings. I heard that they offered Garland in that deal for Kevin Durant. Garland is not Evan Mobley. But to your point, if they were to think about something like that, they're at least, when exploring a KD deal, they've at least shown a willingness to think big and go for a big star player. So maybe they would. Maybe they would. That's all I'm adding to that.
I think Cleveland is a fascinating team this offseason because of how good they were last year, what they have in terms of flexibility to make a trade to attract a star. Because I look at them like a little further along than the Houston Rockets. They needed a player that could put the ball in the hole at the end of a game. And with the landscape in the Eastern Conference, Cleveland's going to be one of the favorites next year. Do they make a big swing, on draft day? They're a team to watch. Darius Garland would have been of interest of a lot of Suns fans.
Yeah, Darius Garland can fill it up.
Yeah, he was an all-star.
Well, you're shaking your head, Sammy.
I would have signed the deal as soon as I heard his name.
Yeah, but again, there's
Hey, Kevin, what do you think about Nope,
no,
don't want to go to
good.
Cleveland.
That's a player, and that's a deal where I would have been like, sorry, Kevin, sorry. You're going to Cleveland.
Here is the everyman example. It's like you're a dad and you want to take your kids to dinner somewhere. Hey, how about this? No, I don't want to go there. How about this?
No, I don't want to go there.
I don't feel like doing that. And then you have a lackluster meal at somewhere you don't want to eat.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, but sometimes you just got to put the kids in the car and go to the meal.
Right.
Sometimes you do, and they'll learn a lesson later on.
But what you got to remember, Sammy, is these teams are not trading premium assets for Kevin Durant unless KD wants to be there. That's the problem, and that's what the Suns discovered. And here's the other thing that I'm real curious about, based on the tone, because we know the Brian Windhorst famous meme, I wonder what this means. You know, that whole thing.
Now, why would they do that?
Why would they do that? He had that kind of vibe about him yesterday when talking about this. The question becomes, was KD really still very angry at the Suns to the point where he was collaborating with Houston to drive this thing down? Because you don't want to go to a team that sacrifices a lot of its assets. So there was that tone that maybe there was some collaboration here between KD and his preferred destination of Houston that basically played the game and got KD to Houston at a bargain basement rate.
Yes, and Houston probably could sell this now with what was given up. Hey, we've got a ton of assets left. If we're making a push at the deadline, guess what, KD? You're getting more help.
Yes.
Because we still have Tari Eason to dangle. We still have Jabari Smith. We still have Reed Shepard. We still have Cam Whitmore. We can turn those into somebody else to give us more help.
Right.
And you'll be hoisting that trophy.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced of it. And go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I was just going to say, if you follow this logic around that the Suns like, come on, can't you throw in Cam Whitmore? What's the big deal? He barely plays for you guys. Nope. Take it or leave it. At that point in time, I wonder if the Suns ever thought, okay, let's just pull this off and let's just drag this into the offseason? Or did they want at all costs to get back into this NBA draft? In the first round, I mean.
Might have been it.
It's kind of what it sounds like.
Yeah, certainly. In terms of KD's fit, and we talked about that, that'll continue to be talked about. I thought this was interesting from Joe Fortenbaugh from ESPN Radio on what KD can become in Houston. Listen to this.
Durant ends up in Houston primarily because there's no alpha he has to worry about contending with. In Minnesota, that's Anthony Edwards' team. In New York with the Knicks, that's Jalen Brunson's team. Miami made it clear they weren't going to make an offer to go get him. It looks like San Antonio wasn't going to get ultra aggressive. Houston's the pick because he can show up. He can be the number one superstar. He can be the A side. He doesn't have to worry about the whole, how come I'm not as loved as Steph Curry is? It's very difficult to compete with that. Durant was loved, but there were always some rumors that Durant didn't understand why he didn't get the same amount of love that Steph did. And I wonder if Houston was on the list because if you go to Houston, you get to be the alpha. You don't have to worry at all about competing with someone else who's been there for a while, who's already established themselves.
There's a lot to chew on there.
How about
Joe
that?
Fortenbaugh is a really, really smart guy, and he says a lot of thought-provoking things. But KD being the alpha, that's where it ends for me.
Yeah.
Like
no, he's not that.
I mean, the Suns were a team. I'm a huge Devin Booker fan. This is Devin Booker's team, but was he the alpha? No, that was one of the problems with the Devin Booker Kevin Durant partnership here in Phoenix. Who is going to be the alpha? This is something I talked about when I did that radio hit in Houston. Is if this works, it's going to work because of the leadership of the Rockets.
Yep.
And it starts with the coach Ime Udoka, and they've got a really good relationship. But who's going to be the player to be the alpha of the Houston Rockets right now?
It's a great question.
They've got veteran leadership, yes, and Steven Adams, but he doesn't play that much.
Yeah. Fred VanVleet, maybe?
Fred VanVleet, maybe. A Chris Paul light?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you kind of answered it. Ime Udoka is the alpha of that whole group. Yeah. He's one of those head coaches. Joe Mazzulla's got some of that in him, but in a different way. Ime Udoka is actually physically intimidating.
Yes. Joe Mazzulla is just crazy.
Yes.
Coming up next, Dbacks get a win in Chicago, but we'll talk about the but in Dbacks Daily next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
There is no statue coming, to say the least. There is no statue for now. Oh, there's something coming.
I think we kind of look back on him in some ways like the Shaq era.
There are parallels.
The Shaq era. No success in the Shaq era.
The guys you would rather have, I would have rather had Sean Marion then. I would have rather had the Twins right now.
He was an all-star. Shaq was but you don't really look back fondly on the Shaq era because there wasn't a whole lot of success in the Shaq era.
I'm still mad about that Duncan 3, though. I'm still mad about it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on June 28th and 29th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, June 28th and 29th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Will Swartz here, owner of State 48 Home Comfort. Got a quote for a new AC unit? Don't lock it in just yet. We're offering the best value in town, beating estimates by up to 20%. You heard that right, up to 20%. It's simple. Go to submittosave.com, upload your quote, and see how much you can save. That's submit2save.com. Again, that's submit2save.com. Let me help you keep cool, save big, and experience comfort you can count on this summer.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks started their 3-game series with the White Sox on a high note. Pavin Smith homered not once but twice in the 10-0 win, and Eduardo Rodriguez went 6 innings, struck out 10, and didn't give up an earned run. Today, Ryan Nelson will take the rubber. First pitch will be at 4:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere for the Diamondbacks, star outfielder Corbin Carroll is headed to the 15-day IL with a chip fracture in his left wrist, joining a long list of Diamondbacks on the injured list. The team will be recalling outfielder Jake McCarthy from AAA Reno. And the House Bill 2704 for Chase Field funding for renovations has been approved by the House of Representatives and will now head to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk for her to either sign it into law or veto it. And finally, Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun, so what's next for the Phoenix Suns, especially with the NBA draft looming tomorrow? For more on the draft, the Suns, and everything Arizona Sports, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this summer only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs moving to Chicago's South Side to face the White Sox in a 3-game series at Rate Field. They would face right-hander Shane Smith while going with lefty Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound. And Erod would get a little cushion early as the D-backs offense got cranked up early. Geraldo Perdomo led off the game with a single. Ketel Marte back in the lineup, followed with a single of his own. Pavin Smith popped up to third for the first out. With Josh Naylor up, Smith uncorked a wild pitch. Both runners moved up 90 feet. And then Diamondbacks first baseman Josh Naylor would send them both home.
Full count, second and third, one man down, and the pitch from Smith. Swung on. That's a rip into right field, down the line, fair ball. Perdomo scores. Here comes Cattell. He'll score as well. And in standing at second is Josh Naylor with a 2-run double.
Chris Garagiola on the call. Naylor just continues his mastery of the White Sox. They set it up very well on the TV broadcast, and he delivered the 2-run double for a 2-0 lead. The very next batter, Gino Suarez, named the National League Player of the Week for the 3rd time this season earlier in the day. Smith, not really impressed. He threw high and tight. You know how that goes.
No balls and a strike. The pitch from Smith. And that hits Suarez on the hand. And he is going to be awarded first base. He's holding his hand. He's headed straight towards the dugout. Now out comes Torey Lovello, and now out comes a trainer. And just when the Diamondbacks suffered an injury like this to Corbin Carroll, an aspiring all-star, and looking like it might have just happened again here to Eugenio Suarez.
Yeah, Suarez would stay in the game. He'd run the bases, but came out in between innings. X-rays on his right hand came back negative. Rodriguez dealt a 1-2-3 inning in the bottom of the first. Dbacks would add 2 more in the second against Smith with 1 out. Pavin Smith walked Jose Herrera. Shane Smith walked Jose Herrera and Geraldo Perdomo back-to-back. It's only Tuesday. Cattell Marte flew out to center. That brought up Pavin Smith. There's so many Smiths. I feel like I should be listening to Morrissey music.
Oh.
As the 1-0. There's a swing and a drive. Deep to right field. On its way. Gone. Pavin Smith, a no-doubter to right. His 7th. And he cleans the slate. It's 5-0 Diamondbacks.
3-run shot for Smith against Smith. And there's a club, if you'd like to go, you could meet somebody who really loves you. And the D-backs would lead 5-0. Naylor, the next hitter.
Now Naylor's shaking out that shoulder. We've seen him do that a couple times when he takes a big swing.
Swing and a miss. There goes the bat. And I think that Naylor is holding on to that right shoulder.
Yeah, when does it end at this point? Naylor stayed in the game in obvious pain. He would eventually strike out, as you heard. He would leave. He'd be replaced by Tim Tawa. Rodriguez would strand Edgar Caro at second after a leadoff double in the third after striking out Luis Robert Jr., Lenin Sosa, and Kyle Teal consecutively. More D-backs fireworks in the fourth. Right-hander Dan Altavilla on the mound in his second inning of relief. With 2 outs, Cattell Marte, the hitter.
As this pitch to Cattell swung on and hit in the air to deep right field. Taylor moving back, and he is out of room. It's a home run for Cattell. His 14th of the season, and a reason why he should be the starting second baseman, as he can do that seemingly at any point in any game.
And Pavin Smith would follow that in style.
Now the 0-1 Pavin swing sends another high drive out to deep right center field. This one's on its way, and it's gone. His 2nd of the ball game, and the D-backs go back-to-back here in the 4th. As they now lead by a touchdown, it's 7-0.
Smith's second career multi-home run game, just like that. It was 7-0. Rodriguez would deal with traffic on the bases in each inning, but he got through 6 innings untouched by the White Sox offense. Jose Herrera added an RBI single with 2 outs in the 5th, scoring Randall Grichuk. That made it 8-0. They'd tack on 2 more in the 9th on another RBI hit from Herrera. That scored Vargas, and an RBI ground rule double from Perdomo that played at Grichuk. 10-0 the final. But no, not a lot of talk about the win after the game. A lot of talk about injuries. Here was Torey Lovello on the Gino Suarez injury.
Gino has a right hand contusion. X-rays are negative, and he'll be day-to-day. So we continue to hope that we dodge the bullet there. When he came off the field, he's probably one of the toughest players that we have. One of the toughest players I've ever managed. And, you know, when he didn't resist coming out of the game, we were collectively holding our breath. But I think we're in a good spot, and we're hoping that that day-to-day news keeps progressing to the point where he plays a lot sooner than later.
Torey on the Naylor injury.
Josh Naylor has right shoulder discomfort. You could see the swing that he took. It was one where he hung onto the bat with that long follow through that creates a lot of leverage, and that's why he's such a great hitter. But you know, once again, doesn't want to come out of the lineup, and we had to. The trainer did a great job. Max did a great job. He pushed as hard as he could to say, let's just make sure. And he came out, and he'll be day to day as well.
And then right after the game, the reporting of the Corbin Carroll news as well. Everybody was holding out hope. Carroll hadn't played for days. He had X-rays. They were negative. He had an MRI in Chicago and a CT scan. And then they find a chip fracture in his wrist. Mm-hmm. And this kind of baffled the Diamondbacks. It seemed like. I mean, here was Torey Lovello on that news.
Corbin has a chip fracture in his left wrist. So that's still a little bit confusing to all of us. It's on the back of his hand. The impact of the ball hit the side of his hand. It just goes to show you how hard these guys are throwing today. And there's definitely that fracture in there. He's going to continue to get some opinions just to find out what that official diagnosis means and what the time frame will be. So I don't have any of that information.
Mike Hazen said he's going to be down weeks.
Yes,
weeks. Not week, not 50. He's on the 15-day IL, but
that's weeks.
That is true. You're right. Yeah. Wow.
Any wrist fracture for a professional hitter is extremely unideal. And it was weird that he was still active yesterday. Like they were saying on the broadcast, like we had 2 active players left and one of them was Corbin Carroll.
Who wasn't active.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, go back to different scenario because Gabby Moreno wasn't hit by a pitch, but there was a 2-week period where he was on the roster, but was just not playing because of the soreness. Mm-hmm. And, the initial x-rays, that's fine. The MRI and further testing revealed a hairline fracture in the finger.
Mm.
Are x-rays, are they even reliable at this point?
And that's the whole thing with Gino Suarez, that even if the x-rays came back negative yesterday, it doesn't mean an MRI might show.
I don't feel better about it.
No, exactly. This is getting to be really, really brutal for a fan base that had such great expectations. And something, I've been saying this for weeks, something's got to give, and this is almost facetious. Maybe they need to kind of put robot pitchers on the mound, Vinny, or institute a rule in Major League Baseball where you can't throw the ball more than 90 miles per hour. If you are, you are thrown out of the game.
Wow. I don't know if I want to sign up for that.
Some backlash.
I would rather just get hand pads for the batters because not everybody wears them.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess maybe everybody does need to wear them now, but these... Yeah, you take 100-mile-per-hour fastball on your hands now, and it's you might be gone for 3 weeks.
Well, and that's the thing, too, with at least Corbin, Gabby, and now Eugenio, is these wrist finger things for a Major League Baseball player, even when they come back, they still can linger. Like, those aren't going to be... They use that every single at-bat, every throwing motion. Like, they're still going to be in some discomfort. That's a problem.
So, like Vinny said, yesterday should have been a day to celebrate because of HB 2704 passing the House of Representatives. Now it only needs the governor's signature, and that's going to happen. So you've got your future at Chase Field secure. You got the best performance from Eduardo Rodriguez since he's been a Diamondbacks player yesterday. He pitched with the kind of authority and oomph that has so often been missing. You've got a 10-0 blowout that included a 3-inning save. Everything about yesterday on the field, injuries aside, you should feel good about. But this is going to test this baseball team.
No doubt about it.
Because the hits just keep coming.
Yeah, they had to sign they got a good catcher who was available in McCann, bringing him in, but now Jake McCarthy's on his way up.
Yep.
This team can't afford another injury at this point. One more might be enough to destroy the whole season. And again, we don't have the timetable on Corbin Carroll. And you're holding your breath again on the Gino Suarez front. He's been the hottest hitter in the game. Just so frustrating. Coming up next, Tyrese HaliBurton did have surgery on that ruptured Achilles, but he says he's got no regrets about playing. We'll tell you more about that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know, when you think about it, culture, I'm so big on culture. We're all big on culture, aren't we? That's all we talk about is culture, culture, culture. And it's so important. You know what the culture of the Big Three ended up being for the Phoenix Suns? We're talented. That's the culture. We're more talented than you are. We got the Big Three. We're hyper talented. That was the culture of the Phoenix Suns. during the Kevin Durant era. Just shows me once again, it's just not about the physical Basinonians. It is about the threefold nature of man: body, soul, and spirit.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you're a homeowner in Arizona, you know the desert can do a number on your windows. If you've lived here over a decade, chances are you need your windows replaced. If you've been here 20 plus years, it's almost a guarantee. I know my windows are shot. In fact, I told everybody about my $666 electric bill last summer, proof that my windows are shot, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family owned and locally operated, a company that literally treats customers like friendships. They have already been out to my house. They're going to come back and measure, and I am going to get brand new windows. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company, co-owned by former Utah great, former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. You might remember him. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do that because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And check out the summertime special they have got going right now. Buy 10 or more windows, you get a $2,500 discount. $2,500 off on the purchase of 10 or more windows. Great deal. I'm taking advantage of it. So should you. 480-764-2002. Online at advancedwindows.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Happy birthday, America. And my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. We're talking 25% off everything in-store and online now through June 26th. So here's the move, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, baseball fans, don't miss your chance to meet star third baseman Eugenio Suarez live at Rip Valley Sports Cards on 2nd Street in Roosevelt in downtown Phoenix this Saturday, June 28th. Bring your favorite gear, grab a photo, and get an autograph from Gino himself. Spots are limited, so lock yours in today at ripvalley.com/Gino. That's RIPValley.com/Gino. Meet slugger Eugenio Suarez live in person and get an autograph this Saturday, June 28th at Rip Valley Sports Cards in downtown Phoenix. Don't miss it.
Hey, it's Wolf. What's next for the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal now that Kevin Durant has been traded? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Nembhard kicks it out. Toppin. Good contest from Dort. HaliBurton falls down. He looks hurt. Here comes SGA the other way. Inside, and Williams throws it down. HaliBurton's hurt right away when he fell. Of course, that sprained calf, he's in pain, so emotional. It's the right calf right away. He knew he was in trouble. Oh, you get in a situation like this, you're just sick to your stomach for the young man.
Yeah, and I think everybody had that feeling watching Tyrese HaliBurton go down and the reaction, and he knew it right away. And the replays, and ESPN got a lot, ABC got a lot of criticism for the amount of replays they showed. I mean, it's not the most gruesome looking injury. It's a snap. You can see the snap and the reverberation up the leg.
Yeah.
It's not like a bone coming through skin or anything like that. So I didn't really have a problem with it. It's Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and they're telling a story, for goodness sake. But HaliBurton leaves. The Pacers, they hang for a while till the third quarter rolled around, and Oklahoma City kind of imposed its will. They win Game 7. HaliBurton makes his way to New York, already had surgery. He put out a very, very long social media post yesterday that starts with, man, don't know how to explain it other than shock. Words cannot express the pain of this letdown. The frustration is unfathomable. I've worked my whole life to get to this moment, and this is how it ends. It makes no sense. Now that I've gotten surgery, I wish I could count the number of times people will tell me I'm going to come back stronger. What a cliche. This blank sucks. My foot feels like dead weight. But what's hurting me most, I think, is my mind. I feel like I'm rambling, but I know this is something I'll look back on when I'm through this as something I'm proud I fought through. It feels good to let this out without y'all seeing the kid ugly cry. He talked about, Kobe Bryant's message and all of this. He talked about not regretting it, doing the same thing over and over. He would do it time and time again. Honestly, right now, torn Achilles and all, I don't regret it. I do it again, and after that, to fight for this city and my brothers for the chance to do something special.
I thought that was a gorgeous expression of raw emotion, and what really got me was his insistence that I would make the same decision all over again. We had many discussions all over America, sports radio, talk show hosts focused on this element of Tyrese HaliBurton. If he has got a calf strain, should he really be trying to push through this when we've got visual evidence from Kevin Durant of when it can go wrong? And then there were Damian Lillard as well. And then there were people who thought, well, maybe it isn't a calf strain because he wouldn't be playing through a calf strain. It's got to be an ankle injury. Nobody would risk that, right? Wrong. And it really kind of puts a spotlight on, in most every other walk of life, where you have an injury that might be catastrophic if you continue to do something to it and you willingly make that decision, I'm going to push this. Only in the arena of sports where you are that close to a championship do you say to yourself, oh no, I'm playing. I am this close to a ring, I'm playing. What Tyrese HaliBurton just said in that Instagram post tells me he is going to be a champion in the NBA someday. And it also tells me that had he not gotten hurt, I'm thinking the Pacers were going to win that game. You can hear it in his words how dedicated he is to the pursuit of a championship. Not points, not money, not fame, the collective. And that, it makes an athlete special. It's really interesting to me in sports that you get athletes who get so close to the prize and everything is leading them in that direction. Everybody wants them to play. Mm-hmm. Everybody hopes they'll play. The athlete knows the city's counting on me. The athlete knows I may never get here again. And to give that a shot, to me, in retrospect, is incredibly courageous and borderline. They say that the foolish and fearless, they're very close together. They're probably cousins.
Yeah, they're cousins that grew up together. They're that close.
Right.
Yeah, they're not cousins who live on the other side of the country.
They grew up together. Yeah. Right.
But the result is obviously devastating for the individual. It's devastating for the sport. It's devastating for the fan base. But the words that Tyrese HaliBurton shared on social media yesterday and that attitude, I think the sports world needs that. Mm-hmm. Because and we talk about it all the time. There's this air of caution involved, and that's not why anybody watches sports. No. And I don't even think you realize this until a certain point in your life. When age catches up with you, And age robs your body of what it could do, even on a recreational level. I can't go out and play softball now because of this, or I can't play pickleball now because this hurts. We watch sports and we love sports because athletes at that level, and it continues to evolve in this direction, they're almost superhuman. It's almost unfathomable what they put their bodies through to do those jobs, and we respect that because it's so foreign to us.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Like even yesterday during the Diamondbacks game, in one of the at-bats of Josh Naylor, before he got injured, they were talking about what his legs look like because he continually hits foul balls off of his front foot, and even with shin guards on, there's just bandages and bruising, and it never heals.
No.
That's what it takes to be an athlete.
Indeed.
And I'm inspired by the attitude of Tyrese HaliBurton. I was inspired by it in Game 6 when he played through it, and everybody said, oh, this is stupid. Don't play. And he was part of a victory that set up a chance to win a championship, and he went for it. That, to me, is inspiring.
Yeah, you said a whole lot of really poignant things, in my opinion. I totally agree with you that in a league now where time off and load management has become so much a part of the everyday currency of the NBA, to the point where now we're past rolling our eyes at it, to watch Tyrese HaliBurton make that decision, that's exactly what we want to see from an athlete, because the people who love sports, like everybody in this room, we would do anything to be in that position, to be chasing glory, fame, eternity, all that stuff. And to see an athlete do that, that's exactly what you want to see, pushing through against all odds.
Now, I'm also a firm believer in injuries can happen at any time, but I also think HaliBurton's injury, Tatum's injury, and Lillard's injury especially has got to have the NBA thinking about things.
No doubt.
Either the regular season has to be shortened or the playoffs have to be shortened. I don't think they want any part of shortening the playoffs.
No.
The regular season, as much as I love basketball and following the sport on a day-to-day basis, 82 games is unnecessary because you're not even weeding out that many teams. With the play-in now, you're not weeding out anybody. Weed some people out and shorten the regular season.
Yeah.
Do away with this stupid play-in thing.
Listen, I totally agree that the NBA, just like the Tommy John epidemic in Major League Baseball at the moment, this is like an existential crisis for the NBA. The Pacers have had 3 ruptured Achilles already by themselves this year.
Wow.
James Wiseman and Isaiah Jackson, along with Tyrese HaliBurton. And now you've got this. You're right.
James Wiseman's still in the league?
How about it? How about it? And listen, and this is an instance, like you said, this is an instance now where every postseason now, this is kind of becoming part of the landscape. And it's because the playoffs are so high intensity and they go on so long, something's got to give.
Yeah. It sucks, but again,
yep.
Tip of the cap to Tyrese HaliBurton. Coming up next, the speculation is over after months of it. Kevin Durant moving on to Houston. What did KD's stance have to do to the market for his services? And how did it affect the Suns? We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
This is the fire department. What is your emergency?
No, we got a fire in the pool. She's on the pool. She's not responsive.
Is she out of the water?
Yes, sir. I got her on the floor. I'm trying to get her CPR.
How old is she?
3, 4. The white stuff keeps coming out of her mouth.
Help is driving you as we speak, so keep doing that CPR, okay, until she wakes up.
Yeah, doing it. Yeah, she's doing it. Come on, baby.
How long is she under the water?
I don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
While someone's doing compressions, let someone else go open up the door and make sure it's open for them.
Let her live. Let her live. No.
Okay, we gotta keep doing the compressions and keep breathing.
Dad, oh my God, please, guys, I'm gonna die.
The paramedics are pulling up, but don't stop until they come and take over, okay?
This heartbreaking 911 call is only one of far too many. Fulton Homes reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It's hot, so you gotta have shade. Hey, it's Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. We've installed shades for thousands of homes and businesses in the valley. Everything we create is a custom fit, from roll-down shades that create an outdoor room to motorized awnings with lighting. We'll cool you down with a click of a button or the twist of a wrist. Free installation by our in-house pros, backed by warranty. Visit All Pro Shade for a free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, shade, shade. Call All Pro Shade, shade, shade.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please. Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours. Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours. Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks started their 3-game series with the White Sox on a high note. Pavin Smith homered not once but twice in the 10-0 win, and Eduardo Rodriguez went 6 innings, struck out 10, and gave up 0 earned runs. And here was manager Torey Lovullo on his start.
Get a 2-0 lead coming out of the gate, and then 5-0 after 2. He just went out there and stayed on the attack. So real good arm speed. The body was moving right, and I think there was finish to his pitches. There was a lot of swing and miss on his fastball, and he was just pinpoint. He's throwing the ball exactly where he wanted to.
Ryan Nelson will take the rubber for the Snakes today. First pitch will be at 4:40, and you can listen to it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere for the Diamondbacks, star outfielder Corbin Carroll is headed to the 15-day IL with a chip fracture in his left wrist. He'll be joining a long list of Diamondbacks on the injured list. The team will be recalling outfielder Jake McCarthy from AAA Reno. Finally, Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun. What are the Suns' next steps, especially with the NBA draft looming tomorrow? For more on both, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona sports.
Being a part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy last couple of weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
No, they couldn't. I mean, you were never getting what you gave up back in 2023, just because of Kevin Durant is 2 years older, and Kevin Durant's in the last year of his contract. I thought they did fine.
Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider. I don't think everybody shares Bobby Marks' opinion, but they did fine. There was a lot of restrictions on what the Phoenix Suns could do in this trade. A lot of them were self-inflicted. A lot of them were inflicted by their willingness to work with Kevin Durant to get him to a destination that he wanted to.
Yeah.
And there you have it. That's why this trade looks like what it ended up looking like, with Jaylen Green, Dillon Brooks, a first-round pick, number 10 overall, and 5 second-round picks coming to the Phoenix Suns.
Right.
And Kevin Durant, I think we're going to get more reporting on this, obviously. But not surprisingly, Kevin Durant orchestrated where he wanted to go by turning down offers.
Yeah, he did, and it caused a lot of reverberations among Suns fans yesterday on social media after the Brian Windhorst. Do we have that audio, by the way, of Brian Windhorst talking about this?
We do not.
Okay. When he spoke about it, he really laid out this case that the Houston Rockets might have pulled off a master class in deflection and deception and suppressing the market and getting the price so low that they just basically couldn't refuse to make the deal. And there's something to be said for that, but the idea that maybe KD helped facilitate that by continually saying, nope, don't want to go there, nope, don't want to go there, nope, don't want to go there. Look, when you decide to work with somebody, that's what you get, like you pointed out.
Mm-hmm.
And so like I said yesterday, I'm underwhelmed by it. I also think it could have been worse. And as a result, you're hoping that Jaylen Green can grow up in Phoenix. And that, to me, seems to really be the difference between the way people look at this trade, the ones who see, okay, not so bad, and the ones that are like, oh, come on. Is Jaylen Green as the featured piece coming back to the basketball team? And Jaylen Green has his moments. He's got his game. He's got highlight reel, kind of dazzling kind of stuff to his game. He's got great athleticism, great verticality. He can throw it down. He can attack the rim. All that stuff is very, very true. But what's also true, and they talk about this behind the scenes in Houston, is that he hasn't really grown much as a player in 4 years, when a lot of his peers have taken those big growth steps, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, Cade Cunningham is the comp there because they were the top 2 picks in that same draft, and Cunningham has elevated his team. I mean, the Rockets elevated, but Jaylen Green's role on a bad Houston team looks the same as it did on a good Houston team, which is strange.
That's right. And so the idea that he, and this came from our guy in Houston who said he didn't show up in 6 of those 7 games, and then there was that quote, if you don't forget, after game 1, where he basically said the court was gigantic and my legs were shaking, and it's like, wow, that's interesting. That's Sam Darnold seeing ghosts kind of
stuff. Sounds like B Rabbit and 8 Mile. We know how that turned out.
Yeah, we do.
We got a hit song out of it.
Yeah, yes, we did. So I think for the Phoenix Suns, this is the result of a lot of things, but some Suns fans really it really hit them wrong to kind of hear that KD might have been plotting with the enemy. But what would you expect?
He wanted to go there for a year.
Yeah.
It was one of the worst kept secrets in basketball for the last year. And I'm curious what this would have looked like had the Suns pulled the trigger last year. After the disappointing sweep at the hands of the Minnesota Timberwolves, they weren't ready to pull the plug. Understandably so. They gave up a ton to get Kevin Durant, and you wanted more than one season and a blip of another season to see if it was going to work.
Mm-hmm.
And go back to, the expectations of this team. There were still people picking the Suns going into this year to be title contenders. It missed wildly. Not every, and when you listen to the the description or how this trade went down and who got what, not everybody knows what they're talking about.
No, it's very accurate.
And I look at it this way: like Kevin Durant is 37; he's going to be 37 years old on opening night, and I marvel at how effective he still is at that age, especially with the physique that he has. He's not the most. He's a strong guy, but he's not built. We know this about Kevin Durant. But 4 years from now, he's going to be out of the league. And 4 years from now, the guy the Suns draft at number 10 might be developing into an all-star type player.
That's what's going to have to happen, where the Suns, no matter who they decide to choose at number 10, that pick, I think, is really going to frame this one way or the other. I even heard yesterday, and of course, this is very easy to do in hindsight, but it's hard for Phoenix Suns fans to reconcile that Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, 5 first-round picks turned into Jaylen Green and Dylan Brooks in 5 seconds.
Yeah. And getting the pick back that they once owned.
Well,
once
that's
traded away.
Right, exactly. But that's really, to me, it's going to be the key to everything. And I really hope that maybe they did this with a guy in mind. Now, we've seen a lot of the mock drafts. We kind of get an idea of who might be around at 10, and there's some intriguing prospects. But I also think it'd be very difficult to go into that and say, okay, we need to pick a position. But at the same time, you can't take a shooting guard.
No, I was coming up with who might make sense for the Suns at number 10. And if you were a wing, a shooting guard, or between 6'4" and 6'6", you were eliminated from the list. They can't go down that road right now.
Yeah. I know we're going to get into this, but I would roll the dice and take this kid from BYU, the 6-foot Igor Demin, the 6'9" point guard. Sammy's so excited he forgot to turn on his microphone.
I'm really glad you brought this kid up. We
Okay.
can talk about him later, but he's one of my favorite guys in the draft.
Yeah.
And the last week and a half, I've been crunching film. I do it every year with the draft. And this is one of my favorite drafts, so that's why the Suns getting the 10th pick really excites me. But nonetheless,
that's good. Well, Kevin Young of BYU said that his kid has got the most upside in the draft outside of Cooper Flagg and Dylan Harper. And if you watch him play, you're like, wow, this is intriguing. I don't know whether it would boom or bust in the NBA, but regardless. The point is, this draft pick, everything has got to coalesce around this player. And you're absolutely right. I think because KD has been so good the last 2 years in terms of availability and production, that you tend to forget that his age is a big deal. And the fact that he stayed healthy, I don't know if that's going to be the case for Houston. So we'll see how it plays out with KD health-wise, but that's a pretty big number for a 7-footer.
It is, and we even talked to Matt Thomas yesterday, and he said, look, if he can stay healthy for 65 games and be available for the playoffs, that's best case scenario, I think. For a guy at that age.
Yep.
So this is a roll of the dice for the Rockets too.
Yes,
no doubt about it. Coming up next. All great baseball teams have to withstand injuries over the course of 162 games. But for the Dbacks, isn't this getting a little ridiculous at this point? We'll get into the latest with the Dbacks and the injuries they're facing next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns now have the number 10 pick from the Rockets. And Arizona Sports is getting you extended coverage of the NBA draft tomorrow. Who's the target at 10th overall? Are they going center from Duke? Power forward from right down the road in Tucson? Point guard from Illinois?
Choose wisely.
If they pick a 6'5" shooting guard, we're going to have us some problems around here. As the mock drafts go bonkers, listen to the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special tomorrow afternoon at 4. The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off. Which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota. Let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Luke. Did Eduardo Rodriguez continue his streak of solid starts last night in Chicago? We'll be reacting to Dbacks White Sox at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, those are your friends, and you feel for them. And obviously, they're great players, and they help our team. But having guys step up is big. And Vargas and Tim, out of nowhere, had to get in the game today, and did well for us.
It's Pavin Smith, who hit 2 home runs in the Diamondbacks' 10-0 win over the White Sox last night, talking with Todd Walsh on the Dbacks television postgame show, talking about this seemingly constant wave of injuries, which struck again last night. The news of Corbin Carroll landing on the injured list, followed by another hit by pitch on the hand, Gino Suarez getting plunked in his first at-bat, and then the Josh Naylor swing. This is where the cruelty sets in, because before this week, really, it was the Gabby Moreno injury was lingering. There was no real clear-cut picture on his injury. But to that point, Bick, basically all the injuries, outside of Ketel Marte's early season stint on the injured list, it was just nagging stuff. Now, all the serious, maybe this makes you feel better, maybe it doesn't. All the serious injuries were on the pitching staff. Now they're starting to pile up in the lineup too.
In the position players. Yeah, listen, this is just one of these seasons where nothing in terms of that in that arena is working out well for this baseball team, and they're just going to have to find a way to grind through this and try to stay in contention, and hope that their team returns healthy at a later date. I don't know what else you do. You can recite the injuries, you can recite their bad luck. All of it is very, very accurate. But there's still games they're going to have to play, and they're going to have to lean on their pitching staff. They're going to have to lean on Ketel Marte, and they're just going to have to find a way to get this thing done. It's
day off did him good, by the way.
Oh yeah, well, that's why him taking days off is so it's such an issue, because he's so incredibly disruptive with a bat in his hands, right? And so, look, and they're going to have to fight their way through all of this. It doesn't seem to be fair, and it seems to be especially cruel when Corbin Carroll's X-ray is clean, he doesn't get better, and then they do an MRI, and a little fracture there, and you're like you said earlier, what's the point of these X-rays? And now Gino Suarez, who's got a clean X-ray after yesterday's game, but with Corbin Carroll, with that example, you can only hope that means he's going to be okay. It's been a tough go for this team. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and you wonder how much is this team equipped to take on.
Mm-hmm.
For them to be hovering at around 500, they're 2 games over right now after the win over the White Sox last night. But for them to be hovering, are these injuries going to be what puts the ceiling on that? Can they elevate above that? Corbin Carroll is going to be gone for 2 weeks minimum.
Mm-hmm.
Gabby Moreno for 2 weeks minimum.
Mm-hmm.
How many wins can they string together with that catching situation? And Jose Herrera is a gamer. We know it. He's been part of this team for a long time.
Yeah.
But he gets elevated to your starting catcher and had a couple hits last night. But I think there's a ceiling on him offensively and defensively.
Oh, yeah.
Jake McCarthy now coming back to the major leagues after what was a nightmarish beginning to the season at the big league level. He put up good numbers at Reno. That doesn't really mean much.
No.
Because we saw the same thing with Jordan Lawler putting up monster numbers at Reno and being overmatched at the big league level.
Yep.
But Jake McCarthy is right now, when you talk about the trajectory, if you expect the trajectory to be a playoff team for the Diamondbacks, he becomes a key cog in that.
There's no doubt about it. I think Jake McCarthy has now got to be that X factor for this team, because Jake McCarthy at times last year was among the team's best hitters last summer. He needs to recapture that form very, very quickly to kind of mitigate the loss of Corbin Carroll.
Yeah, and look, if they get bad news on Suarez and that turns into another multi-week injury, there's been so much talk recently about the Diamondbacks offense relying so heavily on the long ball. You take out Suarez, you take out Carroll, that's 40-plus home runs already this season, one of the top home run hitting duos, if not the most productive home run hitting duos in baseball. Then you got to shift the crux of the offense and play small ball and start to generate runs again like the Diamondbacks did in a big way in their 2023 World Series run.
Yeah, listen, it's going to have to be exactly the opposite of what I laid out a few days ago, where I urged this offense to stay in tune and locked in throughout every inning of every game and continue to add to leads and continue to build on leads to spare the bullpen that has been sort of the Achilles heel of this team so far. And now it's the pitching is gonna have to be top notch. Mm-hmm. And I think it was yesterday with Eduardo Rodriguez, so I feel comfortable about that. I feel comfortable with Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, Brandon Pfaadt.
Feel comfortable half the time.
Yeah.
Brandon Pfaadt, you feel comfortable maybe 40% of the time?
Yeah. Brandon Pfaadt has got to get back to where he's missing a lot of bats, and I think that sweeper pitch is causing him some issues. But that's going to be where this team has to kind of win their games, and they're going to have to take advantage of this easy stretch of schedule right now, and then hope they've got enough to fill in to compensate for any of these losses.
Yeah,
losing Corbin Carroll, it's going to. I mean, this, like I said yesterday, this is going to test this team deeply.
No doubt. Here was Torey Lovello last night talking about Erod's start.
Get a 2-0 lead coming out of the gate, and then 5-0 after 2. He just went out there and stayed on the attack. So real good arm speed. The body was moving right, and I think there was finish to his pitches. There was a lot of swing and miss on his fastball, and he was just pinpoint. He's throwing the ball exactly where he wanted to.
Yeah, and the other news of the day, it's not on the field stuff, but it affects the Diamondbacks' future in Arizona, and that was the approval in the state house of HB 2704. That moves now to Governor Hobbs' desk, and she's been very publicly supportive. When you use the word ecstatic in your social media post, we pretty much know that the signature is going on this bill. Torey Lovello talked about that pregame as well.
I'm extremely grateful for that, and I know a lot of people have been working real hard. I know Derek, Amy Lynn Pierce. There's a lot of really trusted people that have gone there to the floor and made today happen. So I know next it's on to Governor Hobbs' desk, and hopefully we can all give her a big hug at the end of the day when she makes her decision. But it's a great moment for Diamondback baseball, and I'm a part of the Valley. I love the Valley. I live in the Valley, and it's just great. I'm grateful to know that we're very close to keeping the team in the Valley for forever, and I think that's where it belongs.
Yeah, it also happened on the day where the Athletics had their groundbreaking ceremony in Las Vegas. They finally put shovels in the ground. And there seems to be some doubt on whether or not the A's can still make that happen, but that's a major step forward for that whole saga.
Well, the fact that Major League Baseball has got 2 teams at the moment playing in minor league stadiums is quite an embarrassment. One you can kind of hide and forget about, but you get a couple that's pretty bad. But again, it's also a reminder, and I'm really, really glad that this outcome has happened. I know there are some people who still just can't get over the idea that you're giving money to a billionaire. What are you doing? If you're prone to make that equivalency, then you probably don't like baseball a whole lot.
Probably don't, and it's a lot more complicated than that.
Yeah. And again, this is not a building the Diamondbacks own, so I mean, I think this is a very fair solution for everybody, and I would have shuddered to think what would happen if we now would have been at risk of losing the Diamondbacks as well. Say that whole thing went the opposite way.
Well, I had a discussion with somebody last night who said, where are they going to go? Why didn't the lawmakers in the Senate and the House play chicken with the Diamondbacks? And I said, there's always somewhere to go. Now, it might have been years and years down the road, but the ticking clock is on the lease expiration.
There are cities that want baseball teams.
Yes.
And
Vegas is off the list right now, but somebody else will pop on the list.
Without a doubt.
Well, let me ask you this question real quick. You said 2 teams playing in minor league ballparks is a big problem for Major League Baseball. I don't disagree with you. But isn't it a bigger problem for baseball that there's like 14 teams that are playing with minor league rosters right now, including the team that the Diamondbacks are facing?
There are a lot of bad baseball teams in 2025, Vinny.
Good Lord.
No, you are so right about that.
Don't have the Arizona Sports app downloaded yet? Do so now, and you'll get instant access on the go with our shows, videos, and news. Sammy's got the reboot on this Tuesday next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, you know, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs started their 3-game series with the White Sox on a high note. Pavin Smith homered not once but twice in the 10-0 win, and Eduardo Rodriguez went 6 innings, struck out 10, and gave up 0 earned runs. And here was manager Torey Lovello on his start.
Get a 2-0 lead coming out of the gate, and then 5-0 after 2. He just went out there and stayed on the attack. So real good arm speed. The body was moving right, and I think there was finish to his pitches. There was a lot of swing and miss on his fastball, and he was just pinpoint. He was throwing the ball exactly where he wanted to.
Today, Ryan Nelson will take the rubber for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere for the Diamondbacks, star outfielder Corbin Carroll is headed to the 15-day IL with a chip fracture in his left wrist. He'll be joining a long list of Diamondbacks on the IL. The team will be recalling Jake McCarthy from AAA Reno. And the House Bill 2704 for the Chase Field funding has been approved by the House of Representatives and will now head to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk for her to either sign it into law or veto it. Finally, Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun, so what is next for the Phoenix Suns with the NBA draft looming tomorrow? For more on both, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Moroni's Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:30, and that means the Rush Hour Reboot is here. Before we start, I want to end a debate that I'm having with a bunch of my friends. They're saying that Tuesday mornings, are way worse than Monday mornings. And I don't see that.
I don't either. I think you win the argument.
I think Mondays, there's this classic Mondays are the worst, but they're trying to say Tuesdays are worse than Mondays, and I don't get it.
It's funny.
It's because they don't do morning radio.
I guess so.
There is that. I was just having a discussion with a friend of mine yesterday on text. The text that came to me, Mondays are the worst. My response was, I would say Mondays are tied with Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Sunday nights.
Okay, so Vinny loops them all together.
Yes. The reason why Mondays are worse is because it's just the juxtaposition of having to do this job and the hours that it takes after the weekend. Mm-hmm. So you get a taste of normalcy on Saturday and Sunday, then you jar your body back into this hellscape on Monday.
Right, and we come in Monday morning with all the backlash of the weekend. Yeah, so it's kind of like a real whirlwind to start the week.
Yeah. So should have just been like me this last weekend, Bick. I woke up at 4 a.m. on Sunday.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I am what they call an idiot.
And there were... On Monday yesterday, we did talk a ton about Durant to Houston, that backlash. And one of my favorite things post-trade is the floating reports after the fact of today. Houston and Durant were possibly colluding to get him there. There were T-Wolves offers. Darius Garland was out there. But here was Brian Windhorst on ESPN yesterday.
So the Rockets, they had this happen because Kevin Durant controlled this process. The Timberwolves were on the verge of trading for him.
I don't want to go there.
I don't want to go there. And Ant Edwards could have tried to talk him into it. He did not. He said, "This is not my place. KD, you do what you do." And so the price came down. The Rockets moved in.
So we knew Durant had his footprints and handprints all over this trade, but now we're a day removed from the Durant deal. What's been your biggest takeaway in that time?
Hearing that soundbite just jarred this thought. Hearing Brian Windhorst say that Ant Edwards didn't do the recruiting. KD, you do what you do. And I said during this process, don't ever meet your heroes. Don't ever be teammates with your heroes.
Yeah.
That might be the stance there that stood out the most.
Yeah, I can't stop thinking about, did the Suns really get played? Yeah. At the 4D chess kind of level. It's hard to not think that when Houston all along was, no, KD, that doesn't fit our timeline, doesn't fit our and then all the while just knowing we're going to get him.
Now, I think what they've avoided for the most part, this could change, but I think they've avoided Kevin Durant moving on to Houston, maybe riding into the sunset as a Rocket, but I think they've avoided the barrage of criticism he could have lobbed their way because they did cooperate with him after the Suns started this.
Yes.
Back in February.
Yes.
Now, it could still turn if everything goes swimmingly in Houston for KD. He could say, wow, Phoenix was a real dumpster fire on his way out. This is the way an NBA franchise should run.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not sure that's going to happen, though.
Yeah, and so speaking of the Suns, where are they now? Where are they going? Here was Bobby Marks on our show yesterday on the Suns situation.
It's better than it was probably a week ago here because you did have the Durant expiring contract, trying to figure out what you're going to do. And as I said, I think the 10th, you have 10 and 29, and you have two picks in the 50s. I think 10 has a lot of value.
So he mentioned how they're in a better spot now. Maybe Durant's gone, but I want to bring something up. The dictionary defines surplus as more than the amount that is needed. And that sounds a lot like the shooting guard room in Phoenix. And so that brings up what moves are next for this team, and specifically Royce, Grayson, and Bradley Beal. So I want you guys to rank from 1 to 3 and most likely who's going to be on the team from those three.
Well, it's a good question because I heard Flex on social media, Flex from Jersey, on social media say the Suns acquired the 5 seconds when they could have had a first-round pick, and they did that because there's teams interested in trading for Bradley Beal.
Right.
And I once again have to remind people, he has a no-trade clause.
They could be interested all they want.
They could, right. And Gambo says that they didn't have an option. There's a lot of misinformation out there. But the Bradley Beal piece, people think that there's a way to get out of this. Not if he doesn't want to leave Arizona. There isn't.
Yeah, I mean, the result is the same. The Suns had limitations because of their cooperation with Kevin Durant. There's no all the cooperation has to come from Bradley Beal's
All
camp.
of it.
Right.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah.
And so I would rank it, and I would say, listen, I think they'd rather keep Royce O'Neal and trade Grayson Allen, but I think Grayson Allen's contract is bad, and Royce O'Neal is going to be the one they have to trade.
Yep. That's kind of
So
where
I feel the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beal, then Grayson, then Royce. So we'll see in the next couple weeks as the trades were made yesterday. Drew Holiday on the move. So front offices are moving. But we'll switch to the Diamond. The Diamondbacks in a 10-0 win yesterday. The Bats were met with finally a great outing from Erod, and it felt like everything was going well. And then, boom, a 10-0 win. Still leaves a sour taste in the Diamondbacks' mouth. News that Corbin Carroll is headed to the injured list. Here was Lovello yesterday.
Corbin has a chip fracture in his left wrist. So it's on the back of his hand. The impact of the ball hit the side of his hand. It just goes to show you how hard these guys are throwing today. And there's definitely that fracture in there. He's going to continue to get some opinions just to find out what that official diagnosis means and what the time frame will be. So I don't have any of that information.
And so we've talked a lot about like how the Diamondbacks can stay afloat with all these injuries. Can they even stay afloat? What would be the recipe to stay afloat or even make progress in the standings with the amount of injuries with this team?
Yeah, they would have to kind of get their bullpen functioning at a level where they can win tight, close games again. Mm-hmm. If you're talking about losses potentially of Corbin Carroll for weeks, and maybe if Gino Suarez has dodged the proverbial bullet, that will be a good thing, but maybe he's going to be down for a little bit. You're just going to have to eke things out, man. It's really just survival at this point in time.
It's so funny that, with the pitching injuries, we've had this conversation in the last few days. Well, they just need to outscore everybody.
Yeah.
And
right.
it's like, easier said than done. Well, now you have your boppers are out. Yep. How are they going to outscore everybody? Bunt them to death. That's how they overcome this.
Bunt them to death. Lastly,
small ball for the win.
Yeah. Lastly, Jeff Passan, he updated his trade deadline column, and he added this interesting kind of nugget. It's the chance of trade percentage, and there were 4 Diamondbacks listed in this piece. It was Eugenio Suarez, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Josh Naylor. Not to anyone's surprise, but what do you think his chance of trade percentage was for those guys? Eugenio, Gallen, Kelly, and Naylor.
Ooh.
And this was written before, I believe, Eugenio got hit yesterday.
Okay. I would say north of 50 on all of them.
So
I haven't seen the piece, so I'm wildly guessing.
I don't know how to guess this because it's because either you're selling or you're not at the trade deadline. So I don't know how to put the percentage on them, but just go ahead.
Yeah, so Eugenio had the largest. His was at 50, a 50-50 chance, and that'll obviously kind of be dependent on his hand. And then Zach, Merrill, and Josh, he all had at 30% of being traded. So it seems as though maybe if they wanted to, they could trade him, but it seems as though Passan has us kind of buying, and in his options on the rest of the list, no position players, 3 starters and 4 relievers, all on the eyes of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Wow.
So
yeah,
we'll see.
Listen, if they choose to go that route, they're going to be the Walmart for Major League Baseball.
Absolutely,
they're going to be open for business.
And last thing on it, he did say Zach Gallen would be the largest return, he thought. So if they decide to deal, Gallen would give them the best options. But 7:30 every day, rush hour reboot. There you go.
Thank you, Sammy.
Yep.
Hey, app users, update your Arizona Sports app now for the latest upgrades to your streaming videos, podcast, and news experience. Coming up next, the last time the Phoenix Suns had the number 10 pick in the first round of the NBA draft, they picked a big man from Maryland who wore number 25 in college. Might they do the same thing again tomorrow night, and will it give people flashbacks if they do? We'll get into some Suns draft possibilities next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The Houston Rockets needed KD. You felt like it was always going to be the Rockets.
Maybe Jabari Smith was too lofty of a goal, although I don't even really know how much Houston's going to be able to use him now. But either him or Tari Eason or Cam Whitmore or Reed Shepherd. I would have just gone to Houston and been like, this deal gets done if you pick one of those four. You can pick whichever one, but put him in there. Whoever would have come out of those four would have meant so much more to Phoenix than they mean to Houston.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance. I'm going to give you 3 really good reasons why you should get in your car and head on down to Waltz. They can take your sports fandom to the very next level. Reason number 1, expertise. They have been serving the Valley since 1957. They're a Valley institution. Their staff is extremely knowledgeable. Their expertise is unparalleled. They'll give you the information and the wisdom you need that you'll never get at a big box store. Number 2, the experience. When you shop at Waltz, you'll find all the major name brands you're looking for. Big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Great lineup and great sound components, from speakers, top of the line speakers to sound bars. Great stuff there. They've got a great selection of outdoor televisions. The quality of those have gone through the roof in recent years. But most of all, the price. At Waltz, they're as competitive as the big box stores. And to prove it, if you find a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Waltz. Watch them match it. They'll also give you same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you will get your electronics installed correctly by a professional. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX and CED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. Guys, feeling drained, low energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom? You probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before, thanks to stress, poor diet, and lifestyle. But Red Mountain has the solution. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone, because the truth is, nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It'll help you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Have low T? Start for free this month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain, real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks will place Corbin Carroll on the injured list with a wrist fracture. Chase Field funding bill approved by the Arizona House and will now head to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk. What are the Suns' next steps after trading Kevin Durant? Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
With the 10th pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the Phoenix Suns select Jaylen Smith from the University of Maryland.
I remember that. That was 5 years ago.
It could have been, should have been.
Not quite 5 years ago because that draft was in November because of COVID.
Yeah.
I remember having Jaylen Smith on the show the next day.
Yeah.
And, well, we know what the reaction was. We know what the talk was in that draft show. We will have an NBA draft show Wednesday because the Suns are in the heart of it now. Picking at number 10 again. Could they pick another Maryland big man at number 10? Just 5 years after the much controversial pick of Jaylen Smith, because it's controversial because Tyrese HaliBurton was not the pick. People still talk about it around these parts.
Yep.
Derek Queen, who had a very good freshman season at Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
About the same size as Jaylen Smith, wore the same college number as Jaylen Smith. And he might be there on the table at number 10 for the Suns when they pick tomorrow night.
Might is the key word. I see a lot of mocks where he might be gone by then, but that would be a good selection. That would be a Maryland big I could get behind.
I'm all in.
He's a much different type of player than Jaylen Smith, much more skilled offensively. Maybe not up to snuff defensively yet at this point of his career, but a lot of potential there.
Yeah.
I would be excited about that. And again, I told you I was looking at candidates at number 10 and going through different rankings and mocks, and you look at all the wings that could be available, and I just, with the Suns as currently constructed, and maybe they have a plan to alleviate some of that log jam roster-wise.
Yeah.
And maybe they want to add an infusion of youth. I mean, some of my favorite players in this draft, like Con Knippel, is a wing. I love that kid's game. I think he's going to be a really good NBA player. I don't think he'll be there at 10.
Yeah, I think he's gone.
But even if he was, I don't think the Suns should draft him as currently constructed.
Yeah, listen, that's what makes it tricky, because you cannot go best player available because of the incredible position overlap at shooting guard that this team has. So you need to get some size at some point in time. And in looking over some stuff too, there's some players I like. The Malowach kid from Duke I like, but he's probably going to be gone.
Well, there's an interesting note on him. I've seen so many mocks about Toronto at 9, very interested in Common Malowach from Duke, who is 7'2". He dunks everything when he's around the rim. He's a great shot blocker, and he's got a very, very high upside. But he's from South Sudan. The United States government put a travel restriction on South Sudan passports, so nobody can leave the United States. So the Toronto Raptors are hesitant. I mean, they can't bring him in for a pre-draft workout or a visit.
Wow.
And they don't know when this policy is going to change, so you can't draft him and bring him to Canada because of the restrictions. So that might affect his stock.
Holy cow.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah.
I was reading a little bit about that too.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of mocks, I see him going 8 to Brooklyn. And it feels like right now the top 8 in any order is pretty set in stone between Flagg, Harper, Edgecombe, Bailey, Trey Johnson, Knippel, Fears, and Malowach. And then after that, you might as well flip a coin on who's going 9 through 16. It's kind of just who you like, who you want, and what you need. And the Suns need a lot, and I'm interested to see who they like, because to our point, we can like a guy, but it doesn't matter if the Suns obviously don't. So the guys I really like, Derek Queen, Igor Demin, those are the 2 guys I would love for them to take.
Yegor Demin.
Yegor.
Yes. There's a couple of other guys that stand out to me. I'm wondering what happens with Ace Bailey, quite honestly. He's not handled this pre-draft process very well, and he was considered a shoe-in at number 3.
Yeah.
And then he cancels a workout with Philadelphia, and his stock is apparently dropping. They're comparing this to other big drops in the NBA draft. I don't know if he'll fall all the way to 10, but that might be intriguing if he does. Colin Murray-Boyles, the forward.
He's an interesting player.
From South Carolina.
He plays angry.
He plays angry, and he's 6'7", but he's burly. He's like 240 pounds. There's a lot of comparisons between him, basketball IQ-wise and demeanor-wise, to Draymond Green.
Yep.
I mean, if you're not going to draft a Michigan State guy, draft a Michigan State somebody who compares to a Michigan State guy, I guess.
It's and I don't know how I feel. I see a lot of people mocking Carter Bryant, the Wildcat, to the Suns. I'm not. You would know because you watch a lot of Wildcats.
I watched a ton of Carter Bryant, and listen, I think he's going to be eventually a pretty decent player. Just in the good is really good at U of A, but the bad was pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that kid. That's not somebody I'd want to select.
And again, people have spoken to, he's like one of the nicest, greatest kids, but he's not a fit for us at 10. Like, even if you do love his shooting and you love his defensive upside, like there are other positions and needs for the Suns.
He's a bigger wing than their examples on the roster are now, but I don't think he fits either. A lot of people pointed out too that with the defensive acumen, he still got cooked by Cooper Flagg in the NCAA tournament. Who didn't?
Well, that is true. That is very, very true.
And look, let's go back to history again. Let's go back to the DeAndre Ayton draft. On this very show, we were both pro Ayton over pro Doncic. And the U of A graduate on the show, Jarrett, said, don't take this guy with the number 1 pick.
And he was right.
So if you're saying don't take Carter Bryant, don't take Carter Bryant.
Yeah, I'm siding on Team Sammy.
Well, and listen, I think whoever drafts him is going to get an eventual good player, but the Suns have to draft someone else. I think Carter is not as good as Demon or Queen or I really like this Cedric Coward kid from Washington State. He's, quote, a late bloomer, started D3, went to Eastern Washington, but he's 6'6", but his wingspan's 7'3". So you don't see a lot of those guys come in. I had a question for you guys. We obviously have the 10th pick, but at 29, the kid from Creighton, Ryan Kalkbrenner, 7'3" center. Do you guys know anything about him?
I do. He played at Creighton seemingly for 10 years.
Forever.
So if you watched Big East basketball, you know about Ryan Kalkbrenner. I don't mind him. He's a huge kid.
Massive.
And he's a very, very experienced kid. I'm wondering too. Look, with James Jones at the controls of the draft for as many years as he was at the controls, he had a type. He had a type of very experienced older college players. I wonder how much we see that kind of viewpoint change in this draft. It's going to be for the first time engineered by somebody else other than James Jones in a while, because Brian Gregory gets a crack at it. I wonder what his methodology is. There is one at 29. There's one mock draft site, NBADraft.net, that is mocking Jace Richardson of Michigan State to the Suns.
Wow.
Well, if he's there at 29, I don't mind that.
I wouldn't mind that. I would like where's Ryan Nembhard going to go, by the way?
He's going undrafted or late second round, so we have a late second round.
The Suns have 2 second-round picks tomorrow night as well.
He would be a good guy to get with the second-round pick.
Yeah, there are a couple guys.
Tap into the bloodline?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There's a couple guys deep in the second that have, to what Vinny was talking about, been in college for a long time, like Mark Sears.
I love Mark Sears' game, and I watched him not in this past tournament, but 2 years ago, and he's a Jalen Brunson clone, stylistically. Yet to see him, he's a little smaller than Brunson, believe it or not, and I don't think he's as polished as yet, but there's so many similarities. I'd take a flyer on that kid.
There's guys like Sears, the guard from Marquette, Cam Jones. He's been at Marquette for 3 years, real good. R.J. Lewis from St. John's had a tough tournament, but he was one of the Big East players of the year.
He got benched in the tournament.
These are all late second round like mocks right now. That if the Suns, and again they have 2 late second round picks, if they wanted to, could theoretically take a flyer on. But the 10th overall pick is obviously what a lot of people want to talk about. I did want to point out real quick, the top 15 picks in this mock draft, all freshmen.
Oh, you can go to actual draft results. It's crazy. Freshmen and international players dominate the first 15 to 20 picks every single year. If you're that experienced, it's just more time to pick your game apart. Like I said, NBA draft coverage tomorrow gets underway at 4 o'clock here on Arizona Sports. Coming up next, 8 o'clock on this Tuesday morning. You know what that means. The Bickley Blast. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Do not be surprised if you see a Turf Monsters vehicle rolling through your neighborhood, because Turf Monsters is everywhere, from Queen Creek to Cave Creek, from Buckeye to Apache Junction, all the way up to Black Canyon City. In fact, they've opened up a second headquarters in Prescott to serve northern Arizona. Turf Monsters landscapers have been serving satisfied customers in the valley since 2018, and they can do a whole bunch of things for you. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means if you've always wanted that beautiful green sparkling lawn, they can make that happen. They've got a turf cleaning service that comes along with that to keep it looking great and smelling great. If you're a golfer, they can build you a great state-of-the-art putting green. Highly recommend, if you play the game, go check out some of their samples. They are tremendous. Barbecue pits, fire pits, whatever you are looking for, Turf Monsters can build you the backyard of your dreams. Go check out their work online at turfmonstersaz.com. You can schedule your free estimate while you're there, or just give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs started their 3-game series with the White Sox on a high note. Pavin Smith homered not once but twice in the 10-0 win. Today, Ryan Nelson will get the ball for the Snakes' first pitch. We'll be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere for the Diamondbacks, star outfielder Corbin Carroll is headed to the 15-day IL with a chip fracture in his left wrist, joining a long list of Diamondbacks this season. The Snakes will be recalling Jake McCarthy from AAA Reno. And finally, Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun. What are the next steps with the NBA draft? Looming for more on the Suns and the draft, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
No matter what happens to the Diamondbacks in the coming weeks, I am going to tell you what I don't want to see. I don't want to see or hear a team wallowing in self-pity, indulging in excess sadness, seeking sympathy, and leaning on alibis. I do not want to see a baseball team rolling over and playing dead because they've been smothered by adversity and injuries, apparently forsaken by the baseball gods. Yes, the Diamondbacks have been besieged by bad breaks. Josh Naylor hurt himself swinging a bat yesterday. Gino Suarez was plunked by a pitch and had to leave the game. And losing Corbin Carroll for the next few weeks will test every fiber of this team's collective resilience. But I do not want the "oh, woe is me" narrative to consume the rest of this baseball season. Finally, there's been a softness to this year's team that I haven't liked, from the tone of spring training to the syrupy press conferences to the coddling of players to an offense that tends to drift in focus. Now is the time for the Diamondbacks to get hardcore and defiant, because few things are better than an underdog team that overcomes all odds, and that's what the 2025 Diamondbacks must become. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Taylor chased one out of the zone. He strikes out, and the ball game is over. Dominant stuff here for the D-backs as they just rock the White Sox 10-0. Pavin Smith had 2 home runs. Ketel Marte with a home run as well. And now all the D-backs can do is hope that the news on Carroll, Suarez, and Naylor is all positive.
Hope is all we can do.
On all three of them. That was Chris Garagiola. As the game ended, right after the game ended is when the negative news on Corbin Carroll came out.
Yep.
That he was going to the injured list. The MRI, the CT scan that he had in Chicago, that revealed the chip fracture in his wrist. So he's going to be on the shelf for a while. And we'll get to the gist of the blast, but I wonder now if this, the timing of this, it's June 24th, 15-day injured list, so that would put him into the second week of July. I wonder if this lingers, if it costs Corbin Carroll an all-star berth.
Oh, man, that would be a shame. Yeah, I know that's a very fair thing to wonder. I think the Diamondbacks have every reason to feel sorry for themselves. What has happened to them has seemed extreme. It has gone from the pitching staff now to the position players. But I don't want to be broadcasting every day for the rest of the summer talking about, oh, the poor Diamondbacks beset by injuries. I want this team to rally around what they have and fight. Show real tenacity with the guys you've got. Is it ideal to have Jake McCarthy playing instead of Corbin Carroll? Of course not. Is it ideal to not have Gabby Moreno? Of course not. All these things are very, very true. I'm not trying to diminish these obstacles that have been put up in front of this team, but they've got to play these games, and I want them to find a way out. I want them to find a real toughness and a real competitive spirit that allows them to prevail despite this, and then see where this goes from there.
I mean, sometimes, and it's unfortunate, there's some times where teams have to be backed into a corner to respond accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been talking about it now for the first half of this season, that this team, even when largely healthy, wasn't responding the way that we thought they were. It doesn't mean it can't turn around.
Right.
It doesn't mean that they still can't compete for their ultimate goals. The work gets a lot harder.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess if there's a silver lining on these position player injuries, and we're still awaiting word on Suarez and Naylor, that even the Corbin Carroll injury is a 2, 3, maybe a month-long injury.
Maybe.
It could be a lot worse in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it could be. No, you're absolutely right about that. So if you can find a way to keep this thing together, then you get reinforcements coming. All of this is going to collide at the same time. Because like you said, if Corbin Carroll now, if you're looking middle July, well, you're 2 weeks outside of the trade deadline. And with all the speculation about what the Diamondbacks might have to sell, were they to go that route, there would be an opportunity to bring a lot of young talent back into your farm system. But this is also a key season in the progress and the evolution of this particular iteration of Diamondbacks teams. The core nucleus of this team, they've given us a trip to the World Series. We had the awful traumatic end of the season last year. This is kind of a bridge year for them to kind of reestablish themselves as a core group that is not to be trifled with, as a core group that you can win a championship with. They better show some of that pedigree now, because this is about as much adversity as they've faced in quite some time.
It is. And here was the bummer of the announcement from Torey Lovello after the game last night on Corbin Carroll.
Corbin has a chip fracture in his left wrist. So that's still a little bit confusing to all of us. It's on the back of his hand. The impact of the ball hit the side of his hand. It just goes to show you how hard these guys are throwing today. And there's definitely that fracture in there. He's going to continue to get some opinions just to find out what that official diagnosis means and what the time frame will be. So I don't have any of that information.
That'll be the next update there. Again, waiting for good news, hoping for good news on the other two injured players. Jake McCarthy now gets thrust back into the spotlight, and Jake McCarthy had 41 at-bats at the beginning of this year, and it didn't go well for him. He went 3 for 41. That's an .073 batting average, and they sent him down to Reno to work on some things. And as expected, Jake McCarthy put up decent numbers, hitting .314 in 207 at-bats with the Aces. An OPS of 840. Obviously, what you lose when you're plugging in Jake McCarthy, who's a trusted player and can get hot. We saw it last year. He was one of the hottest hitters in baseball for a good stretch. But you lose the pop. You lose the slug.
No doubt.
He had one home run in Reno. Drove in 16. Had 15 doubles, 4 triples. He's a threat to steal. But he's got to be the Jake McCarthy of old and not the Jake McCarthy of April.
Well said. He's going to have to produce now, and because a window is open back up for him, and it's a powerful thing for a young baseball player who's been up and down. When you figure I've got a long trek back, and yet something like this expedites your return, all that gratitude, all that preparation, it all has to be funneled into production.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's going to have to be that guy. And like I said, this team is just going to have to get hardcore and defiant and just find a way to win with what they have. They got a lot of teams ahead of them in the fight for a wild card berth. A lot. They're only 2.5 games out of a wild card berth, but they got a lot of teams stacked up in front of them. It's not going to be easy, but again, this is the kind of thing I want to see them embrace this and not use it as a crutch.
Can I put the cart before the horse in a negative scenario?
Sure.
All right. I think we're kind of conditioned to expect the worst case scenario.
Mm-hmm.
So if the news on Suarez is bad, it's a couple weeks at least. You piecing it together with Vargas and Tawa at third base, or are you opening the door for another shot at Jordan Lawler?
Ooh, boy.
Where you say, you know what? This is you every day It's not we're gonna pick our spots and hope that you do well. You're the third baseman until
It's not a
Suarez
bad
comes
thought.
back. I'm just wondering.
It's not a bad thought.
It's got to be, I think. If Eugenio's out for multiple weeks.
Now, I don't want that to be the case.
No.
My suggestion is not going down that road, but I mean, we're looking at tough decisions here.
No, and you're right. The way to phrase it, and you phrased it perfectly, this is your shot. You're not going to be a bit player. We're not going to try to find you a couple games at second and a couple days at third. This is your position. This is your time. And then hope for the best. It's not a bad option.
Another 8 mile reference. You got one shot, one
right. You got a couple Song of the Day options today, Vinny.
I have something I want to play for you that I'm actually very excited to share with you. Yeah.
Good.
Coming up next, the latest on the newest Phoenix Suns, Jaylen Green, Dylan Brooks. What are the Suns getting at this point? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Taylor chased one out of the zone. He strikes out, and the ball game is over. Dominant stuff here for the D-backs as they just rock the White Sox 10-0. Pavin Smith had 2 home runs. Ketel Marte with a home run as well.
D-backs on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at dbacks.com.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
Entrepreneurship, that was always the dream, right? The American dream. I guess I instilled that in my boys.
My name is Gary Lee. I'm one of the owners at Moving Team 6. I would say my dad taught us dedication and discipline. If you have these attributes, you're going to be successful at no matter what you do.
I'm JT Lee. I'm owner of Moving Team 6 too. We want to make you successful. I heard this ad about Moving Team 6. They take care of our vets. That's what we want.
MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system up to $2,500 because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports.
Can I introduce you for the first time ever, maybe, as Houston Rocket Kevin Durant?
That's it. That would be very fitting right now, yeah.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Jaylen Green, I get it. He is very raw, but he led a 50-win team in scoring. Şengün didn't lead this team in scoring. He led them in scoring, and he is not yet a very good shooter. Like, I think he's going to improve. I think a lot of these guys are going to improve their three-point shooting because you really have to in today's game. So he shot 35. He's the one shot 35% this year. I think he'll improve that.
It's Chris Broussard from FS1. First things first on Jaylen Green, talking about his upside. 23-year-old player, now property of the Phoenix Suns after he was part of the Kevin Durant trade. Dylan Brooks, the other piece. We'll get into him in a second, but let's focus on Jaylen Green.
Yeah.
He was very much a early postseason storyline. The Rockets were the number 2 seed in the Western Conference, their first time in the playoffs for a while. Everybody was wondering how this young team was going to do. They get ousted by the Golden State Warriors in the first round of the playoffs. And a lot of the blame went to Jaylen Green. He didn't play good. He was terrible in 6 of the 7 games in that series. He had a really good game 2 where he bounced back from game 1 jitters. He scored 38 points, but then kind of shriveled up the rest of that series. And we talked about it. It was so noticeable that we talked about it in Phoenix, Arizona. And we had the discussions. We had Matt Thomas, who we had on yesterday, on the day after the Rockets got eliminated. And Jaylen Green was a topic of discussion. That doesn't define him as a player.
No,
and,
but
and nor should he be viewed as a finished product. No,
but it defines him who he is right now, and you can make a very, very solid case that had Jaylen Green not busted out in a bad way, crapped out in a bad way against Golden State in that playoff series, that the Houston Rockets would have never traded for KD in the first place. There's a feeling going around by some that after that series, because of Jaylen Green's no-show, that Ime Udoka went to the front office and said, we got to get KD. There's some people who believe that Houston might have been out of it, the KD sweepstakes, until that playoff series. Stephen A. Smith went off on Jaylen Green yesterday, basically saying he showed everybody he's not ready, and he's not at the moment. You're right. In no way is he a finished product. So I'm hoping change of scenery, maybe a new voice in his head. If the Suns can really ace that player development piece that Jordan Knott has been raved about for, then maybe you can make something out of this kid. He's got a ton of physical skill, but he was inefficient as a high-volume scorer, and that's really the only thing at the moment he does at an NBA level. And so that's the player you're getting. And aside from the positional overlap with Devin Booker, I don't see how you can play both those, how that can be your backcourt. We've done that. We've seen this.
I don't see it either. Those are the questions that are going to be obviously brought up and hopefully answered when we get closer to the season. But among those, remembering Jaylen Green's playoff performance or lack thereof, and I almost hesitate to play this because I don't want to be responsible for giving you more Stephen A. Smith. But Stephen A. Smith talked about Jaylen Green's playoff performance yesterday on ESPN.
When you look at Jaylen Green, we're not going to insult him. But I'll be damned if I'm not going to throw shade. Had that man showed up in the postseason against the Golden State Warriors and played better, this wouldn't have happened. Jaylen Green showed you he ain't ready. And the rest of the Houston Rockets showed you they very well may be. When you look at Van Vliet, this is a champion. When you look at Amen Thompson, That brother, as young as he is, only in his second year, plays like a champion. You see the dog in that brother? He ain't running from anything. That brother shows up. Şengün can ball now. Draymond Green ain't somebody that's easy to play against now. You understand what I'm saying? But they showed up.
Yeah, and the assumption that Jaylen Green didn't show.
He's
He
the
didn't.
one that didn't.
Yeah, and that will dog him until he gets another opportunity in the postseason to correct it.
That's right.
He's
So
not the first player that's happened to.
No. So I am perfectly aware of the fact that Jaylen Green has star qualities and maybe this is what he needs. As a little more development time and a different set of teammates and all that kind of stuff. But I'm also cautioning Suns fans, this might be a player that frustrates the heck out of you.
Welcome to Phoenix.
There you go. There you go.
On the frustrating side of it, like, he's a guy that I've gone back and forth all day yesterday of, all right, can I talk myself into Jaylen? Can I not? I'm excited to see him fly all over the floor. Mm-hmm. We haven't had a guy like that can score. I mean, Book's been able to score at a high level for a long time, but give us explosive, kind of jaw-dropping plays. And hey, we know we're not going to win a ton of games next year anyway. We might as well be kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, Ryan Dunn, I think, with all due respect to him, he becomes the second most athletic player on this team.
Mm-hmm.
But now you got a duo of really athletic players, one offensive, one defensive. Danielle Lerner, who covers the Rockets for the Houston Chronicle, was on with Wolf and Luke yesterday. She gave her impressions of Dillon Brooks.
I mean, as much as he was a tone setter on the floor just for what he could do defensively, he was also really a tone setter for the Rockets in the locker room. You know, a lot of people look at the Rockets and say, oh, Fred VanVleet obviously was, one of the leaders. And Dillon Brooks played that same role. He wasn't always necessarily as loud about it, but he was that guy who everyone respected, everyone looked to because he's been in those playoff battles. He's been on really, really good defensive teams. He's just kind of been that guy and played that same role for his entire career. And so, I mean, I think defensively is where he was most valuable on the court. He was guarding the opponent's best player every single night. He just is a tough dude. He knows how to get under people's skin. That much is obvious, right? The whole Dylan the villain shtick. It is a shtick. He's very much aware that that's a persona that he's putting on.
Yeah, and now that shtick is part of what the Suns have, and I agree with people that say that's something that they need. One thing that doesn't get talked about Dillon Brooks enough, people talk about the persona, the shtick, Dylan the villain. He is, if you go back to his career, even starting at Oregon, he played on some really good Oregon basketball teams where he was one of the go-to guys offensively. And he is not afraid to have the ball in his hands in big situations, and has hit a lot of clutch shots in his career.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. He's a sneaky good shooter. You get the idea that he's just a goon based on his reputation, right? Mm-hmm. As they call him in hockey, a shift disturber. But that he's got more
good enunciation.
Yeah, thank you. I was very, very careful with that one. So I think there's more. I do like Dillon Brooks. I think that's the player that Houston didn't want to give up in this trade, because those guys are hard to replace, and the Suns definitely need him. I just hope he and Devin Booker are cool. That's all. Becoming teammates can change things, and you kind of know it's part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But they've had some moments now.
Who was it? I'm trying to think of that shooter's name. Troy Daniels.
Oh, yeah.
Remember the beef he had with Devin Booker?
Yes, I do.
That worked out famously when he got to...
That's funny.
That's one of the things you got to pay attention to now, with any team.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he's on this team now. Who does he have beef with?
Right. It's so funny.
Not as prevalent as it used to be.
No.
But it's still out there. Coming up next, we will talk more Suns trade, offseason draft, and what's going on in the NBA. Keith Smith from Spot Track joins us straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When you think about it, culture, I'm so big on culture. We're all big on culture, aren't we? That's all we talk about is culture. And it's so important. You know what the culture of the big three ended up being for the Phoenix Suns? We're talented. That's the culture. We're more talented than you are. We got the big three. We're hyper talented. That was the culture of the Phoenix Suns during the Kevin Durant era. Just shows me once again, it's just not about the physical base of it. It is about the threefold nature of man: body, soul, and spirit.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here. Sports fans know all about game changers and all over the valley. That is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing. They are changing the game for people with loose or missing teeth, ill-fitting dentures, people with dental issues, and that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find in the industry by far. The great convenience part comes from the fact that everything is done in one location, from lab work to surgery to follow-ups, the amazing quality, because it is all digitally designed. Your new smile is going to be fantastic. There is no human error. And at New Life Dental Implant Center, you don't have to settle for the standard all-on-4 dental implants. They use more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support and longevity. Each new smile, like I said, digitally designed so you heal faster with minimal bone removal. Plus, they craft your teeth from solid zirconia, no metal, and their flexible financing makes it all possible. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile that knew you, one phone call away, 602-855-0000, or visit newsmilearizona.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sport stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks started their 3-game series with the White Sox on a high note. Pavin Smith homered not once but twice in the 10-0 win, and Eduardo Rodriguez went 6 innings, struck out 10, and didn't give up an earned run. Today, Ryan Nelson will take the rubber. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere for the Diamondbacks, star outfielder Corbin Carroll will be headed to the 15-day IL with a chip fracture in his left wrist. He will join a long list of Dbacks on the IL. The team will be recalling outfielder Jake McCarthy from AAA Reno. And the House Bill 2704 for Chase Field funding has been approved by the House of Representatives and will now head to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk for her to either sign it into law or veto. Finally, Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun, so what are the next steps for Phoenix? For more on that and the NBA draft tomorrow, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who could the Phoenix Suns take with the 10th overall pick? And what positions should they be focusing on? It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports.
We continue here on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, taking you up until 10 o'clock. Still a lot of reaction coming down from the trade announced over the weekend. The Suns sending Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets for Jaylen Green, Dillon Brooks, the number 10 overall pick, and 5 second-round picks over a number of years. Here to talk about it with us and everything else going on in the NBA. From Spot Track, Keith Smith, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Keith, thanks for making time for us today. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate that.
There's so much talk about, how limited the market for Kevin Durant was. And when the Suns opted to play ball with Kevin Durant to appease him on a destination of his choosing, obviously they were limited there. All those things considered, Keith, how do you think the Suns, on their side of things, did in this trade?
Yeah, with all of the subsequent reporting that's come out that Kevin Durant did everything to try to engineer a destination that he could by scaring other teams off from trading for him, I think the Suns did fairly well here. I also think we all do it. I'm guilty of it too. We rush to judge a deal in the moment, but it's very clear this Suns roster is a major work in progress.
Yes.
They're not done. There's other stuff to come. So, part of it is going to be, we got to be a little bit patient and see what's next. If this was it and they made the draft pick and kind of moved forward with this as a roster, yeah, I'm probably going to be a little bit more harsh on it because I don't know how you win in the NBA when you have 28 shooting guards on your roster.
Well, you're right. I mean, the top 5, the 5 highest paid players, if you include Jaylen Green on the Suns now, are all the same position, and that is that's not how you build an NBA team. So the idea of flipping Jaylen Green, do you think the Suns are clearly looking to do that? Do you think there'd be a market for him?
I don't know that they're going to look to flip him. There's a ton of potential there in Jaylen Green. When I wrote about the trade, I wrote one night he looks like an all-star, and the next night you're like, man, this guy's a bench player at best. He's just very inconsistent. He's been in weird situations in Houston. You can't throw out the first couple of years of his career, of course, but that team was playing, glorified AAU ball and running all over the place. I used to like to say you were as likely to see something good as, seeing somebody get beamed in the head in the 8th row because they tried to throw a full court alley-oop. And Jaylen Green was a part of that. Then the last couple of years as they've gotten better, he's had moments where he's looked pretty good. Playoffs were a little rough on him this off season, or this past season rather, but it was rough on the entire Rockets offense. So there's a ton of potential there. I could see them kind of rolling forward with it if they can make other moves to rebalance the roster. And I think that's what they're, at work at doing right now is, all right, how do we move out some of these guards, some of these, potential guys as small forwards and give us that balance, get some more help up front and in the front court and see where they go. There's a lot of options now. But the one thing I kind of caution everyone with, these trades that are, hey, they're agreed to, but we're going to finalize it in the next league year. Very, very regularly, these trades expand, whether that's bringing in another team and players are rerouted somewhere or more players are added in or however it works out. It's pretty often that happens. That's part of why teams agree to the basic framework that works today, knowing, hey, we can always expand this if we need to in the next week or so.
And a reminder, there's 2 weeks between now and the league year starting on July 6th, so that possibility does remain. On the flip side of this deal, Keith, KD going to Houston where he wanted to go, one of the places he wanted to land. A lot of the things that were said about Kevin Durant's arrival in Phoenix are being said about Kevin Durant's arrival in Houston 2.5 years later. When you look at the Rockets and how equipped they are to absorb Kevin Durant and make him part of a championship team, how do you think this all works out for them in year one?
In year one, I think it'll be fine. I think we've seen Kevin Durant goes places, and he's pretty happy initially. It's all right. I'm here. I'm ready to play ball, and we're a good team. Let's make things happen, and that generally seems to be a pattern that is fairly consistent. I think once we get beyond year one, let's see. I certainly, if I'm the Rockets, now that they have him, but I said this when other teams were involved, you got to be really careful with the contract negotiations. So the last thing you want to do is upset him before he's even played a single game for you, because we've all seen what it looks like when Kevin Durant's not real happy. So I think when you watch that Rockets team struggle against the Warriors in the playoffs, they just did not have any on-ball creation. They didn't have guys who could get shots, especially the kind of shots that were available. That's where Kevin Durant lives. So in theory, on paper, it should work out great. They've now got this guy who steps in and gives them, quite a bit, and they have enough left in reserve to still round out the rest of the roster quite well. But let's see where things stand over the next couple of years.
All right. So how do the Suns solve their Bradley Beal conundrum?
Oh, boy. Yeah. You're going to see them, I think, continue to look for trades, see if they can find something that works for them and for Bradley Beal both. That would be, that's the hard part, right? As I know Suns fans are so well aware, they could find the perfect trade for them, but it feels like, I don't want to go to Team X. He's not going to go. And that's your challenge. There's been a lot of buzz that maybe they work a buyout agreement with him if they can't find a trade. I think that's the kind of last order of business. You want to exhaust your trade options as best you can before you move towards a buyout, because even after a buyout, you're still going to be sitting with a whole lot of dead money on your books. There is an option where if they can get him to give up enough in a buyout that they would be able to waive and stretch his contract. That's tough, though, too, because you could look at a spot where we need a lot of money the next 2 years, but 2 years later we are free and clear of the Bradley Beal experience and off we go. If you waive and stretch the money that's remaining, even if that saves you a big chunk of money right now, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years from now, you're still looking at a pretty big number in dead salary on your books, and that could really cause you issues as you move forward. So there are options here. I think they try to explore the trade market as best they can, and then they come together with him and say, all right, what is it we need to do? But you have to be careful that you do that somewhat quickly, because if you're talking about a buyout, he's going to want to be able to land somewhere else, and he doesn't want to land somewhere else when the music stops and they pull a chair away, and then he's left standing looking around.
Yep. Keith Smith from Spot Track, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Another trade agreed upon last night, the Boston Celtics sending Drew Holiday to the Portland Trailblazers for Anthony Simons. And look, everybody's been kind of projecting this would be a big summer of movement for the Celtics because they're just too expensive. Your thoughts on that trade from both sides, and is this the first of many trades we'll see the Celtics make this season?
Yeah, to answer your last part first, this is just the first domino to fall. There's going to be other stuff that comes for the Celtics. If they were coming off a back-to-back title, I think they would have ran it back mostly and said, hey, shrug, we'll pay a big bill, because we can't break up a title team. That's the last thing a new ownership group wants to do as their first order of business, but they're not. And Jason Tatum's going to miss most, if not all, of next season. So now you're in a position where, all right, let's start the process. That's what this was. It didn't deliver massive savings. They saved a little under $5 million, but they also get a player in Anthony Simons who either has value to them on court, because they're going to need some shooting and scoring with Jason Tatum out, or he has value as, all right, maybe we move him in a subsequent trade, or they move him if that deal expands as well, because I was told this morning this deal will wait until the new league year, also just to give both Boston and Portland some flexibility. So the Celtics have started the process. Next will be, can they find a home for Kristaps Porzingis? What happens with a guy like Sam Hauser? Does a team absolutely blow them away with an offer for Jaylen Brown or Derek White? I don't think the latter is going to happen, so I think it's more Porzingis, Hauser next, and they just keep chipping away at that apron. For Portland's side of it, they played really well in the second half of last year. They most people missed it because they had been bad in the first half, and they're up there in the Pacific Northwest, and most people ignored it. But they had a winning record down the stretch of the second half of the year, and I think for them, what they're looking at is, hey, we believe in this group to the extent of we can push in towards being, at least in the mix for the play-in tournament. I think that's part of what getting Drew Holiday did for them. But again, another team, a lot of veteran guys, a lot of expiring contracts. I don't think they're done reshaping their roster either.
All right, the injury to Tyrese HaliBurton was a terrible break for him and that team and for all of us as we watch Game 7. In the bigger picture, though, Vinny and I were discussing this earlier, does the league have an Achilles issue? Do they have the NBA season is too long issue? What are the long-term ramifications of what we witnessed this postseason?
Yes, and yes. But being more reasonable about it, it's we used to see Achilles things happen every once in a while, right? We get one every few years, and it was absolutely devastating in that. The fact that there's been a rise in these injuries, I believe the stat that was out there was there were 8 of them this season alone, and the Pacers had 3 themselves, and there were 3 to start superstar players in just the Eastern Conference playoffs alone there to HaliBurton, Jason Tatum, and Damian Lillard. I think there is no one silver bullet here. Yes, I think the NBA season is too long, but I think the bigger thing is by the time a guy gets to the NBA as, let's say, a 20-year-old, that's when most of them enter now around, they've already played hundreds of games, in their lives, if not thousands, because they from the time they're 6, 7 years old, they're playing AAU tournaments. They're practicing 4 or 5 nights a week. They're playing 4 to 8 games in a weekend in these tournaments. And these are overuse injuries because the other thing is a lot of these kids, and I'm guilty of it as a soccer parent who has our daughter playing high-level club soccer. That's all she does. She doesn't play any other sports. And that's what's happening to kids now. It gets sports-specific when they're, again, by the time they're 10, if you don't pick your sport, you run the risk of falling behind. And all these are club sport structure across, whether it be basketball or soccer or baseball or softball, has made us all believe like, hey, this is the way you have to do it if you want any shot at a college scholarship. And that's where it all kind of begins for me is we've got to restructure. If you look at these Achilles injuries, it's rarely a player who comes over from Europe or overseas because they don't grow up playing a ridiculous amount of games and practicing at a high level 5 days a week like they do here. I think we got to start at the youth levels and then take it on up, and then maybe we start to see some of these overuse injuries change.
Keith, amazing stuff as always.
Stuff.
Thanks so much for the time and the insight, and hopefully we can chat again real soon.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. Keith Smith, Spot Track, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, just like the cost of everything else in the year 2025, the cost of being a sports fan is going through the roof. An interesting article took a look at it. We'll give you our thoughts next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Taylor chased one out of the zone. He strikes out, and the ball game is over. Dominant stuff here for the D-backs as they just rock the White Sox 10-0. Pavin Smith had 2 home runs. Ketel Marte with a home run as well.
D-backs on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You should have really high standards when buying a car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a fair price, and a vehicle you cannot wait to drive. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW and a whole lot more. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you are going to find. No matter what you're looking for, it will be there at Chapman BMW. And as many of our listeners will attest, they are committed to delivering an exceptional car buying experience from Ted Chapman all the way down. Everything they do is first class. You'll feel it the minute you walk into either of their locations. Finally, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Make sure you get your hookup. Take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He's hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Happy birthday, America! And my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. We're talking 25% off everything in-store and online now through June 26th. So here's the move, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. Guys, feeling drained, low energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom? You probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before thanks to stress, poor diet, and lifestyle. But Red Mountain has the solution. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone because the truth is nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It'll help you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Have low T? Start for free this month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain, real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family.
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community.
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in all week on Burns and Gambo. The Diamondbacks' next 5 games are against teams under 500, so how many games are must-win? We'll discuss it straight up 2 o'clock on Burns and Gambo.
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday. Thanks for tuning in. We're taking it up till 10 o'clock. Then it's Wolf and Luke. And then Kellen and Gambo up until 4 o'clock. Dbacks baseball as they continue that series in Chicago against the White Sox today with the first pitch at 4:40. Very interesting article that you alerted me to, and it appears in the New York Times, written by June Lee, who used to work for ESPN, a couple of other outlets, and it looks at the cost of being a sports fan. The name of the article is $4,785. That's how much it costs to be a sports fan now. There were so many different parts of this article, Bick, that are just startling, jump off the page type of statistics and figures.
Yeah.
And the basis of it is what it costs now to be a sports fan, obviously. And one paragraph that stood out to me early in the article, June Lee writes, "It's not just basketball. I subscribe to nearly every service there is with live sports." And this is what other fans face as well. YouTube TV, MLB.TV, NBA League Pass, NFL Sunday Ticket, Peacock, Apple TV Plus, Max, Amazon Prime, and Paramount. Cost on that? $2,634 a year.
Wow.
But to watch the Boston Red Sox play the New York Yankees earlier this month, I would have had to fork over an additional $19.99 a month for some obscure baseball-focused service that has that slice of one of the most iconic rivalries in America's national pastime. He wrote later on, and there was a piece, a part of the article, too, that talks about just the massive broadcasting dollars that are being flowed into these sports, The NBA in this new TV deal getting $1.8 billion a year for 11 years just from Amazon.
Yeah.
Major League Baseball getting $85 million per year just from Apple TV. That's one game a week on Friday nights.
Yeah. And he's concluding that that it's more than just cost. All of these streaming wars and the slicing off of games and making you pay a la carte are having a real negative effect on fandom in America. One paragraph that stuck out to me, these organizations, these sports leagues may have always chased the mighty dollar, but they also wanted sports to last. So they cared about strengthening such powerful intangibles as local pride, generational fandom, and public ritual. Tradition was good business. Community built loyalty. Loyalty built value. Then came the streaming wars. He goes on to point out that it's so hard to be a fan when everything used to be free and available to now just, where's the game? Oh, I don't have that. I'm not paying. And he says that it's more than just financial. Quote, the results aren't just inconvenient, they're lonely. As access shatters, rituals vanish, as do the moments that make sports communal. A bar full of strangers cheering for the same team. The generational ties passed down through the seasons. Those experiences fade under a system that dictates the more you can pay, the more you can see, until the games disappear behind another paywall.
Yeah.
It's all very accurate stuff.
Look, I could complain about the cost of it. I choose to consume sports the way I do. From a television viewing standpoint, I spend a lot of money per year. It's part of my job. I get it. It's not everybody's job. I also get that. And you've known me to complain more about not the cost of it, but the availability of it. When you subscribe to everything, and to June Lee's point, then it pops up on another outlet, streaming outlet. The convenience. When it was all based on regular over-the-air television, it was straightforward. It was easy. When everything was on cable television or DirecTV, satellite service, Dish Network, whatever, it was easy. The convenience level of streaming has not caught up with the cost or the difficulty in finding games.
Yep.
Here's another paragraph that just absolutely stood out. In 2004, a hardcore Boston fan would have spent around $1,321 to follow her or his favorite team. That included tickets, TV access, and merchandise. Today, that number is $4,785. That's a 262% jump. Wages in that same stretch have risen 87%. So,
wow.
The uneven lines, the non-parallel lines there,
yeah.
That's not a formula that works long term.
No.
When is too much, too much? And then you go back and localize it and marvel again at what the Phoenix Suns chose to do as trendsetters and going the opposite direction.
Yep.
They made it very, very easy and free to follow that basketball team.
That's the best thing Matt Ishbia has done during his ownership of the Phoenix Suns, because as this thing also points out, it's not going to get any better. There was a long time when private equity firms were not allowed into sports ownership. Now they're dominant, and that
they have no choice because of the price of these franchises.
That's exactly right, which brings more money to the table, but at the same time, now everything is treated like an asset. And so the idea that sports fandom in America used to be nurtured, it used to matter. Now it's being mined for every last penny. And
can't argue with it.
No, you can't. And there's anecdotal stuff here from sports bar owners who say the change is incredible. People come in wanting to see a particular game, and if that game happens to be streaming, no luck.
Or in my experience, when I go in to watch a particular game and ask the sports bar personnel to put it on, they're like, we don't get that game.
Right.
When they absolutely do.
Well, there is that, right? So, it's interesting because, they are selling everything off to anybody, any startup, any app, any streaming service. Come and get it.
Oh, yeah.
We'll slice you off a game or two.
Major League Baseball on Tubi.
Right. But there are dangers with it, because I know that I know a lot of people, when the Diamondbacks play on Apple Plus, I've talked to a couple of them myself, some of my guys at the gym, they get so frustrated. Where's the game? They look in their traditional places. They don't find it. They find out it's on Apple TV or they don't, and they're like, to hell with it. And that's what he's talking about when they say rituals begin to vanish.
I will, specifically on the Apple Plus package, and I guess you throw in the Amazon, the Amazon Thursday Night Football package that's been around for a few years now. Sports bars, a lot of sports bars that I go to, I mean, especially on the football front, but this year I've noticed a lot of the sports bars are equipped with Apple TV Plus too, which is another cost for them, which the fans end up paying for anyway through higher beer prices, higher food prices, all of it. It all comes back on the fan.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a commonality, but it's
what we're telling you is get a new hobby.
No, that's not what we're telling you.
I'm just joking.
No, that's not what we're telling you.
No, it's in everyday life when you deal with the prices of everything going up, and it's just a reality of economy and time passing. But when it's exacerbated that much and something that's supposed to be an escape for you, it gets pretty depressing.
Final paragraph to sum this up. Quote, this isn't just about games. It's also about whether sports will remain one of the last public spaces where regular people still feel that they matter, where strangers can become neighbors united by something bigger than themselves. It's not about preserving the past, but about building a future that still feels human. It's very well said.
Yeah, it was a really good article.
Yes, it was. Check it
out.
out.
From the New York Times, which is behind a paywall, ironically. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies to kick off the 9 o'clock hour. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
He did miss 50 out of a possible 195 games. The Suns paid him $29 million for games he didn't play in. 50 out of 195. That's more than 25% of the games played he missed. That's what happens when you take a chance on an older player who's had an injury history before. You end up with him missing a lot of games.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
You got to dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. That's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on June 28th and 29th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, June 28th and 29th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks started their 3-game series with the White Sox on a high note. Pavin Smith homered not once but twice in the 10-0 win, and Eduardo Rodriguez went 6 innings, struck out 10, and gave up 0 earned runs. And here was manager Torey Lovullo on his start.
Get a 2-0 lead coming out of the gate, and then 5-0 after 2. He just went out there and stayed on the attack. So real good arm speed. The body was moving right, and I think there was finish to his pitches. There was a lot of swing and miss on his fastball, and he was just pinpoint. He was throwing the ball exactly where he wanted to.
Ryan Nelson will get the ball for the Diamondbacks today. First pitch from Chicago will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere for the Diamondbacks, star outfielder Corbin Carroll will be headed to the 15-day IL with a chip fracture in his left wrist. He'll be joining a long list of Diamondbacks on the IL. The team will be recalling outfielder Jake McCarthy from AAA Reno. Finally, Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun, so what are the next steps for the Suns with the NBA draft looming tomorrow? For more on both, head to the ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is upon us on this Tuesday morning. Time to turn it over to Sammy for some social studies. What do you got, Sammy?
Yeah, good morning. Be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata.
Oh, Sammy!
I know who that is now. We figured it out.
We're getting you up to speed.
Yeah. We post our questions there every morning if you want to chime in and let us know what you think. We're on Instagram, Blue Sky, Facebook, at Bickley and Murata, and YouTube at Arizona Sports. And we start with the Phoenix Suns, but not where you think. We're not talking Kevin Durant today. We're going to talk the NBA draft. The Suns now have the 10th overall pick, and so we asked what position should the Suns address with the 10th pick in tomorrow's NBA draft. The 4 options are the center position, a power forward, a point guard, or the best available player.
Where's the wings? Everybody loves wings.
No wings. We don't need wings.
I don't think it can be best available because you're talking to
agree.
Keith Smith. He even made the joke about 28 shooting guards.
Well, listen, I think it can be best available out of those 3 options you put.
Yes.
Okay.
If we frame it that way, I would go with best available of the center, power forward, or point guard.
All right, so the results are pretty interesting. 35% of the 355 voters voted best available. Then right behind it at 32% power forward, 22% say center, and only 10% voted to draft a point guard with the 10th overall pick. And Steven Ruiz said draft the okayest available. Colin mentioned it doesn't matter. 2 picks are locked in. Number 1, Cooper Flagg, and number 10, Jace Richardson. Yeah, we've talked a little bit about him today. I don't think it should be Jace Richardson. Eric said 3rd time's a charm, taking a Maryland center, Alex Len, then Sticks Smith.
That's right. And Alex Len also wore number 25 at Maryland.
Come on.
I believe.
Did he really?
I thought he wore number 10. I'll fact check that, but that would be crazy if he wore number 25. Let's see.
He wore 25.
Oh my god.
Oh,
that's
no.
crazy.
Oh, I've changed my tune on Derek Queen.
No, he's fine. He's fine.
That's more than crazy. That's crazy.
It is crazy. Let's see. And lastly, Daylight Film says, can we draft ownership and management? Is that an option? No, it is not.
It is not.
It is not. Our next question, with the Diamondbacks injury list, and it's piling up. Let's just call it that. What do you make of the Diamondbacks injuries first and foremost, and how can they overcome them? I know we've talked a lot about it, but to refresh the listeners that are here.
Yeah, it seems cruel and unusual what the Diamondbacks are going through. It's enough to make you throw up your hands and say, this just isn't happening for us this year. That's why I decided to blast on it. I do not want this team to give in to the attraction of self-pity, of indulging their own sadness. Just face this like a real competitor and vibe on that. Become an underdog team that defies all odds.
Yeah, the self-pity existed before the injuries even kicked in, really. I mean, this is Phoenix, Arizona, for goodness sake.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, but I like Bick's stance on it. Yeah. Like, let's see if this can be a rallying cry and, the start of something as opposed to woe is us.
Right. Yeah. Shock the world.
Exactly. Tony Height says, to quote Kevin Bacon, "Thank you, sir. May I have another?" And he said, and last night's game is how they overcome them. Next man up, the starters are healthy or pitch well, and you got to score runs, and in his case, hit a lot of home runs. Let's see. Nick went the other way. He says he wants to trade Gino, Lourdes, and Merrill, try to get some prospects to build up the farm. If Erod continues to pitch well, maybe there's a market for him, but take next year to rebuild and compete again in 2027 when Corbin Burns is back. I don't think that's the way they're going to look at it, but a different perspective. Ray Active says, it's like they keep getting flat tires and the shop keeps replacing them with square wheels. And then Reese's Pieces says, you just got to stay at 500 and pray. I mean, hey, at this point, it's not the worst option.
We got one remedy from Scoot, who tweets under Scotty Dback. This is a fan. He says, put the clock back up.
Oh,
people want the manual clock, the rotary clock in center field. That was a cool look.
It was great.
Yeah.
I went to a game like a week ago, and for the first time, I noticed it wasn't there. And
really?
I got a little upset.
It's been gone for a while.
I know. It's always there in my head.
People complain because they had to learn how to tell time to see what time it was.
Yeah, for real. The last question, we talked a little bit at the beginning of the show and how people tend to define athletes' legacies. How is it staying in one place for a while, moving around? Is it championships, awards, this, that, the other? So we just quite honestly asked, how do you define an athlete's legacy and why?
I don't.
Yeah.
That's a good answer too. Not everyone needs one.
I would say if you were to do it and you were to do it seriously, number one, you wait 3 to 5 years after a career's over for perspective. Yapping about legacies during careers in progress, it's insanity.
Yeah, and every game affects a legacy,
right.
Or every postseason. Yeah. How does this affect a legacy? That's my biggest gripe with all of it, and I hate this as a topic, but to me, it's also this movement towards this collective thought on what an individual's legacy is. It's an individual interpretation, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think the best way you can do it to make it make sense is what impact did that player have on a community?
Yeah, I think that's very well put. to go to some of the responses quickly, Arizona Doug says the impact she had on the game as a whole, regardless of championships. Sports cities that have had an all-timer on their team, even if they don't win a ring, will always say that player's legacy is stronger than, say, a player who left them and joined a team and beat them the previous year. Interesting take there. Tony Height says between Larry Fitzgerald, Shane Doan, Kurt Warner, set the standard. They set the standard for professional athletes for me and many Arizona sports fans. Legacies are obviously defined by achieving greatness on and off the field, so that's fair. And then this one was interesting. Daylight Film says it's a tough question, large spectrum. On one end, you have James Harden, who had the step back, the Euro, he was a sharpshooter who fades every year and no rings, or you have Nick Foles, who was a Super Bowl MVP. That's the challenge in defining legacies. So keep those responses.
You forgot to leave out the honk honk for the U of A fandom there.
Go Cats.
Honk honk.
Hey. But that's social studies. You know where to find us. Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata Blue Sky, Facebook and Instagram.
All right. Thank you, Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy.
I want to remind you can celebrate the 4th of July with the Diamondbacks. Text fireworks to 620-620. Register and listen for your name starting next Monday. You could win 2 tickets to see the Dbacks take on the Royals on 4th of July once again. That's fireworks to 620-620. Coming up next, more notes on the NBA, Tyrese HaliBurton, Kevin Durant, and more. Straight ahead, Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Not that long ago, played a round of golf with their founder, Shane O'Grady. He got a text from one of his clients. She said she was doing her happy dance because she had just paid off her mortgage in 41 months. Can you imagine that? Less than 4 years. This is what Life Changer Loan is doing for people. This is an innovative program where you do your banking inside your mortgage. It's not uncommon. It's the way people borrow money all across the world. In fact, 40% of mortgages originate in Australia this way, considered offset mortgages. Life Changer Loan, you pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to pay off, pay down, borrow back whenever you want. You do not change a dime of your spending habits, and 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which now gives you decades to build personal wealth. That's how you get ahead. Now, it's not for everybody. Shane will be up front with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are a good fit, I can guarantee you are going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844 online at lifechangealone.com.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the July 4th Dbacks game against Kansas City, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Best and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it? With the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Wolf. What's next for the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal now that Kevin Durant has been traded? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Dillon Brooks, look, I like his attitude. I think some teams need that. I think that's a loss for Houston.
I agree.
Losing that kind of, that whether he's a tough guy or not, he acts like a tough guy. Mm-hmm. And in the NBA, he's one of the tough guys or whatever. So I think that's good. And then obviously they get the 10th pick. And the other stuff, like you said, that'll facilitate future trades.
Chris Broussard, FS1, one of the national voices, not bashing the Phoenix Suns. Mm-hmm. That represents a change.
Yes, it does. Baby steps, right?
Some people actually like this deal for the Suns. And actually pointing out Dillon Brooks, despite being expendable in this pursuit of Kevin Durant by the Rockets, he was an important part of what they did. He was an important part of what the Memphis Grizzlies did in those grit and grind teams. Yep. And I'll still go back to what I said during the season out of frustration. After seeing a team just get pushed around and punked on a regular basis like we saw the Phoenix Suns last year, give me a Patrick Beverley, give me a Dillon Brooks. The good thing about Dillon Brooks is he's still an NBA talent. Patrick Beverley isn't.
I think that's very, very accurate. I'll be also very curious what both these players feel like coming to Phoenix. They were part of a team that was the 2 seed in the Western Conference, right?
Yeah.
How do they feel about coming to this team? I'll be very curious about their attitudes. It was interesting to hear Keith Smith talk about the idea of this trade potentially expanding to include other teams and maybe shipping off of Jaylen Green. You could certainly flip Dillon Brooks. I'm sure any number of teams would love to have him, but he's also a guy the Suns could use.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And a guy that, by all accounts, that they've been after for quite some time.
Yeah.
And now he's here. You can't help think of, some historic examples. And the one that comes to mind, and I had a buddy text me yesterday and said he was driving around town and said there was a billboard up, a digital billboard that said, "Hey, we just added some rocket fuel." And it immediately reminded me of what the reaction to the Charles Barkley exit was back in the 90s. When Charles Barkley orchestrated his way out of town, the Suns traded him to the Houston Rockets. And it was an underwhelming haul. It was a lot of players. It was overwhelming by number of players, but underwhelming in what they got. Robert Horry, Sam Cassell, Chucky Brown, Mark Bryant was in that trade. And you asked the question, what did Dillon Brooks and Jaylen Green feel about being in Phoenix? Those guys that were traded from Houston, they didn't want to be in Phoenix, especially Robert Horry.
Yeah, I can imagine
and
that.
And Sam Cassell didn't last here very long either. So that was one of the examples. I also got a note from our guy Dave Leonard, who's he looks at sports a different way than a lot of people. Mm-hmm. He messaged this. Not sure if you guys thought about this at all, but KD's career with the Suns is similar to Shaq. Just another stop in their career that a lot of people will forget about. I think Shaq was 37 when he went to Cleveland too, when the Suns traded him. He's exactly right.
Wow.
Now I think
Shaq was way further down the road in terms of being past his prime than KD.
Yeah, we had this discussion yesterday. Kevin Durant was an in-prime superstar who landed in Phoenix.
Yep.
Shaq was not in his prime. Wasn't included on that list. Now, he did have one decent season, but certainly not up to his standards.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said a couple weeks ago, his performance with the Jabberwockies was transcendent, but that was about it.
People remember a few things about Shaq. They remember that. They remember pointing at the ring finger when he was up in the suite. They remember him diving into the front row for loose balls and everybody scattering because that happened on a couple of different occasions.
Locomotive, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, what was the Shaq signature moment on the court?
Did he have
in
one?
Phoenix? I mean, they were a first-place team in the West when that trade went down.
Yep.
They weren't a first-place team in the West after that trade, after that regular season was over. So I don't know. I think, and talking to Keith Smith, acknowledging all the hurdles that were in place for the Suns, what they got is what they got. It's a time to look past it. But also the possibility that he left out there. This trade might not be finalized.
No,
and the Suns might be playing a little possum with the players that are mentioned in return from Houston, because there's 2 weeks until this thing is going to be finalized.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you've got the draft kicking off tomorrow, so there's going to be some movement, right? You would think. So I think things are just starting to heat up a little bit. And once again, the idea of Jaylen Green, he's the kind of guy that you might anchor your future to if you chose to trade Devin Booker right now and cash in that chip now rather than pay him and then watch him ask out a couple years from now when he has way less value. But they're not doing that. They've committed themselves to Devin Booker. So you've just got, with Jaylen Green on the roster now, your top 5 salary dudes all play the same position. And this roster's a mess. And so I'm cheering for them to get lucky. The luck begins with the NBA draft, taking the right guy. It's hard to do when you're, choosing between young men who are not fully developed from a maturation standpoint and a physical standpoint. But that's really kind of that's what's in front of this basketball team right now. Whoever they select at 10 has got to create some optimism, and then he's got to, once the games begin, he's going to have to be that dude.
Yeah. Another thing that's happening in the NBA today is the championship celebration is on in Oklahoma City. And from what I can tell, dozens of fans showed up.
No, there's more than you're joking.
This is my jealousy talking because you get the visceral, visual proof of yet another NBA city celebrating the ultimate goal in the NBA before we get to do it in Phoenix.
Yeah, that's not easy.
And look, I've talked about eight different champions in 8 years. That is not par for the course historically in the NBA, and it's really good for the league. But when it's a new city winning one every year, and it's not you, it gets kind of old.
Yeah. Listen, I kind of liked, the thing I respect about the Thunder was the fact that their celebration on the court, they kind of acted like they had been there before.
It was so understated, it was almost disturbing.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, and maybe that's just their kind of vibe from Sam Presti to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The fact that the team was so young that many of them didn't know how to open a bottle of champagne.
Did you see the footage of Jalen Williams, not the one from here, but the other Jalen Williams, taking his first sip of beer ever?
Right.
And the face he made.
Yeah, you had dudes.
And the other Jalen Williams had his first drink too.
Yes, and these guys they left all those bottles of champagne in the locker room. I mean, a seasoned team, a veteran team would know, take those bottles home with you.
Yeah, they were saying AC Alex Caruso had to show them all how to open and pop the champagne.
Yeah.
And Hartenstein's just sitting there just laughing.
Right. That's how young that, right, it is. But they showed a great deal of restraint when the moment it arrived. Now, maybe they know the injury to Tyrese HaliBurton sort of commanded that they don't act the fool after winning. Or maybe that's just their vibe. I don't know.
No, at that point, I don't think anybody is shooting arrows at the Oklahoma City Thunder for exploding in celebration. I don't know if you saw the actual. I had a buddy of mine send me. Somebody put the video of the Dodgers winning the championship, the Panthers winning the Stanley Cup, the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, and the Thunder winning the NBA championship, and all four of their on-field or on-court reactions or on ice reactions. The other three were just euphoric.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of, hey, let's bump fists.
Yeah, right. Crazy, right?
That might explain their Game 6 performance.
It might. But
it was so like I don't know if that's orchestrated. Like when we win this, we're not going crazy because we knew this was going to happen as kind of another shot to the rest of the NBA. Like this is what you're dealing with for the next 4 or 5 years.
Wow.
I don't know if that was
powerful.
the case, but it did stand. The lack of celebration was crazy.
Out. It absolutely did stand out.
The shirts that all these Thunder players are wearing today, too, are hilarious. It's on Twitter. Isaiah Hartenstein's wearing a bloody Nick Collison T-shirt.
Oh, that's great.
A Thunder legend. And then Alex Caruso's wearing a Mount Rushmore shirt, and every face is replaced with his own.
Somebody pointed out that had Tyrese HaliBurton not gotten injured and won that game because he was cooking right early, that there was going to be a great nickname available to him, a Thunder Taker.
Ooh,
isn't that good?
Yeah,
it's not going to work now.
Still available.
Yeah, right.
But the best thing maybe to come out of this whole playoff run by Oklahoma City. Do you watch? Are you familiar with Pablo Torre's podcast?
Yes.
What he found out about Sam Presti? The rap album that he recorded?
Oh, no, I didn't know this.
Sam Presti recorded a rap jazz album.
Well, I know he plays drums.
When he was in his 20s.
Really?
And he wants nobody to know about it.
Wow.
But he's uncovered it. And people are waiting for, you can't find it anywhere, but people are waiting for it to be like released somewhere.
Wow.
It's called Milk Money.
Holy cow. I do know that he's a drummer, a recreational drummer.
Yep.
But that's interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah. Don't have the Arizona Sports app downloaded yet? Do so now. You will get instant access on the go with our shows, videos, and news. Again, all on the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, Sammy has prepared a round of start, sit, cut for us on this Tuesday. We'll do it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The Houston Rockets needed KD. You felt like it was always going to be the Rockets.
Maybe Jabari Smith was too lofty of a goal, although I don't even really know how much Houston's going to be able to use him now. But either him or Tari Eason or Cam Whitmore or Reed Shepherd. I would have just gone to Houston and been like, this deal gets done if you pick one of those four. You can pick whichever one, but put him in there. Whoever would have come out of those four would have meant so much more to Phoenix than they mean to Houston.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, by now you know Sweet James, the official accident attorney of the Phoenix Suns. You've probably seen the commercial of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I don't know if his vertical leap is artificially enhanced or not, but I do know this. Sweet James and his stable of accident attorneys, they are great at dunking on the opposition, primarily the insurance companies. You are going to battle if you're ever injured in an accident. This is why you call Sweet James if you're ever hurt in an accident. They're going to get your car fixed. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They're going to get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. Their attorneys are not afraid to litigate. They have extensive trial experience, which means when they send that demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, those insurance companies know they can't play games with Sweet James, can't nickel and dime Sweet James. This is why Sweet James not only wins 98% of their cases, they win the most, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in Arizona. Meanwhile, the call is free, the consultation is free, and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks started their 3-game series with the White Sox on a high note. Pavin Smith homered not once, but twice in the 10-0 win. And Eduardo Rodriguez went 6 innings, struck out 10, and gave up 0 earned runs. And here was manager Torey Lovullo on his start.
Get a 2-0 lead coming out of the gate, and then 5-0 after 2. He just went out there and stayed on the attack. So real good arm speed. The body was moving right, and I think there was finish to his pitches. There was a lot of swing and miss on his fastball, and he was just pinpoint. He's throwing the ball exactly where he wanted to.
Ryan Nelson will take the rubber today. First pitch in Chicago will be at 4:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere for the Diamondbacks, star outfielder Corbin Carroll is headed to the 15-day IL with a chip fracture in his left wrist. He'll be joining a long list of Diamondbacks, but the team will be recalling outfielder Jake McCarthy from AAA Reno. And House Bill 2704 for Chase Field funding has been approved by the House of Representatives, and now we'll head to the governor, Katie Hobbs' desk, for her to either sign it into law or veto it. Finally, Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun, so what are the next steps for the Suns with the NBA draft looming tomorrow? For more on both, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. It's a simple one. Which player will have a greater impact on the Suns' ability to win games next season? Is it Dillon Brooks or is it Jaylen Green?
Ooh. I like this question.
It's a good one.
I'm going to go Dillon Brooks.
I'm going to go Dillon Brooks, too.
Interesting. Okay.
I get the idea the Suns are going to trade Jaylen Green. I may be way off base on that.
Hey, no, that's a fair testament, given we have 19 shooting guards on the team. Dillon Brooks received 53% of the vote, Jaylen Green 47%, so pretty close, but the edge to Dillon Brooks in today's Sanderson Ford poll question.
All right, that's where you can vote on it at the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Murata want to know, who would you start, sit, or cut?
Yeah, just full warning. Let's get this out there now. Jared is back from his all-inclusive vacation. 9 pounds heavier, my prediction, tomorrow. So Sammy, once again, has prepared another edition of Start, Sit, Cut for us. And we'll get to mustache tomorrow.
Yeah,
There you go.
We're flip-flopping.
Yep. Jared
Okay.
texted me yesterday. He goes, have you been doing the benchmarks? I go, hey, I've been trying. The sports kebab was a little over my head. And he was like, well, we'll just do mustache and not a mustache tomorrow.
Yeah,
So
because, mustache, I've put it together before.
Okay.
It's not easy.
No, it's tough. It's like 10 songs, and by the 5th song, it'd be a lot of country music for you guys.
Yeah.
And,
All right.
Wow, we got our first scoreless match.
Yeah, right. That's right.
Not a mustache.
I've done it before too. It is pretty difficult.
Yeah, it's a lot. So we decided to put Start, Sit, Cut today, and the theme of it is summertime in Arizona. The thermostat is reached high numbers, and so we're gonna start with Start, Sit, Cut. What do you hold out most hope for in the Arizona summer? Is it a Diamondbacks playoff spot? Is it the Cardinals season being right around the corner? Or is it the first monsoon or big rainfall? Start, Sit, Cut. Those three, most hope.
Yeah, I would say I'll start the Diamondbacks playoff run because the few times we've had playoff teams here with the Diamondbacks, they've been really, really good experiences. I'm going to sit the first monsoon, and I'm going to cut the Cardinals.
Okay.
Because football, once we get to the end of the summer, it's football all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, I'm going to start the monsoon because when we get it, if we get it, it's usually so needed and such a respite. But we're kind of in a, I don't want to say this too loud, we're kind of in a soft patch of summer weather right now.
You
It's
mean
not horrible right now.
No.
Yeah. I got done. I had a dinner with a friend yesterday and got done with it. And it was shaded and it was like 95 degrees. I was like, it's actually kind of nice right now. It's beautiful in the morning, but when the monsoon comes, we're praying for it. I'll start monsoon.
That's when baboons start coming through the city, right? That's paying homage to the late great Pedro Gomez, who once tweeted out about a haboob going through downtown Phoenix, and it auto-corrected to baboon.
Awesome.
People were freaking out. I'll sit the Dbacks because it's going on now, and I'll cut the Cardinals' hope for, looking forward to NFL season.
All right, our next one. What do you need most in the summer in Arizona? Do you need experience? You have to have been here for a while to know how to handle the heat. Do you need a good car air conditioner system, or do you need a good baseball team?
Oh.
What do you need most?
I'm going to start good air conditioner. I'm going to sit the good baseball team. I'm going to cut the experience. I'm not sure you ever get used to it.
Okay.
No, exactly the order and exactly the reason.
Wow. All right.
This is how many? I'm trying to think real quick. 46th summer in Arizona for me. No, experience doesn't help at all.
All right. Next, these are things you don't want to see in the summer in Arizona. Start, sit, cut. A rattlesnake on a hike or walk.
Or a golf course.
Yeah, anywhere. The temperature hit 120. Or Merrill Kelly leaving games with cramps.
This is easy. You go ahead and start.
Yeah, I'm going to start temperature hitting 120.
It's the worst.
I'm going to sit the rattlesnake. Although I would freak out, but I can get away from a rattlesnake. I'm going to cut Merrill Kelly. I think they've got that problem licked. Did I just say that out loud?
You jinxed him and the temperatures. Anything else you want to jinx, Murata? Murata!
I have a good feeling about Gino Suarez's x-rays.
There we go. It's out there in the ether now.
Yeah. I don't have fears of much, but a rattlesnake is primary in terms of my fears. So I'm starting the rattlesnake.
Okay.
I am sitting. This is what you don't want to see.
Yeah, you
the
don't
most.
want to see.
Right. I'll sit the temperature hitting 120, and I'm going to cut the Merrill Kelly because what Vinny said, I think they got the situation handled.
All right, I hope.
It's a double jinx. By the way, would 120-degree temperature keep you off the golf course?
No. No. And there have been times when I've felt like I'm about to faint, and I have to remind myself, people die doing this.
Yeah.
So you know what I do then? I get to the next tee box that has like a water jug, and I just put my whole head underneath it.
Yeah, there you go. Nice. All right, we got 2 more for you guys. Best getaway spots. So you got to leave town. Start, sit, cut. San Diego, Flagstaff, or Sedona.
Ooh.
Oh, go ahead. You start, Pick.
Okay, I am going to start San Diego. Yep. I am going to sit Flagstaff, and I'm going to cut Sedona. And I would have never done that for most of my life in Arizona, but I think Flagstaff has gotten a lot better.
Okay.
So not by virtue of Sedona becoming what it's become.
Well, it's very crowded
in
Sedona.
Yeah.
It's very, very hard to get anywhere in Sedona on the weekends. It's gorgeous, don't get me wrong.
I hate to do this to turn my back on Arizona, but I also am starting San Diego because the water and the climate makes it just the perfect getaway. And for me, northern Arizona summertime, like 90-degree temperatures feel unbearable to me.
Oh.
Like 90 in Flagstaff is brutal to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'll sit Flag. I'll cut Sedona.
All right. Last one. Best inventions to help beat the heat.
All right.
That's not air conditioning. Is it misters, car shields when like you put the shield up, or is it the hand fan? I don't know if you guys are a hand fan.
Oh, I'm gonna start misters by a big margin.
Okay.
Makes it bearable. I'm not a huge hand fan guy. I got to sit the car shield and cut the hand fan.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's my order as well. Misters are great.
If I lived in Savannah, Georgia, I would have the hand fan starting.
See, misters are fine for the first 30 minutes, and then I start to get damp, and then I don't like it.
Yeah, I can see where that would happen.
And I don't like. My car shield would be the top of that list.
Really?
Starting that, need that bad boy. But there you go, Arizona themed.
Good job,
start, sit,
Sammy.
cut. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you did fine work on 2 start sit cuts. Very nice.
You did.
Thank you.
Want to remind you can celebrate 4th of July with the Diamondbacks. Text fireworks to 620-620. Register and listen for your name starting next Monday. You could win 2 tickets to see the Dbacks take on the Royals on the 4th of July. That's fireworks to 620-620. Coming up next, some final thoughts on this Tuesday edition. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and you don't have to have an emergency to call Parker & Sons. They are great for preventative measures. I'm going to give you a few examples. Number 1, their Captura air scrubber is fantastic. It can greatly improve the air quality inside your home. It's a big deal because a lot of people do not know how much gunk they are breathing inside their own home. At Parker & Sons, did you know Arizona's hard water can cause buildup in your water heater? That buildup then leads to higher energy bills, lower efficiency, and early breakdowns. A professional drain and flush from Parker & Sons clears that out, keeps your system running great. Now you can get that for just $49 for a limited time only. And finally, as I've been saying for a month now, this is a great time to get your air conditioning tuned up from Parker & Sons. That does a lot of great things. Prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs, help prevent future breakdowns. But more than anything, it gives you that peace of mind you need, because the last thing you want is the nightmare of waking up in the middle of the summer and finding out your AC isn't working. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP, AIR for Parker & Sons.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Now more than ever,
Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, you're waiting for the first note. You're not going to get it because I got to set this up, all right?
Okay.
Social media is a cesspool about 95% of the time.
No doubt.
But about 5% of the time, you will find content that will make you laugh, that will actually educate you, make you feel good, or just amaze you. So there's this guy on Instagram. He's on other mediums too. He's a musician, and his name is Mac Glocky. Have you heard of this guy?
I have not.
All right. So what he does, one of the things he does on social media, on Instagram, is he will take requests from users. What if this band recorded this song?
Oh.
And he is a ridiculous musician with the ability to sound like a lot of different singers.
Really?
This one blew me away. So this is if Smashing Pumpkins wrote and performed Everlong by Foo Fighters.
Wow.
Got a Smashing Pumpkins feel, right?
This is unbelievable. He's got Billy Corgan down. Wow.
I'm not going to play the whole thing, but we'll get to the hook.
That's fantastic.
Is this not ridiculous?
That is eerily accurate.
All right, here we go. Just amazing. Absolutely blew me away when I saw this yesterday. I sent it to my friend. And, That's the other thing social media will make you feel 5% of the time. How worthless you are. This guy's playing every
insane.
instrument and singing like that.
And he's able to just kind of mimic what singer he needs to mimic. That's fantastic.
Smashing Pumpkins wrote Everlong by Foo Fighters. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
We got some news today. Cardinals training camp 2025. They've announced all the open practice dates for this training camp. So we're getting real close. The first one is a month from today. Thursday, July 24th at 1:25. Open practice. They've also got a session on the 25th, Monday the 28th, Tuesday the 29th. The red and white practice is on Saturday, August 2nd. And the last one wraps up on Wednesday, August 6th. I didn't announce all of them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different opportunities for fans to go out there and watch the Cardinals practice. But we'll have, I'm sure, the full schedule and everything up on ArizonaSports.com. I had this ready to go too, and I think I deleted it.
Well, while you're looking for it, I'll say this. I'll say the Cardinal training, it'll be interesting to see what kind of crowds they draw this year because they've had a really good offseason. For a team that has yet to have a winning record under Jonathan Gannon, there's a great deal of affection for Jonathan Gannon and his coaching staff. There's a great deal of excitement around a lot of the moves, the return of Calais Campbell. It's going to be real interesting to see if that kind of shows up in the crowd figures that show up for practice.
Mm-hmm.
Did I buy enough time for you?
No, I can't believe I had it, and now I can't find it. You referenced it in your column about the Suns, about Jaylen Green breeding a mean tweet about himself.
Yes.
From Jimmy Kimmel, and I had the audio ready to go, and I closed the tab.
Darn it!
I had 30,000 tabs open this morning. And now I can't find it.
Oh, darn it.
But
That's
he reads
too bad.
it, and he just chuckles at the end. Jaylen Green has the basketball IQ of a baby hamster.
Yeah. Yeah, that was quite a stray to catch from Jaylen Green.
Yeah.
But at least he's a good sport about it.
Now, some guys will read those mean tweets and they'll have a verbal response like, "Hey, blank you."
Right.
He just chuckled about it.
Right.
How long ago was that? Do you know?
It's like a year ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
The championship celebration going on in Oklahoma City. So far, from what we can gather, they're on the parade route now. It's like shirts are coming off.
But they're great because they've all got off the buses and they're just dapping up all the fans. They're really doing it right.
But from what we've been able to gather, Aaron Wiggins, one of the bench players for Oklahoma City, had an epic speech. Here was part of it.
I came here as the 55th pick in the 2021 draft. In my rookie season, we won 24 games. 24 games. But the best part about coming from that year is that the same people in this arena today celebrating this championship were the same people there when we were winning 24 games. It was the point where they tried to call us the black hole of the NBA. But 4 years later, when they mentioned the Thunder organization, when they mentioned Clay Bennett, when they mentioned Sam Presti, when they mentioned Mark Daigneault, and every single one of you in this arena, they gotta mention you as NBA.
That's awesome. That's great. Maybe that should be an inspiration for the Phoenix Suns, right? 24-win team just a couple years ago.
Are you saying the Suns are going to win 24 games this year, Beck?
Maybe.
Oh, no. We went through that not too long ago.
I know.
This was not supposed to be this way.
No, I know.
But that's an epic speech.
But you're so right. You see that? You can't help but yearn for our own parade. Will it ever happen?
The weather would have cooperated beautifully today.
Oh.
Would have been nice. Not like the 118 when they had the second place
right.
parade
That's
back
right.
in 93. That's going to do it for us today. Thanks to Keith Smith for joining us. We are back tomorrow morning, bright and early at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
And on score!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on June 28th and 29th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, June 28th and 29th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks started their 3-game series with the White Sox on a high note. Pavin Smith homered not once but twice in the 10-0 win, and Eduardo Rodriguez went 6 innings, struck out 10, and gave up 0 earned runs. And here was manager Torey Lovullo on his start.
Get a 2-0 lead coming out of the gate, and then 5-0 after 2. He just went out there and stayed on the attack. So real good arm speed. The body was moving right, and I think there was finish to his pitches. There was a lot of swing and miss on his fastball, and he was just pinpoint. He was throwing the ball exactly where he wanted to.
Ryan Nelson will take the rubber today. First pitch from Chicago will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere for the Diamondbacks, star outfielder Corbin Carroll will be headed to the 15-day IL with a chip fracture in his left wrist. He'll be joining a long list of Diamondbacks, but the team will be recalling outfielder Jake McCarthy from AAA Reno. And House Bill 2704 for Chase Field funding has been approved by the House of Representatives and will now head to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk for her either to sign it into law or veto it. Finally, Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun, so what are the next steps for Phoenix with the NBA draft looming tomorrow? For more on the Suns and the draft, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at SandersonFord.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Tuesday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing over there?
Yeah, you know what? As a matter of fact, this is how I'm doing right
boy.
now. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put the beanie on. Just going to go with a beanie right now.
That is
honestly, you know what? Every time I put the beanie on, the skull cap Arizonians, it makes me think of what the Diamondbacks are going through. Bring it on! How many more injuries can this team sustain?
Don't
I say bring it on, bro.
How many players are left on the roster?
We gotta get down in the weeds, bro.
I appreciate the beanie that you're wearing, and I encourage you to wear it for the whole show. But you're gonna pass out from heat if you wear that for the whole show.
Okay, let me just say this too. Right now, the Warrior Queen says, "I don't know about the beanie, Wolf. I don't know about that."
This
the
is your chance to wear
Warrior
it,
Queen actually said that. I think it has something.
You kind of look
do
like
with
the Edge from U2.
I think it has something to do with the face and making the face look older or whatever. I don't care, honestly, right now. I don't, because the Diamondbacks. How many more? How many more of these injuries can we sustain?
I mean, do you want some updates? I've got a bunch of updates.
You got to
here.
be kidding me.
At least it's not a beanie with a propeller. Was that ever really a thing? You ever see those in movies?
Would I ever wear a propeller? Do you think I might do that? A beanie with a propeller?
Why would anybody wear a propeller?
Skull cap is what we call it in the compound, ladies and gentlemen, not a beanie.
I like how the Warrior Queen nicely says, I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah. There's something about YouTube. I don't know, YouTube now. We're YouTubing
now
everything.
Everybody can
and
see it.
I'm on camera. Is that it? We've got cameras all over the studios right now. And you've got the skull cap on, and it makes you look like you're 108.
A lot of 108-year-olds walking around wearing skull caps.
Hey, Basinonians, I'm not even 63 yet, okay? I'm not even 63. And a savage, I might add.
It would help if you had Savage stitched on the front of the beanie. Then people would know. They'd be like, is that guy Savage? No, he is Savage.
Yeah, that's cool.
Also, I have this to pass along to you yesterday.
We might have to have a Beanie Wednesday or something like that. Skull cap Wednesday.
Is there any way we could do this when it's not 145
Where everybody
degrees
here,
outside?
all four of us, command and control, all four of us in the Wolf and Luke show,
Okay.
We wear skull caps.
Do we ever explain it, or do
What
we
do you
just
think
walk
about that,
through the
Jamal?
newsroom together?
Yeah, I think we ought to do that,
Okay.
just as solidarity.
All right.
It's kind of
But we never tell anybody why.
No, exactly.
Okay.
It's kind of like Barbecue Friday. We just have Barbecue Friday because it's kind of something we share as dudes. Now all of a sudden we could have like skull cap.
We can't
Friday.
have Barbecue Friday anymore though, because Rick wants the 6-pack or something.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm sorry.
Rick is working on that.
Mac,
so am I.
Mac
Not doing
Daddy
very well.
714 says looking fly wolf.
There you go. All right.
Okay, there it is right there.
There you go.
I'm in for
Okay.
Beanie Wednesday if we bring back Barbecue Friday, and I'm totally cool excluding Rick from Barbecue Friday, just
Okay.
eating right in front of him. I have no
Yeah.
problem with that.
I'll give him a protein bar. Or
Yeah,
something
we can give him like a piece of spinach.
There you go.
Like here's some kale we found in the back of the fridge.
Okay, why are we putting off the inevitable? That is
Because-
the question we've got to ask ourselves right now. Like, I don't know if I can do this. I think the Warrior Queen might be right on this, the skull cap thing.
You know what you should do is wear a hat over it. There you go.
There we go.
That's
That's
much
better.
Oh, boy. All right. I can't wait to check out the YouTube chat during the break. Here, I'm going to play some audio from Torey Lovello to really bring the mood down, okay? Here he is giving a Corbin Carroll injury update.
Corbin has a chip fracture in his left wrist. So that's still a little bit confusing to all of us. It's on the back of his hand. The impact of the ball hit the side of his hand. It just goes to show you how hard these guys are throwing today. And there's definitely that fracture in there. He's going to continue to get some opinions just to find out what that official diagnosis means and what the time frame will be. So I don't have any of that information.
Wow.
Cool.
Did you hear that?
Yeah,
Did you
was
hear
that? Did we play that, or was that just in the background?
No, I think it was in the background because they pulled it off of
showing the
MLB.com, and MLB.com likes to put the highlights with the audio behind clips, which
Oh
is really
my goodness!
inconvenient.
So they had the Corbin Carroll squeal in that.
I thought that was me screaming when I heard the news that he's going on the injury list, but I couldn't tell.
Okay. You could see this coming a mile away, couldn't you? There was something wrong with Corbin Carroll, and
you
the fact he
could-
was still in the game blows my mind.
You could, and you said it in the moment last week. You were like, why is he still in the game? But when they say x-rays negative, mentally I had ruled out any sort of fracture.
Yeah, but to me, I had ruled that out as well. To me, though, I mean, there's going to be swelling in there.
There's going to be
When
something.
you get hit the way you got hit, to a point where
Corbin Carroll's not a guy who walks around the field just screaming
he
periodically.
made the sound that I would imagine you would make based on names if you tased Corbin Carroll.
He made the sound that you always make when you're doing an impression of somebody you hit when you were busting up a wedge.
Inside and
That was the yeah.
Was getting tased.
I feel like I've been tased watching this season. They did win last night.
Yeah, they did. Again, Corbin Carroll, did they put him on the 15-day?
He's on the injured list.
Okay, he's on the injured list, but you don't know exactly how many days they put him on.
I think it was the 15.
It's 15.
Okay, 15. Okay, 15
But there's no timeline. I mean, it could be longer than that.
hey, we've seen this. They put Corbin Burns on that.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, he's a little bit longer than 15 days.
Yeah, the 15-day injured list here is not always just 15 days.
Just
now,
for accuracy's sake, I wanted to know because I couldn't find anything.
Oh, yeah,
They put
no,
him
it's
on the
15.
injured list. I know that, but didn't know if it was the 15-day or.
Now, Wolf, you might say, okay, well, we're done. That was horrible news for the Diamondbacks. They win a game, okay,
Yeah.
but obviously anytime they win a game, they have to get horrible injury news. But that's not it. I've got more, okay? Here's Torey Lovello talking about Gino.
Gino has a right hand contusion. X-rays are negative, and he'll be day-to-day. So we continue to hope that we dodge the bullet there. When he came off the field, he's probably one of the toughest players that we have, one of the toughest players I've ever managed. And, when he didn't resist coming out of the game, we were collectively holding our breath. But I think we're in a good spot, and we're hoping that that day-to-day news keeps progressing to the point where he plays a lot sooner than later.
Yeah. Boy, it's so good to know that Eugenio Suarez, at least the X-rays were negative.
Which does that make you feel any better anymore?
No, it was the combination. They said the X-rays were negative, and the fact that they showed Eugenio and Torey smiling in the dugout,
Eugenio
sharing
always
a
smiles.
moment. I know, but Torey was smiling as well.
Okay. Well, then maybe,
So
I
it
mean,
was
they
the
are due to
combination
dodge a
of
bullet with an injury.
Eugenio, he was smiling. He was smiling. And to your point, he always smiled. But there was Torey as well. Torrey was smiling. So when I saw Torrey smile, I thought to myself, he's going to be okay.
Well, X-rays negative, but X-rays were negative for Corbin Carroll and Gabby Moreno too. So I guess hold your breath until we see him back in the lineup. Doesn't sound like he's playing today, but Wolf, it wouldn't be a Diamondback segment if we didn't have 3 significant injury updates, okay? So now here's Torrey on Josh Naylor.
Josh Naylor has right shoulder discomfort. You could see the swing that he took. It was one where he hung onto the bat with that long follow through that creates a lot of leverage, and that's why he's such a great hitter. But, once again, doesn't want to come out of the lineup, and the trainer did a great job. Max did a great job. He pushed as hard as he could to say, let's just make sure. And he came out, and he'll be day-to-day as well.
We're at the point of the season where we all know the trainer's first name. That's how this year has gone, and we're not even halfway through the games.
What's his first name? What is it again?
Max.
Yeah, thank you.
Didn't you say Max? I already blocked it out.
Yeah, okay, good. I did. I blocked that part out. Josh Naylor, what was Josh Naylor doing? He was wincing at the plate.
Now, it sounds like Gambo's saying Josh Naylor's going to play today, which, big hockey guy, makes sense. Okay. He would just play through the upper body injury.
Come on, man. He was wincing. Like, Josh Naylor always seems to have a grimace on his face. This is something Bert was talking about yesterday, and I totally agree with him. Steve Barthume, this is a guy that always seems to be wincing at the plate. But to me, come on, man. You're really going to be wincing to the degree in which he was? And you're going to stay in the game?
I don't know, because
I was shocked.
You referenced Grimace and Bert in the same sentence, so I thought you were talking about like Muppets or something.
Yeah,
but that was a rough first segment of the show.
Well, you know what? It's kind of hot in here too.
Maybe you should put another beanie on.
I'm thinking about maybe taking this beanie.
No,
off.
I hear if you put a second one on, it's like a double negative.
I feel like I'm sweating right now.
No, you'll be fine. Don't worry. We'll turn the air up. When we come back, what should the Phoenix Suns do in the draft, which, by the way, is tomorrow? We're going to ask Sports Illustrated NBA draft expert Kevin Sweeney. He's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Taylor chased one out of the zone. He strikes out, and the ball game is over. Dominant stuff here for the D-backs as they just rock the White Sox 10-0. Pavin Smith had 2 home runs. Ketel Marte with a home run as well.
D-backs on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away without waiting to sell your old place first, not getting caught up in all that. You just move into the dream home. It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program is going to allow you to do. You can buy your new home now. You can sell the old one later. It is much less stressful this way. You're not living your life on everybody else's schedule. It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No showings, no double moves, no waiting around for other people. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then still sell your old home later for top dollar. Buy before you sell with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation, see what you have to work with. Again, that is Orchard.com.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Welcome back to the show. It is Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Of course, the NBA draft tomorrow, Wolf. So we've had all this Kevin Durant speculation for what seems like years and years, and now it's abruptly the NBA draft, and we got to shift our focus to that. So we are going to talk to Sports Illustrated NBA draft expert Kevin Sweeney, who joins us on the Arizona Sports Line right now. Kevin, thank you for the time. What's going on?
I'm good, man. Appreciate you guys having me.
Absolutely. I'm looking at your mock draft right now on Sports Illustrated, and I got to be honest, you have the Suns taking a guy that I really like for them at 10, Colin Murray-Boyles from South Carolina. What can you tell us about why you have him going to the Suns and just what that fit would look like?
Yeah, look, I think the Suns are sort of the X factor of this late lottery period because they're a late entrant. You know, they haven't had as many workouts with guys, whatever, but they've also obviously been preparing for this because we knew there was a possibility of a Durant trade that would involve that 10th pick. You know, I like Murray-Boyles a lot. You know, people will compare him to like sort of a diet Draymond Green, right? He's a kind of funky player, undersized, big, that has great feel for the game, great defender. The analytical models absolutely love him. Like every front office has one, and all the stats nerds have been knocking on the GM's door for months now, saying we got to get this guy Colin Murray-Boyles. I think for where Phoenix is, they need front court help, and more than anything, I think they need guys who can impact the game without having the ball in their hands. And so he's someone that has some limitations offensively, but could add a lot of value as like a high field glue guy, and with the high usage guys they have in tow. That makes a lot of sense.
Do you think, Kevin, that he might be able to improve? How much do you think he could improve his perimeter game?
Yeah, look, it's a work in progress. It's something that's going to be very important for him to hit his ceiling, to be able to be a consistent threat from beyond the arc. I saw him shoot at the combine, which is sort of, it's an empty gym. It's 1-on-0, but I think the form and mechanics look all right. The shot still wasn't going in all that regularly, and I think he's going to have to continue to get there. I do think like the success story of Ryan Dunn in year one probably gives Phoenix a little bit more confidence in some of these quote-unquote broken jump shooters and willingness to maybe roll the dice a little bit there.
We're talking to Sports Illustrated NBA draft expert Kevin Sweeney. Kevin, another name that's been linked to the Suns a lot at that 10th pick is a guy you have going 12th to Chicago, Derek Queen from Maryland. What can you tell us about Derek Queen, and if the Suns went that direction, what that might look like?
Yeah, I mean, if you combined Colin Murray-Boyles and Derek Queen, you'd have like a surefire all-star. He is unbelievably gifted as an offensive player. He's super skilled on the block. He can face up and drive you, has great touch, has been compared as a younger player to sort of a Boogie Cousins type. I certainly don't think that's what his ceiling is in the NBA. Size-wise, he's not quite as big as Boogie. Not in as good as physical shape. He's still kind of doughy and slow, up and down the floor. But he's a really, really gifted offensive player. One of the guys people compare him to a lot is Naz Reid, who's obviously carved out a really nice role for himself in Minnesota. And so, I think you'll hear his name a lot in those late lottery conversations, and someone who had a massive impact on college basketball this year at Maryland.
So, Kevin, a lot of people worry about his defensive intensity, even how he works out. A lot of people don't think that he's a guy that is in the gym as much as he should be. Are these concerns for you as well?
Yeah, I think there's a maturity thing with him. Like, I truly think Derek Queen wants to be a really good basketball player. Like, I do think he's driven. His development when he was playing at Montverde with Cooper Flagg and Liam McNeely in like a hyper-competitive environment was really, really good. And he made some real strides there. But, as I think David Aldrich from The Athletic wrote out in one of his, and scouting notebooks where he gets all these anonymous quotes from scouts. Someone said Derek Queen's 19 going on 14. Like, he is just a kid. And when you talk to him, you get that vibe. And so I do think that's a risk for Phoenix as they try to, obviously are still in a win now mode in a sense. And you want to push the chips in with the veterans that they do have. Do you want someone that needs some counseling along the way? But I do think he's a hard worker. I just think at times, he surrenders to maybe the boyish instincts.
Talking to Kevin Sweeney of Sports Illustrated. Kevin, I wanted to ask you about one more guy in particular, Carter Bryant, who you have going to Oklahoma City, who somehow has 2 first-round picks after winning the title at 15. And that's another name, partially because he went to U of A here, but also just because he could be a good fit for the Suns. That's another name we've heard a lot as an option for Phoenix. What do you think about Carter Bryant?
Yeah, I think he's totally a logical fit. 15 would be probably the bottom of Carter's range. I think you could certainly see him anywhere from probably 9 to 15 here tomorrow night. I think still developing as an offensive player, but he fits the mold of a lot of the great role players that we saw have so much success during the playoffs. Right, he's got great positional size. He can guard multiple positions. He's a high-level three-point shooter, and he's got a good feel for the game. He can make decisions. He doesn't need to be on the ball a lot. So he's someone that possesses a little bit of the upside, which you want when you're drafting in the lottery, but also some game ready elements that I think teams will really value.
What is your biggest concern about Carter Bryant? What would you list as the biggest concern?
I think the overall offensive package, does it ever come together? Right, there's a reason college to the NBA isn't the same thing, but there's a reason he averaged less than 7 points a game in Arizona. It was an older team, and it took him a while to really, earn those minutes and earn that production. And so I think, it's less a concern of will he be an effective NBA player and more will he return top 10 level value. If you're Phoenix drafting with a rare chance at a top 10 pick, do you want a guy that may just be kind of a role player shooter for his entire career?
Talking to Kevin Sweeney. Kevin, the Suns now have 4 picks in this draft if you count the second rounders. Knowing where they are right now, where they basically have Devin Booker, Jaylen Green, and a couple other guys, maybe Bradley Beal. Is there a way they make all 4 picks, or would you use one of those picks on maybe a player from Europe or wherever that you can maybe stash them, or how do you see this playing out for them just in general, philosophically?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't envision them rostering all 4 draft picks. I think one of them could be a negotiated 2-way, right? Essentially, get on the phone with the agent and say, well, we'll draft you here as long as you'll take one of those 2-way contracts that we have. There is a stash possibility, although the crop of stashable players is thinner than it used to be, partially because a lot of those guys now want to come play in college and make big NIL money. So that's a storyline to potentially monitor. I do think it's super important for Phoenix to get as many cost-controlled role players as possible. And so I do think they'll look to add real impact guys as best they can, but rostering all 4 does seem like a bit of a stretch.
Kevin, in terms of team building, has the value of the NBA draft over the last decade increased or decreased?
I think everyone's still reacting to the new CBA, and I think the CBA and the limited flexibility you have when you get to a point where you're hit your salary cap, I think and that second apron is that's going to change the importance of the draft over the next several years, and I think more than anything, change the importance of some of those picks, in the middle and the bottom, and how you use the 25th pick is a lot more important, I think, than it was 5 or 10 years ago. In terms of the top, I think it's probably pretty similar. The flattened lottery odds probably make it a little less enticing to tank, as we've seen for a team like a Utah or a team like Washington that push the chips in to try to get Cooper Flagg and they end up with the 5th or 6th pick. So I think really it's the top to bottom nature of the draft that's grown in importance more than anything else.
Kevin, before we let you go, I just want to ask you about a name that probably doesn't impact the Suns, but you have Ace Bailey going 6th, and a lot of people are starting to say that now. What can you just tell us? It almost seems like his own team is forcing a slide down the draft, which I don't really remember seeing before. Yeah, I mean, number one, it's important to note that Ace Bailey's agent is Omar Cooper, who ran an AAU program in Atlanta. He does not currently represent another NBA client, right? So this is not he doesn't necessarily have the most experienced representation. It's been a chaotic process. I do think there's a world where things work out pretty well for him, and someone trades up to 3 or 4 to go get him. New Orleans, Brooklyn, potentially Washington at 6, not wanting to risk that Utah takes him at 5. But yeah, it has not been the most smoothly handled process, and I think there were already questions on the court with Ace about decision making and maturity, and you combine that now with the kind of funky pre-draft that he's had, and I think it's maybe caused a little bit more hesitance among teams with top 5 picks to say, hey, we want to put our franchise in this guy's hands. Kevin, great stuff.
Hey, Kevin,
we appreciate your time, man. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellis.
All right, that's Kevin Sweeney, Sports Illustrated NBA draft expert, joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of tomorrow's NBA draft. When we come back to baseball, the Diamondbacks did win last night in convincing fashion. So how big was that, considering everything else that's going on with the roster right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Led by Dr. Joe, Basinonians. Dr. Joe, love it. Dr. Joe has a MyHawk as well, Basinonians. And he's been there for over 20 years. That's right, over 20 years of dental implant expertise. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the All-on-4. It is a game changer. There's no doubt, especially socially. You want to be able to smile at people when you're talking to them. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care, of course, that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona House of Representatives voted to approve House Bill 2704, the tax recapture bill that will go toward Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to Governor Kitty Hobbs' desk, where she will either sign the bill into law or veto it. For more on House Bill 2704, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. The Dbacks are in action tonight, going for the series win over the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40 right here in Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Per manager Torey Lovello, the Snakes will play star outfielder Corbin Carroll on the injured list due to a chip fracture in his left wrist. And there is still a chance Bradley Beal could be traded from the Phoenix Suns. Here's our John Gambadoro from Burns and Gambo yesterday.
I'm starting to hear some rumblings. There might be a team or two that would trade for Bradley Beal. Now, that shocks a lot of people. I get it. But I think that will be the first order of business. I've said all along, however it happens, I think they got to move on.
This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The NBA draft commences on Wednesday. What will the Suns do? We will discuss. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, Wolf. I have to resolve an issue with you, okay, from yesterday.
Okay.
Lorenzo Alexander pointed this out. I didn't get to see it during the show.
All right, wait, Zoe. What up, Zoe? How you doing, man?
And I remember this. I remember you doing this, referencing yourself as an average football player.
Yes.
And as Zoe pointed out, average player says the 4-time Pro Bowler when it meant something. And I read
Zoe.
the text and I was
Look
like,
at
you know
Zoe.
what? Zoe's right. 4-time Pro Bowler when it meant something to go to the Pro Bowl. Not really average.
Yeah, you know what? It's okay. Thank you, Zoe. I appreciate that. But it wasn't like I was going to go out there and change games based on earnings. I didn't. I didn't change a ton of games, but I did change some face masks.
So you changed something.
Can I tell you that, bro? How'd that feel?
Over to baseball. The Diamondbacks did win last night, Wolf. They won 10-0. Yes, it's the White Sox, but if we're gonna sit here and say you got to win all these games against the Rockies and White Sox and Marlins, and then when they win the games, we can't be like, well, it's only the White Sox, although it is only the White Sox. But still, it's a win. They are 4-1 in their last 5. it got overshadowed a little bit because you had the Corbin Carroll news after the game, and then Josh Naylor and Gino getting hurt during the game. But you also had Erod pitch great. I think we can say great. And you had this team win again, so they are right now doing what they're supposed to do for the most part against these weaker teams.
Yeah, and you know what? Shane Smith is pretty good too.
He is, but he didn't look like it last night.
He did not look like it last night. He did not. You're talking about a guy who had a 2.85 ERA. And you said this yesterday, 1.22 whip.
Yeah, he has actually been really good this season. He just gets no help from that team.
This guy he's having a really, really good year. Let's put it that way. And the Diamondbacks, well, they got after him, man. They went to work. Their at-bats were really, really patient. And Smith threw 64 pitches through 2 innings.
Mm-hmm.
2 innings. Man, I've never seen the Diamondbacks work the dish the way that they did yesterday, and I like that.
He's a rookie. He seems like one of those guys that is, if he keeps down this path, he's going to get like pretty decent and then end up on another team. You know, like the White Sox will move him for more prospects that they can eventually move for more prospects. But that's by far the worst start of his career. His only other bad one really was actually the last outing against the Cardinals where he gave up 5 runs, but he lasted 4 1/3 at least. But the Diamondbacks jumped all over him last night, which is what they should be able to do. And now here you go. You're 2 games above 500. There's this. We've talked about this being the stretch. They talk about it on the broadcast a lot too, where this is your opportunity. You had a rougher schedule than a lot of teams earlier in the season, and you hung around. So does that mean anything that you hung around? If it does, if you go out there and go on a tear right now through the Rockies, the White Sox, and the Marlins, and right now in this stretch, they're 3-1. Overall, they're 4-1 in their last 5 games.
So how do you feel about this right now? To me, this is what I expect to see from the Diamondbacks. This is how they're going to have to win games. They're just going to have to go out and outscore their opponent. Now, 10-0 is, okay,
it's a little extreme.
It's a little extreme, no doubt about that. But I honestly think this is what they have to do. Their ability to score runs has got to be magnified. This is how they're going to win games. You still want your starting pitching to go out and do what Erod did. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
I just don't know if you can bank on this the rest of the way. Say, well, the rotation's still going to be very strong, and they're going to go and they're going to help us win games. That's fine if they do. It is. The bullpen. Oh, my goodness, the bullpen. That's fine if the bullpen goes out and performs well. I think the onus, the mentality inside that clubhouse of the Diamondbacks has got to be, we just got to outscore you.
Well,
and that's what we're going to do.
Erod, and we're going to get more into this later in the show, this is probably the best he's ever pitched as a Diamondback. And I don't just mean last night. I just mean since he came back from the injury list.
We were talking about this.
Yeah. As far as the bullpen, I feel better about the bullpen when they have a 10-run lead. I do. I feel that was not stressful last night watching
beautiful.
That game. Hey, 10-run lead, okay.
You were laughing.
I'm still stressed.
No, Rick.
Yes,
really?
Come on. I mean, they scored
10-0.
They scored 10 runs in an inning earlier this season and lost.
Well,
Gino Suarez hit 4 home runs in a game and they lost.
Rick, bringing us down.
Now.
We're trying to celebrate a 10-0 win over the mighty White Sox, okay? Here's Torey Lovello after the game about jumping all over Smith early.
Right, it was 64 pitches after 2 innings. For me, inside of the game, when you break it down, I thought the key at-bats of the game weren't necessarily the home runs. Those produced big runs and cricket numbers, but it was the 30-pitch first inning, and then AT had the 9-pitch at-bat where he didn't get on. Hosey had a 7-8 pitch at-bat, got on. Jerry did the same thing. Marte flew out, and we hit a 3-run home run. For me, that was the backbreaker of his outing, and that's what we look to do. We have firewalls set up to beat you in a lot of different ways, and today we were patient and got a really good pitcher out of the game early.
Well, if you can tell, you can't obviously predict a win or a loss within the first inning or two, but you can tell when the Diamondbacks are there to hit within the first inning or two. And again, last night was the extreme. You get Shane Smith to throw 30 pitches in the first inning. But you can tell when it's not just Jerry working the count, when guys are like, okay, show me a strike before I'm going to waste my time. If they're hitting the ball well, that's a clear indicator. But a clear indicator with this team this season seems to be they're willing to be patient at the plate and work the count. And you hear Torey saying it last night after they did it, but we've also heard him say it multiple times this season after they haven't done it, of that's what he wants to see. And last night, didn't take the White Sox lightly, went in there and beat them by a lot.
Yeah, this is going to sound crazy to everybody listening right now.
Oh, boy.
But you know it. When you're inside that locker room, you know what you're good at and you know what you're not good at, for the most part.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Doesn't mean you're going to have exceptions on certain games. It doesn't mean if your offense has really been bad the whole year and then suddenly they're going to have a good game. Of course. These are professionals. These are paid professionals. It's always going to be like that. But inside a clubhouse, inside a locker room, I'll promise you, you know what you're good at. At this point of the season, you're almost halfway through the season right now. The Diamondbacks know what they're good at. Doesn't mean you can't improve and you can't continue to evolve. You will definitely do that. But you know, for the most part, how you have to win games. I knew this back when I was playing for the St. Louis Cardinals. I knew this back when I was playing for the Arizona Cardinals. We weren't a very good offense, weren't a very good defense from time to time, but the one thing we're really good at, special teams.
Yeah.
Transition. Excellent at it. And we knew that. It's one of the reasons why Vaisa Kahima, of course, went to 2 Pro Bowls. I went to 4 Pro Bowls. We were really good.
Just threw that in there.
Well, you know what? Every time I see him, every time I talk to him, it's got to be Vi. You went to how many? 2? It's good. You're so good. That's good. 4. Okay. But then I can't talk to A-Dub because A-Dub went to 5.
Yeah, no.
Okay, you just can't take. Plus, he looks so much better in his 2-4 than I did. But he went to 5. Okay. So I have no. This is something you know you're good at, and you know it when you're good at it, and your team knows it. The Diamondbacks just got to embrace it. At this point, right now, may change. It may change in the future, but at this point, embrace it. We just got to rake. The responsibility is on every guy in that lineup.
How confusing was it, sports radio in St. Louis, when they had the St. Louis Cardinals and the St. Louis Cardinals?
That was hard.
That had to be like just an
They
absolute
called us
mess.
the St. Louis Football Cardinals.
Oh.
That's what they called us in St. Louis.
Okay. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. When we come back, are there actually, maybe, a couple NBA teams interested in Bradley Beal? We will explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon. KD watch.
Kevin Durant is headed to the Houston Rockets. That's according to ESPN.
Being a part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy last couple weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
In exchange for Durant, Phoenix will receive a package that includes Jaylen Green, Dillon Brooks, the number 10 overall pick in this year's draft, and 5 second-round picks.
More reaction to the Suns trading KD to the Rockets coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat? If you know, that's what I'm talking about. Basinonians gather on the transistor. Happy birthday, America. That's right, my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting, they want to help you celebrate America's birthday with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about. I know that we of the Wu Fan Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. We're talking about 25% off everything in store and online now through June 26, Basinonians. Think about that. 25% off everything in store and online through June 26. Here's the move. Go to brooklynbetting.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations. Tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive.
Message and data rates may apply.
Make a precision decision with Precision Edge.
Hi,
everyone. I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey. That's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks will place Corbin Carroll on the injured list with a wrist fracture. Chase Field funding bill approved by Arizona House and now heads to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk. And what are the Suns' next steps after trading Kevin Durant? Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by YRefi.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the next steps for the Phoenix Suns, if they can pull it off, is obviously to move Bradley Beal. However, they have to do that. And again, you know, Bradley Beal's not a bad player, but you can't rely on him to play. And more importantly, you can rely on his contract to hinder you. And they now have Jaylen Green too. So Bradley Beal becomes even more redundant just in a basketball sense.
Oh my goodness. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, Basinonians. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. When you stop and think about it, man, I was jacked up. I was fired up when they went out and got Kevin Durant, and I was jacked up and fired up when they went out and acquired Bradley Beal as well. I was jacked up. Man, to think we're at this point right now where the KD trade just came down yesterday, and now Bradley Beal is next. Man, what could they get for Bradley Beal?
Oh, I don't even let my mind go there, honestly. It's what do they have to give up to get rid of that contract, you know? But I thought this was interesting. Yesterday, Gambo said this on Burns and Gambo, and I'll just play it for you.
I'm starting to hear some rumblings. There might be a team or two that would trade for Bradley Beal. Now, that shocks a lot of people. I get it. But I think that will be the first order of business. I've said all along, however it happens, I think they got to move on.
Yes.
This again goes back to
they have to move on.
They have to. And I got to think on some level, Bradley Beal. We've had him on the show a few times. I don't know him. I don't know how he thinks, but I'm just
Seems like a good guy.
He does, and I'm just trying to put myself in his shoes, which is tough because I'm not making $53 million a year. But if somebody wanted to give it to me, this would be a lot easier.
With a no-trade clause.
Yeah, that's true. One of just two in the NBA.
Throw that in.
But I got to think on some level, last year wasn't fun for him either. Now he's not going to throw away $53 million. I get that. But if you're talking to him, if you're having that open dialogue behind the scenes of, hey, maybe we do have a couple teams that can trade for you, like Gambo just said, I am surprised by that. But if you're having those conversations with other teams, you got to talk to Beal about waiving the no trade clause, or you got to talk to him about taking a little bit of a pay hit so you can buy him out, with the thought that if I'm Bradley Beal, that maybe I can go somewhere else as a free agent then and make up the pay hit I took. Either way, they're limited in what they can really do with him here, and I got to think he just wants a fresh start somewhere else.
So how many of the 5 second-round picks do you think you're going to have to ball up and ship out with Bradley Beal?
How many would you be willing to? I would much prefer to give up a couple second-rounders than have to attach – I'm not attaching Ryan Dunn.
Yes.
And
no, I'm with you on that, too.
I don't want to have to attach Oso either.
Yeah, you got to dig your heels in on this. You got some young guys that are long and athletic. That's exactly what you need. Hopefully they're going to continue to develop. You think of Ryan Dunn and how much better he was in terms of shooting the three than what we thought he might be. Now, he wasn't great, and he kind of faded a little bit at the end of the season. There's no doubt about that. But let's face it, when you juxtapose what he did in college to what he was doing his rookie year in terms of shooting the three, it's not even close.
No.
He showed an ability to get better at doing that. And I want to see that continue to develop.
Well, and we talked about it when he was drafted last year. It's not like he's the perfect player other than his shooting. But for the most part, it was like all this guy has to do is get in the gym for the next, he got drafted in late June, for the next 4 months. So he's ready for the season and just shoot the ball for the next. And it kind of seems like that's what he did. He's never going to be Steph Curry, but he shot well enough last year where he could stay on the floor and play defense, and then he actually probably shot even better than well enough because there were games where he was a threat to score. Look, I say I don't want to attach Dunn and I don't want to attach Oso. I understand there's a world where I might have to attach Oso, but I really don't want to attach Ryan Dunn in a trade. I don't want to throw away Ryan Dunn just to move Bradley Beal because Wolf. When I look at the Suns, like when you look at them, who do you think, okay, these guys are here for the long term? I have Devin Booker and Ryan Dunn. I don't have anybody else right now.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe Jaylen Green. I don't know.
Yeah, I really do like Royce O'Neal. I like him a lot.
I do too.
I love how he plays. I think he's a good defensive player. He's a good two-way guy, can shoot the three, gets a little streaky from time to time. Grayson Allen I'm wondering what's going to happen with Grayson Allen in trying to move that contract as well.
I know, like a year ago, his contract was great. Now his contract's horrible.
I think he's going to be here. I think Grayson Allen is going to be here.
Well, then they absolutely have to move Beal. It makes no sense to have Booker, Beal, Jaylen Green, and Grayson Allen.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Honestly, they've got to move Bradley Beal. Are there some teams that are out there that would take Bradley Beal? Yeah, I think if you throw in 2 or maybe even 3 second-round picks, I'm thinking that might be.
Maybe that's why they wanted all the second-round picks. There. Yeah, and I think you would probably have to do it. Honestly, I think if a team came to me and they're like, "We'll take Beal," which I still honestly don't believe that a team would take Beal's contract. But if they did, but they're like, "You got to give us 2 second-round picks," done. 3. Maybe even done. And this goes back to, I hope the front office truly knows what they're doing. I mean, they're an unknown right now because part of the reason I'd be willing to give that up to move Beal is it's like, okay, here we go. Build this team now. Go out and sign the free agents you want. Make the trades you want. You have an owner that's going to spend money.
Yeah.
He's not going to spend into the second apron again because we've seen that's just brutal. But if you move Beal, you've got a lot of flexibility. It's just, I don't know if... Maybe Brian Gregory is great at this. Maybe he's really inexperienced. I don't know yet.
Are you expecting anything to happen? Command and control. I'm talking to you as well. Do you expect anything to happen before the draft, before the NBA draft right now?
With Beal?
With Beal. Do you expect anything to happen before? And how about this? Even without Bradley Beal. How about just a move, period? A significant move. Do you expect?
Can it be during the draft? I think something will happen during the draft.
During the draft.
With maybe a Royce O'Neal or a Grayson Allen. One of those guys.
Exactly.
It does feel like Grayson Allen.
I would agree with that.
But before the draft, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
And
talking
with
about
Beal,
before the draft.
And
right?
Beal's going to be moved after the draft, if he's moved at all.
Okay.
They've been linked to Porzingis a few times now lately, which, again, I think you have to move Beal before you can really do anything like that. Otherwise, you're basically investing any space you have in a guy that doesn't play a ton, or at least doesn't consistently play a ton. But when he does, he's good. I'm just going to read this to you because I mentioned it to you before the show, Wolf, and every time I do this, people are like, well, you can't go by Vegas odds. That doesn't mean anything. I get it. But I just want to tell you who the team is that Vegas has. One of these Vegas sports betting sent the site out, or sent the odds out. Like, here's DeMar DeRozan's next team. Here's Bradley Beal's next team. They do this with every player that's kind of on the block. The one that they had as the odds-on favorite to be Bradley Beal's next team is probably the last team in the world I would have picked. Oklahoma City. I don't see it, man. I just don't. And if Bradley Beal agrees to take the hit and take the buyout, then there will be teams interested in him at that point. He's not a horrible player, but I just can't imagine teams lining up to make a trade for that contract unless you're giving them something really nice.
Yeah, I don't see that either. That would be a shock to me.
It would really help, though. Somebody wanted to help the Suns out.
Yeah, that would be nice.
But then Beal's still got to waive the no trade clause, too.
SGA for Beal?
Oh, okay, we're going to break. Which
even swap. I mean, I that's pretty fair.
Jamal, you're supposed to be the voice of reason. We established that
That's
yesterday.
right. You were the voice of reason.
This is awkward.
This is why
No, you're
Rick
not the
isn't
voice
the
of
voice of reason when he jumps in with Bradley Beal for SGA trades. This is awkward. When we come back, which Diamondbacks players could get dealt at the trade deadline? Boy, there's ESPN ranked the players with the most value at the trade deadline. The Diamondbacks are all over the top of the list. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A Dbacks decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Arizona, the heat is here this time of year, as we all know, and it's only going to get hotter. If you've been dreaming about a backyard pool, now, Basinonians, is the time to act. Presidential Pools and Spas, they're building fast, which means you can still be swimming this summer. You can still get the pool in before the summer is over. Don't wait till you're sweating through another barn burner. Turn up the cool right now in your backyard. This is the way you do it. You go to presidentialpools.com, Basinonians. You're going to find out that Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder. And by the way, right now they're offering a free interior finish upgrade to Pebble Essence, an enhanced pebble sheen finish with smooth glass beads for extra color radiance, free landscape lighting packages with path lights and uplights while supplies last. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at Walmart Supercenters and neighborhood markets.
The sunny days of summer are not far off. Perfect time to get a new pair of sunglasses. Hi, Greg Ellis from the Bunker to Bunker Golf Show. Shady Rays are the ones I wear, specifically the Green Wolf Golf Series. But they have tons of other cool styles. Better yet, Shady Rays are affordable. And break them, scratch them, lose them, they replace them. Use promo code B2B and get 30% off at the Kierland Commons location in Scottsdale or at shadyrays.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona House of Representatives voted to approve House Bill 2704, the tax-free capture bill that will go toward Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk, where she will either sign the bill into law or veto it. For more on House Bill 2704, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. The Dbacks are in action tonight, going for the series win over the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Per manager Torey Lovello, the Snakes will play star outfielder Corbin Carroll on the injured list due to a chip fracture in his left wrist. And there is still a chance Bradley Beal could be traded from the Phoenix Suns. Here's our John Gambadoro from Burns and Gambo yesterday.
I'm starting to hear some rumblings. There might be a team or two that would trade for Bradley Beal. Now, that shocks a lot of people. I get it. But I think that will be the first order of business. I've said all along, however it happens, I think they got to move on.
This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who could the Phoenix Suns take with the 10th overall pick? And what positions should they be focusing on? It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports.
All right, hour number 2 of the show, live from the Arizona Sports Studios. It is Wolf and Luke. Wolf, I was waiting for a story like this to come out because we've all been kind of thinking about this, right? What happens if the Diamondbacks are not clear-cut buyers at the deadline? Well, we've had the conversation over the last couple of weeks. Like, if they're not buying, do they almost have to look at selling, not to quit on the season, but just because of the assets they have? Like, you talk about selling high. There's a few players they have that they could really sell high on. Not necessarily guys I want them to sell, but you at least have to think about it. ESPN put out a list today, the top 50 trade deadline candidates. So basically the top 50 players in their eyes who might be available at the trade deadline. Okay. So, like, the top 2 are Red Sox, Alex Bregman and Jaren Duran.
Okay.
4 of the top 9 are Diamondbacks.
Wow.
No other team is represented like that. They have 5 names in the top 50. Shelby Miller's at 48, I believe. but 4 of the top 9 players that could be available at the trade deadline this year, guys that are like expiring deals or whatever the teams might ask about. 4 of the top 9. Merrill Kelly is
Zach
8th.
Gallen.
Zach Gallen is 7th.
Okay. Eugenio Suarez.
They have Gino 5th.
And Josh Naylor.
They have Josh Naylor 9th.
9th.
Yes.
4 of the top 9 the Diamondbacks have on their team right now. Think about that. Of those guys you just said, who do you feel like is gone?
Well, let me just add this before I answer that. I don't know about all 50 players on this list.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to go through and look at every team's contract situation, but the 5 Diamondbacks on this list, including those 4, are all free agents at the end of the season. So I'm assuming a lot of the guys on this list are there for that reason, but for the Diamondbacks in particular, it's like, if you're not going to bring these guys back, then keeping them means you plan on trying to win the World Series this year. So if you're asking me which one of the 4 I think would be most likely to be gone at the trade deadline, I don't want to. I know what your answer is. I don't want to steal it. So I'll
it's
say
okay. No, don't know. Say what you believe.
I think you know what? I'll say Zach Gallen.
Zach Gallen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of the 4, I think it's the least likely he's back next year right now. That's just kind of the way it feels. I would give Josh Naylor a ton of money. It's not my money, but he would be my first priority. And I think Merrill Kelly you could get back at a decent price. So it's either Zach Gallen or Gino.
Okay, yeah, for me it's Eugenio Suarez, and the reason being is because you're kidding me. The year that he's having right now, it looks so good when you watch Eugenio Suarez, and when you know as well that his glove is a plus as well. Now listen, I know that he's had some errors and made some really bad plays this year in particular. But for the most part, I think he's really good in terms of fielding his position and hitting home runs. But he's also incredibly streaky. Really streaky. We've seen this last year and this year. We've seen him be somebody you just knew. There's no way he was going to get a hit. No way he's going to get it. And then suddenly you just couldn't stop him from hitting home runs. You go back to last year and look at the year he had in the second half and the way he turned it on.
It does have to be him.
He's so streaky, but flashy.
I was trying not to say him because I knew that's where you were going. But the thing is, if you trade Gallen at the deadline, you are waving the white flag on this season, even though he hasn't been real good this season. You don't have Corbin Burns. You don't have enough. Now you don't have a surplus of starting pitchers. Gino, though, you're talking about the guy who's number 4 in baseball in home runs right now. He's number 2 in RBIs. Cal Raleigh just passed him yesterday by 1. Okay, but either way, those 2 guys are so
nobody had more RBIs. Nobody had more than Eugenio Suarez yesterday.
Yes, and now Cal Raleigh has 68. Gino has 67. You got to go down a little bit after that. I think Seiya Suzuki has 64.
He's having an incredible year. He's had some incredible years in the past as well. With Cincinnati in 2019, hit 49 home runs.
Mm-hmm. And this is the definition of selling high.
Yes.
That's the other part of this.
And that's why I think this bright, shiny season that Eugenio Suarez is having. And yes, the Diamondbacks love Eugenio Suarez. Love him. And at the same time, you could get something real nice, I think, at the trade deadline for him.
I wonder what that, can you get more for Gallen because he's a starting pitcher, even though he's not having as good of a season, clearly, as Gino is, but he is a starting pitcher, and I still think a team like the Phillies or whoever would look and say, you know what? He's having an off year in Arizona. They switch pitching coaches. Who knows what it is? Like, we get him over here, we'll be fine. He'll be back to being Zach Gallen, and maybe he would be. Or Gino, just because he's terrorizing the league. I know his batting average isn't amazing, but it's a lot better than it was last year at this time. It's actually up to 250s, 251. Right. So
you'll take that all day long with Eugenio.
Yeah, with that power and, like you said, the fielding. So and he's also the guy they have, I don't want to say a clear replacement for, because Jordan Lawler was supposed to be the replacement. He came up and got exactly 0 hits in the majors, so I don't want to say
that is
clear.
A great point.
But they, at least if they traded Gino, and I don't want them to, and I understand their mindset isn't looking to trade him right now. They're still just trying to make the playoffs. But if they did, they at least had the next player lined up to replace him.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why, again, Zach Allen, I think they are waving the white flag. You're right about that.
If they trade
If they move Zach Allen before the deadline, of course, if they move Zach Allen, yeah, that is a white flag. That is waving the white flag. I don't know if we're going to see that. I have this feeling that pitching and defense is what Mike Hazen believes it. Pitching and defense, and he's made that very, very clear. And because of that, I just think that Zach Gallen, there might be an opportunity for Zach Gallen to sign with the Diamondbacks again.
That's step one, right behind the scenes, is them knowing who they're going to prioritize re-signing.
Yes.
I'm sure somewhere around an office in Chase Field, there's a list of these four guys, and probably Shelby Miller in the priority order of who they want to try and bring back next year.
Would you say that Zach Gallen is a guy that Mike Hazen covets, as a guy that he likes? I know that he's not having the season we all thought that he probably should be having right now. I understand that, but man, Zach Gallen has got a large sample size where you can look at it and say, okay, not having a great year right now, but we know who this guy is.
Mm-hmm.
I could see them building that argument, especially the way that Mike Hazen values starting pitching.
Well, and I mean, this is another area where the Corbin Burns things complicates every situation now. With the Diamondbacks, you were probably looking at this saying, hey, we got Corbin Burns, he's our ace past this year. If we can't re-sign Zach Gallen, if he gets priced out, if he struggles like this, he's going to walk at the end of the year, whatever. But we're willing to take that risk. We're willing to take that hit. Even if he just walks, you get nothing for the asset, because we're going to go into the postseason and he's going to be a big part of it. And then if he does leave, we've got Corbin Burns. But now if Zach Gallen leaves, and again, I get it, he's not pitching like an ace this year, but who is your ace next year? Because Corbin Burns is out for a good chunk of next year, too.
Yeah. I think also, too, Eugenio Suarez. He continues at the pace he's on right now. Do you think there's going to be people that are going to be buzzing to sign him to a massive contract? You could just lose Eugenio Suarez.
Yeah.
Just walk away.
That's the
and
tough
get
part.
Nothing for him.
You can't lose all four of these guys and get nothing.
Can't.
So you need to at least re-sign one or two. And then if one or two of them ends up walking, you get nothing, but you made the playoffs, it's okay. But otherwise, you may need to trade one and re-sign one and then figure out what to do with the other two. What would be cool would be to have a team in Arizona not be prominently featured in the news for players other teams could take off them. How long did we just talk about the Suns and hear about the Suns nationally because teams wanted Kevin Durant? I don't want July to be here's all the teams that want the Diamondbacks players. App users, update your Arizona Sports app now for the latest upgrades to your streaming, videos, podcasts, and news experience. When we come back, speaking of Kevin Durant, are the Suns in a better situation now that they've moved him? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Kevin Durant is headed to the Houston Rockets.
A lot of heartbroken Suns fans right now. What would you like to say?
They wanted me to go, so it's like, I'm glad we both, they got what they wanted and I got what I wanted. So we can move on, and good luck to them going forward. I always remember my time there, but we're on something else.
More reaction to the Suns trading KD to the Rockets coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Head on over to Santan Ford, the Santan 202 Freeway, and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Or you can always go to santanford.com. You know why I go to Santan Ford, Basinonians? They are the number 8 Ford dealership on the face of the planet. Number 8, man. I'm not talking about just in the continental United States of America. Not talking about that. I'm talking about on the globe, man. Number 8. They move a ton of product. Why? Why do they move so much product? Well, because they're going to give you a great deal on a newer pre-owned Ford, or they're going to go ahead and back it up with the best service in the industry. They're going to do both, as a matter of fact, for you. That's one of the reasons why you got to head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. That's santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, get in.
What?
Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again for those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures. They can't smile. They can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX and CED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Arizona sports.
Can I introduce you for the first time ever, maybe, as Houston Rocket Kevin Durant?
That would be very fitting right now, yeah.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
Wolf, I'm looking at one of the screens in here. Well, on one of the screens I see you, but on one of the other screens I see Kevin Durant, and if the Houston Rockets are now the top contenders to Oklahoma City in the NBA. That's one of the main topics on the screen in there.
Okay.
I'm looking at your pre-show notes where you asked who benefits the most from the Kevin Durant trade.
Yes.
I think we start there.
Okay, I like that. Who benefits the most from his departure, Basinonians? Who would you say immediately, Luke?
Rick and I were talking about this before the show. I mean, our immediate answer is both the same. To me, Kevin Durant benefits the most from the Kevin Durant trade because he has a chance to win a title this year.
Okay, the problem is Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun. So I'm assuming you guys understood where I was coming from on that. Who do you think benefits the most from his departure on the Phoenix Suns?
That I don't know that I have an answer for you just yet. What's your answer? Because I feel like I know where you might be going.
Devin Booker.
Okay.
Devin Booker is beyond a shadow of a doubt the guy that I think is going to benefit the most in regard to Kevin Durant leaving Basinonians. And the reason why I say this is because of leadership and just how important it is that Devin Booker grab the mantle of leadership for this team. He's got to. I've talked about this all of last year specifically, but in regard to Devin Booker, 2 years, I've been talking about him becoming the leader of this team, and he's got to, Basinonians. He has to. He's their best player. He's got to be the guy inside. It's time. It's time for Devin Booker to become the leader of this team, period. And that means he's going to have support from the entire organization in regard to doing that. Devin Booker is the guy that benefits the most because now he can grow his leadership without deferring to one of the greatest basketball players the world has ever known. Because that's what was keeping his leadership at bay, was the fact that he couldn't exert his authority, his leadership, over Kevin Durant. He would defer to KD or get beat down by Coach Bud when he tried to actually show some leadership.
That's the other name that keeps running through my mind. And look, normally, and even now, on a topic like this, I value your opinion more than pretty much anybody else in this building because you were in a professional locker room and you were there for a long time and you've seen how this stuff plays out. I'm not saying you're wrong about KD. I just wonder how much of it was also Mike Budenholzer. If you ask me who benefits the most from Budenholzer leaving, my answer instantly would have been Devin Booker. But either way, they're both gone now. So it doesn't really matter who it was.
Yeah.
The door is wide open for Devin Booker to lead. He needs to do it. I want to play a couple cuts here, and I do think he does do it. I didn't mean to laugh saying that. I think Devin Booker does it. It's just I hear what you're saying because you have been saying it for 2 years now. He needs to take it to another level. Devin Booker said last year he wants to take it to another level. And again, I feel like his coach held him back in that regard. But this is clearly his team now. Like there's if there was a debate last year, there is no debate now. And if there was a debate the last couple of years, it's interesting because I don't feel like KD thought it was KD's team. But I understand what you're saying. If you're Devin Booker and you start to try and push everybody in one direction and you don't feel like a legend is buying in on it, you feel kind of weird saying it,
No,
right?
absolutely. It wasn't about KD and whether or not KD was asserting the fact that this was his team. No, it wasn't about that at all. It was about the fact that Book is such a good dude. He's a respectful dude that he looked at Kevin Durant, was deferring to Kevin Durant just by his presence.
Well,
because he's a good dude.
Honestly, if
he's
Devin,
got a modicum of respect for greatness.
If Devin Booker is sticking around through this, and he is, if it's just the way I'm setting this up, if he's sticking around through what this team's record could be this season, he can say whatever he wants to anybody in that locker room, and he shouldn't ever feel like he has to hold back because he is in the prime of his career right now, and he's gone through at least, about half of the dark ages for the Suns, that decade where they were just missing from the NBA. Book went through that. He's now gotten within 2 games of winning a title, and he's going to be here this year where we don't know. If they move Beal, they may be able to add some free agents and be a team that wins 40-ish games. I think that's going to be really ambitious in the Western Conference this year. But there's also a chance that they are a 25, 26, 27 win team, or at least that talent level. So it is clearly Book's team, and he can say whatever he wants to whoever he wants.
And he's going to have to, once again. You want order, you want structure inside the organization. I'm not just talking about the locker room. Inside the organization, hey, Book, it's time. And you know it. And you knew it last year, going into last year. And you did not get the support that you deserved, in my opinion. Having said that, who's hurt the most from KD's departure? For me, it's the same guy. It is.
I thought you might. Okay, yeah.
It's Devin Booker.
Yeah.
Devin Booker, the intangibles. Devin Booker has got to grow the leadership. He's got to do that. It benefits him the most that KD is leaving. Yet at the same time, from a very physical perspective, a schematic perspective, the guy that is hurt the most by KD's departure is also Book. He's not going to have the aid, comfort, and shelter of KD to close out games and share the load.
Play a couple cuts here. This is Paul Pierce yesterday talking about the winner of the KD trade in his eyes.
Short term, the Rockets definitely won because this puts them in contention for the next couple years, I believe. And sometimes your window of opportunity is only open for 3-4 years. You know, we're not all fortunate to have windows of opportunity last as long as the Golden State Warriors or the San Antonio Spurs. You know, we watched the Miami Heat. Their window was 4 years. I can see that happening with Rockets to where they have a 4-year window. Ours was 4 years. When we got together, we said, guys, our window's 4 years. So whatever we can do in that, and you got to be good and you got to be lucky. You got to stay away from the injury bug. So short term, it's the Rockets, but long term, I feel like Phoenix can build some pieces around Jaylen Green, the draft pick. I also would probably trade Booker and go young all the way since he's in his prime and probably not going to win as projected. See if I can get another few pieces for Booker. So long term, it'll be Phoenix.
All right, I should have cut Paul Pierce off there before he said those last 8 seconds. I know he was going to go there.
Your thoughts on that, Luke?
Well, I know we're going to get more into the Jaylen Green conversation in a little bit, but this is kind of where I am on Jaylen Green. And what is he's signed through next year, and then there's a player option the year after that. His contract's a little bit different than everybody else's right now because he's still such a recent draft pick. This is where I am with Jaylen Green. Keep him this year, see what you got. He's an exciting player, and, you know, can you fit him and Booker together? We talked about this yesterday, and still get maximum value out of each of them and really, you know, get them to play to their potential, or are they too redundant? You're not going anywhere this year anyway. If it were me, unless I'm getting crazy offers for Jaylen Green, I'd be playing him this year. See if he evolves. See if you have something. I think if you keep him, he could evolve into like a fan favorite, not Booker level, but, you know, a guy that plays a game that's fun to watch, but it's not consistent. And if he evolves, then you've got something. And if he evolves and teams are making great trade offers, you've got a trade asset. And if he doesn't evolve, you'll still be able to trade him.
You know, if he was 25, 26, 27, somewhere in there, I wouldn't be so sure that he's going to continue to develop. I would not, Luke.
Yeah, then
he's
you're
23,
into your career.
man.
Yeah. All right, we come back over to football. Is it possible to win an offseason? And if it is, are the Cardinals in that conversation for this offseason? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Afternoons. They were put into the situation where they didn't have many other offers available, so now they have to take on Jaylen Green, who in some eyes is a positive asset, in some eyes is a negative asset. The fit here for him to improve, develop, and grow as a player is terrible. Gambo, you have been against Point Book for a long time. Guess what? Point Book's back, baby. Here it is.
I hate it.
It's here to stay.
I hate it.
Because Jaylen Green averages 3 assists per game and takes 16 shots per game, so he is not going to handle much of the offensive flow. It's going to be on Book.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, my friends. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. Brothers and sisters, do you have some back issues right now? If you do, you need to go to DISC, man. Seriously, I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. The spine surgeons at DISC, they've helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. If you're out there and you're battling spine or back issues, you need DISC. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and based on earnings, they're known that worldwide. I kid you not. DISC, the founder of DISC, pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons in the U.S. and all over the world. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona House of Representatives voted to approve House Bill 2704, the tax recapture bill that will go toward Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk, where she will either sign the bill into law or veto it. For more on House Bill 2704, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. The Dbacks are in action tonight, going for the series win over the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Per manager Torey Lovello, the Snakes will place star outfielder Corbin Carroll on the injured list due to a chip fracture in his left wrist. And there is still a chance Bradley Beal could be traded from the Phoenix Suns. Here's our John Gambadoro from Burns and Gambo yesterday.
I'm starting to hear some rumblings. There might be a team or two that would trade for Bradley Beal. Now, that shocks a lot of people. I get it. But I think that will be the first order of business. I've said all along, however it happens, I think they got to move on.
This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com.
When it's time to party, we will party hard.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in all week on Burns and Gambo. The Diamondbacks' next 5 games are against teams under 500, so how many games are must win? We'll discuss it straight up 2 o'clock on Burns and Gambo.
All right, welcome back. Looking at a story here, Wolf on NFL.com. This is a producer Wolf production. 5 teams that won the NFL offseason. Okay, so first let's start there before I give you the 5 teams.
Yeah.
In your experience playing in the NFL, can you win the offseason? Is there value in winning an offseason?
No.
We've won the offseason. I would challenge any team. I think we've won the offseason.
Well, Rex Ryan disagrees with you.
That was Rex Ryan, and I love Rex Ryan as a defensive coordinator. As a head coach, not so much. You cannot win the offseason. To me, this is just me. You can lose the offseason based on earnings. You can. You don't do anything to build your roster. You don't get better. Yeah, you could definitely lose the offseason. You just can't win the offseason.
So now that you've come out pretty strongly against the notion that you can win the offseason, okay? You're pretty firmly, you've dug your heels in against that. Here are 5 teams that won the offseason, okay?
5 teams.
According to the article you sent me, 5 teams that won the offseason.
Okay.
I don't see the Arizona Cardinals on this list.
Okay.
I see the Raiders. I see the Commanders. I see the Patriots.
The Patriots?
Yeah, what if okay. I see the Ravens.
Okay.
And I see the Bears on this list. I don't disagree with all of these. I don't know. Like, the one team that jumps out to me on this, honestly, Wolf, is Washington had a good year last year too, but Baltimore, like, you don't they were already really good.
Yeah.
Like, how much can you really upgrade in the offseason when you were already really good? When you talk about winning the offseason, whether you believe it's a real
We've
thing
won
or
the
not,
offseason. I would challenge any team. I think we've won the offseason.
I don't think there were any challengers when he said that either. I think of teams like the Bears or the Cardinals that missed the playoffs and then made some serious additions this offseason.
Yeah. Honestly, this bothers me. This list bothers me so much. You know that it does.
You sent it.
Who won? I know, and that's why I sent it. I'm glad the Cardinals were not on this list. You talk about lists, man, the summer's here, isn't it? The summer is here, Bucky Brooks. And I like Bucky Brooks. I do. You can't win the offseason. This list fired me up when I saw it. Who cares, by the way? Who cares about winning the offseason?
Rex Ryan cares about winning the offseason. He should have written the
We've
list.
won the offseason. I would challenge any team. I think we've won the offseason.
Look, he should make a list.
As I said, once again, I do believe you can lose the offseason. I do believe that can happen. But nobody can win the offseason by making moves and building rosters. You win the offseason by watching draft picks develop and free agent acquisitions contribute and make a difference to winning games. Win games. That's when you're going to be able to determine who's going to win the offseason.
I want to read some of these comments in the YouTube live chat, okay?
And I realize it's about prediction as well, the speculation and the prediction, and guys love to do that. Oh, they won the offseason. Do you know how many players I saw, and I'm not just talking about guys I played with, guys I played against, who were drafted in the first round, who couldn't play a lick? How many guys that were busts?
40%?
There are a lot of guys. And because of that, it really has stained my perspective on this stuff. Winning the offseason.
Okay, here's some of these comments in the YouTube live chat. You can be watching on YouTube live. You can see Wolf wearing his skull cap, although he took it off because it's 158 degrees. Jose said, "Da Bears." That's all he said. I don't know if that was in relation to this or anything else.
Who won the offseason?
Robert said the Ravens always look amazing during the regular season and then choke in the playoffs. And
Da Bears.
This one doesn't have anything to do with this, but I just think it's funny that Optical Illusion wrote extend Beal. And I thought to myself, is this an optical illusion?
That's so cool. Okay, just being a naysayer, of course.
Yeah. I don't care if the Cardinals won the offseason or not. I like their offseason. Let's put it that way. I like the offseason they've had. Last year was fine. It didn't really evoke any emotion, last year's offseason. And the year before, kind of just had to talk myself into some of the moves.
That's a great way of putting it.
That's right. That's about what it was.
Last year, you were okay with it, but it wasn't like, wow.
I understood what they were doing.
This year was wow.
Yeah, for the first time in a while. Like, when is the last Cardinals offseason? I don't care about the rest of the league in this conversation, but just when was the last Cardinals offseason where you're like, man, I feel good about this offseason. This is exciting.
D-Hop.
Yeah.
Yeah. J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
But again, those were one player. There's one name.
Yeah, there's so much more. There's a plan here. The Cardinals have made a ton of changes to their roster, changes, I think, that really matter. Picking up Josh Sweat on the edge, revamping their defensive line. I am so encouraged by what they have done on the line of scrimmage defensively. Because now it's not going to be like, okay, you're just going to get run over. Teams are going to line up and try to run you over. or when you get them in third and obvious pass situation. Now you don't have to come with these complex or compound blitz packages and schemes. You don't have to do it. You don't have to bring pressure even. You don't have to bring 5. You could possibly rush 4 and actually get the requisite amount of pressure you need to get on an opposing quarterback in order to have a good defense. I'm so encouraged by what they've done on the line of scrimmage. Let's go.
Yeah, I like it because you can see the logical sense in the moves they've made, and they're exciting moves. You know, you get Will Johnson in the second round. Okay, that's a move that like created buzz around the entire NFL, but it also logically makes sense. Josh Sweat, yeah, buzz around the NFL because most people considered him the best defensive free agent available this offseason. But it also makes a lot of logical sense. It wasn't to try to win the offseason. It was to try to make your team better. Here's Monty Austin-Fort when he was on with Bickley and Murata earlier this month talking about that revamped defense in particular.
Yeah, we talked about that a lot going into the offseason is we wanted to be more disruptive on defense. And so, adding the players that we added to our front seven, adding the players that we added to the back end, just being disruptive on the ball, taking the ball away, creating negative plays. And so we wanted to do that. We wanted to increase depth. We wanted to increase the talent level. We feel like we were able to do that with both veterans and younger players. And so that was a priority for us. And, you guys have seen the NFL season, it's attrition. And especially on those lines of scrimmage, like it's hard to keep guys healthy, and we've suffered from that. And so increasing the depth and the talent level was definitely something that we wanted to do going into the offseason.
What's amazing about this, I believe this, based on earnings, if the Arizona Cardinals offense just stays the same as what we saw last year, just generally stays the same, their defense should win them 2 more games. I'm
so fired.
2 more games this year.
I'm so fired
to get to 10.
About the defense, I want to keep saying specifically about the defense. I see this in the chat and I hear it all the time. Expectations don't seem to work real well for us in this city right now with teams. But I'm not doing a win-loss expectation. I'm just saying I think this defense is going to be really fun and really good.
And once again, I'm not talking about winning the offseason. We'll see. You got to prove everything. Nothing is a given, but you can't win the offseason.
Celebrate the 4th of July with the Arizona Diamondbacks. 4th of July is like, a week and a half away? With the Arizona Diamondbacks, text FIREWORKS to 620-620. Register and listen for your name starting next Monday, and you could win 2 tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Kansas City Royals on the 4th of July. Again, text FIREWORKS to 620-620. When we come back, speaking of the Dbacks, who steps up in Corbin Carroll's absence now? We're going to ask Dbacks Senior Vice President and Assistant General Manager Amiel Sadeh. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We've won the offseason. I would challenge any team. I think we've won the offseason.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Are you interested in wealth management that is designed to protect, maintain, and expand your financial portfolio? Well, I know that we were, Basinonians. Trajan Wealth, they offer retirement income planning and services that start with an in-depth understanding of your short and long-term goals. One of the reasons why you should call Trajan Wealth today and learn more about these strategies. 480-990-3300. Preparing for the future means having a good plan and making smart investments. Trajan Wealth offers tactical investments that focus on long-term core capital preservation. That's why you should call Trajan Wealth. 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Summer is a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling Models like Camry, Corolla, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the Desert Sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the July 4th Dbacks game against Kansas City, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, the Arizona Diamondbacks have won 4 of their last 5. They're in Chicago for Game 2 of this 3-game series against the White Sox this afternoon/evening in Chicago and Arizona. Amiel Sadeh, Dbacks Senior Vice President, Assistant GM, joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Amiel, thank you for the time. How are you guys feeling right now? Winning games, but also losing guys to injury.
Yeah, I mean, we're just holding our breath every night. It seems like every night someone's getting hit or we're taking on an injury, and you know, it's part of the game. I know every team deals with it, but you know, we're dealing with the adversity and hoping to get good news here in the next couple of days with some of these injuries.
Amiel, did we dodge a metaphorical bullet with Corbin Carroll?
It's hard to say. I mean, I think I don't really know. You know, obviously Corbin got hit in the hand and is going on the IL, and you know, we're not exactly sure of the timetable on that. But you know, I think the good thing is nobody can replace Corbin, but you know, being able to reach down to AAA, and we have some depth there, and somebody that we trust in Jake, who's played pretty well. He's really started to, after a little bit of a slow start, turn it on. So, it's hard to say what the timetable will be with Corbin, but he's going to fight as hard as he can to get back there.
I wanted to ask you about Jake McCarthy. I mean, I think everybody agrees you're not expecting him to just replace Corbin Carroll, but we've seen Jake McCarthy in the past respond pretty well to being sent down when he gets called back up. Are you seeing encouraging signs that he can give you closer to what he was giving you last year?
Yeah, we think so. I mean, look, I think everybody saw what happened at the beginning of the year. There was some stuff that maybe mechanically wasn't right. Went down to AAA. It's much easier to make those changes in AAA. The Jake that we've seen when he's been very successful with his sights on left center field and up the middle, and just the moves are simpler. He's hitting the ball hard. He's controlling the strike zone. He's getting on base. And I think if we see that version of Jake, it impacts the game, because just his legs alone on the bases can change the way pitchers pitch. So, we're excited to see him back here. He did a great job when he went down, put his head down, and really worked hard, was a great teammate. And, as hard as it is to lose Corbin, it's great to see Jake.
Amiel, can you give us any update on Eugenio Suarez and getting hit on the hand and the severity of that injury?
Yeah, I mean, again, those things are hard to say. I think the last couple we've seen, with Gabby and Corbin, I mean, they got hit in the hand, and then it just didn't respond very well. Gino's probably, I'd say he might be the toughest player in the major leagues. He's one of the toughest that I've ever been around. I think the news was somewhat positive last night based on the x-rays, but he's going to have to go out there and try it out and see how much pain he's in. I think he's able to withstand a lot of pain, but we'll see, how that transpires.
We're talking to Amiel Sadeh. Amiel, you guys have done a good job this season of not using the injuries as an excuse. Wolf and I have talked about this a lot. It's like, yeah, okay, you don't want to use it as an excuse, but it is certainly a factor in what you've had to work around and overcome this season. Is it ever difficult as an organization to just be like, all right, man, this is getting ridiculous. Like, a guy seems to go down every other night. How have you guys been able to navigate that behind the scenes?
It's generally very hard as an organization to build, just continue to build depth behind depth. I think that's one of the really tough things that we do is you start the season and you try to build enough depth that you're going to sustain injuries. Look, at the end of the day, everybody sustains pitching injuries, but you're going to sustain injuries in every position potentially, and you want to build depth. And then I think the hardest part for us is after, you call up those, whether it's the 6th, 7th, 8th starters or your backup infielders or backup outfielders, you still have to build depth behind them just in case they get injured. And I think that's been somewhat challenging, but, we've been able to sign some guys in AAA that we feel like if something happened to one of our backups, so to speak, we'll be able to add them on it. I think you can't look at your situation and feel sorry for yourself because we still have very good players out on the field, and we're still able to control a lot of what we need to control when we have good major league players on the field.
Amiel, speaking of AAA, how close do you think Jordan Lawler is to coming up and being a big leaguer once again?
He's been swinging the bat really well. Unfortunately, in the last 3 or 4 days, he hasn't played. He had a little bit of a hamstring tightness, achiness. He's been out of the lineup, and so not the most ideal timing when you look up and you see guys like Gino and Naylor getting hurt. But I think that he went down. We saw what happened when he was up here. He went down. He really stabilized himself. He was swinging the bat really well. I think Jordan is. I think the things sometimes we forget. We put him in a position that he's never really played outside of AAA this year at second base, and the game was, it was sped up a little bit on him, and I think he went down and He's done some good things defensively. And then, we talk about this all the time. He missed all of last year with AAA at-bats. And so going back down and getting those consistent at-bats is really important. I think the next time he comes up, and whenever that is, he's going to be more ready for the situation.
We're talking to assistant GM Amiel Sadeh. Amiel, the trade deadline's a little over 5 weeks away. That's still a ways away before you really have to make any decisions. But as far as what's going on the field, you guys are 4-1 in your last 5. How much do these games over the next 4 or 5 weeks dictate what you potentially have to do or get to do at the end of July?
Yeah, that's huge. It's monumental. I mean, I think that, we need to go out, and we put ourselves in a position where we're not in the driver's seat. We need to go out and win some of these games. And it doesn't matter who you're playing, whether you're playing your competitors in the wild card or in the division, or whether you're playing a team like the White Sox that's in the AL Central and is maybe not as strong of a competitor as the Dodgers or the Padres might be. We got to win those games, and I think it's obviously very difficult, but we set our sights on winning every series. I think we'll put ourselves in a really good position that when we get to the deadline, hopefully we're in a position to continue to add to this team and push towards the playoffs.
So, Amiel, Eduardo Rodriguez in his last 4 starts, I think it's the best that we have seen from Eduardo since he's been a Diamondback, the last 4 starts. What is he doing that is allowing him to be successful?
Well, he's executing. I mean, he's navigating his, even in his last start, not the one last night, but 2 starts ago, he's able to kind of minimize the damage, navigate his way out of traffic. I think we saw last night, there was a little bit extra zip on his. It might not have actually been with higher velocity, but he seemed like he had a little bit of extra zip on his fastball, and he wasn't afraid to attack. He was really on the attack from the start of the game, and we've seen some of that this year. I mean, I think early on when he faced the Rays and the Nats, and he punched out 10 in some of those games, he was he was commanding his fastball and he was on the attack. I think that the line scores didn't look great because we had some defensive miscues behind him, but we're starting to see that Erod that has the confidence and is able to go in and out. And I think there was one inning where he spotted his fastball up and away to 2 or 3 hitters for punch out looking, and he's mixing his pitches. And I think when you get a confident version of Erod, whose changeup's working and is able to go in and out with his fastball, I think you're going to see a similar version of what we saw last night.
Well, Amiel, we appreciate this as
Thank you,
always.
Amiel.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you. That's Amiel Sadeh joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of D-backs White Sox tonight from Chicago. Ryan Nelson on the mound for the D-backs in that one. Coming up next, all the top sports stories of the day in one place with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of Get It Nowhere Else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it.
I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce.
Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona House of Representatives voted to approve House Bill 2704, the tax recapture bill that will go toward Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk, where she will either sign the bill into law or veto it. For more on House Bill 2704, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Dbacks are in action tonight, going for the series win over the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Snakes have placed star outfielder Corbin Carroll on the 10-day injured list due to a chip fracture in his left wrist. And there is still a chance Bradley Beal could be traded from the Phoenix Suns. Here's our John Gambadoro from Burns and Gambo yesterday.
I'm starting to hear some rumblings. There might be a team or two that would trade for Bradley Beal. Now, that shocks a lot of people. I get it. But I think that will be the first order of business. I've said all along, however it happens, I think they got to move on.
This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submit2save.com. That's submit2save.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon. It is Tuesday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick, what's up?
All right, the Arizona House of Representatives voted to approve House Bill 2704, the tax recapture bill that will go toward Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk, where she will either sign it into law or veto it. What do you guys make of this next step toward Chase Field renovations?
Yes.
Wolf is applauding.
Thank you very much.
I could also applaud this. I mean,
Yes,
you
can.
Yeah, it's. I have. I think a lot of Valley sports fans, but especially hockey fans, have the PTSD of
Sure.
arena stuff. So I want to see it done, obviously, but this is a good step. This is now a couple good steps in the span of a couple days. So this is encouraging movement in the right direction if you are a baseball fan, and I'm guessing pretty much everybody listening to the show is a pretty big baseball fan.
Yeah, once again, I do believe the governor is going to sign this into law, and that means the Diamondbacks are going to be here for years and years and years to come. That
Good.
means we, as fans, as sports fans, we get to enjoy that. Not only that, raise up our kids in a culture filled with the love of baseball. And I love that.
I'm just excited for better AC.
It's the little things for Rick.
It really is.
Rick, are you asking us to turn the air down in here? Is that
No,
what you're
no.
trying to say? Okay.
It'll just be a little more. Not saying that it's not that it's not comfortable already in Chase Field, but it'll be even more comfortable.
You said that in a way where it was like you're too hot right now doing the show, and you just want to go somewhere with better
No.
AC.
I'm just excited that AC repairs are a big part of this renovation project. The Arizona Diamondbacks crushed the Chicago White Sox 10-0 yesterday in the Windy City. However, Josh Naylor left the game with right shoulder discomfort. Gambo reports he'll be in the lineup tonight. And Gino Suarez left the game after being hit by a pitch in the hand. Also, the Dbacks have placed star outfielder Corbin Carroll on the 10-day injured list with a chip fracture in his wrist. Can the Dbacks withstand all these injuries?
Yeah, I mean, what's your definition of withstand? They keep winning games. But I don't know. I don't know how far you can go with it, And I don't want to try and read too much into it, Wolf. But you brought this up with Amiel Sadeh last segment. How did you say it? Did we metaphorically dodge a bullet with the Corbin Carroll news? And he didn't really have a timeline for his return, and I don't blame him. I mean, how could they have a timeline right now? He just got put on the injured list, but. At a certain point, I don't know how you're going to win playoff series if you're just the AAA team.
Yeah, you know what? Bring it on, Basinonians, right now. Put the skull cap on and bring it on as well. I don't care. Honestly, doesn't matter. Corbin Carroll goes down. Gabby Moreno's goes down. Corbin Burns is down. Justin Martinez, Tommy Henry, AJ Puck. Hey, you know what? Hey, Eugenio? That's right. We'll walk through it together. Just bring it on. How many more injuries can this team sustain and still get a clear picture of what you're going to do at the trade deadline? That's what I ask you.
It's great because we have one of the monitors set up in here where you can see the broadcast that we're doing. And so when I look at you in person, Wolf, wearing the skull cap, I don't think it really looks that crazy. I don't. Okay. But when I look up and see you on TV, I'm like, why is that guy wearing a skull cap on TV?
Crazy, doesn't it?
For no other reason than it's 218 degrees out.
As a matter
you should put it on over your headphones. That would look cooler.
All right, in case you missed it, Kevin Durant has been traded to the Houston Rockets for Dillon Brooks, Jaylen Green, and draft picks. Did you guys miss that?
Wait, hold on. Katie got traded?
Yeah.
All right.
Just letting you know. Letting you know in case you missed it.
Write that down, too.
That takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. And it asks, which player will have a greater impact on the Suns' ability to win games next season? Jaylen Green or Dillon Brooks?
Jaylen Green.
Man.
I mean, if we're assuming that they're both here, I got to go Jaylen Green because I don't really know how much the Suns are going to be scoring points next year outside of Devin Booker. Like, who are your consistent scorers?
Dillon Brooks, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, this, I guess, could be positive or negative. If Dillon Brooks gets suspended a lot, then they're probably going to lose more games. I'm just going to go with Jaylen Green.
I'm going to go with Jaylen Green as well.
All right. Dillon Brooks leads 54% to 46%.
Wow.
Wolf's mind is blown.
Wow. Okay.
His skull cap almost flew off when you said
that. Okay, that blows my mind for so many different reasons. You're telling me you think Dillon Brooks is going to... What was the question again, Rick?
The question was, which player will have a greater impact on the Suns' ability to win games next season? I think maybe some people are voting on that in a negative way. Like, he'll negatively impact, maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't say who's going to drive their win total up. It just says who's going to impact their ability to win games.
Well, he does bring the intangible with him.
I'm excited for him.
Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Sometimes good, sometimes
He does seem like
bad.
a Rick player. Like halfway through the season, Rick's going to be like, Dillon Brooks would be LeBron if he had more playing time.
That is not true. I just like the hard-nosed mentality he's going to bring to the Suns. They need that, right?
Yeah,
I
you know
think
what?
they're gonna add a
Your
lot of that.
hard-nosed mentality has got to be hard-nosed mentality, and I'm all for that. Yet at the same time, let it be genuine. Don't try to instigate. Just be. Just go out and do and compete hard. And don't try to disrespect players that you're playing against. Don't do that. Just go out and compete.
This is why I feel like they're going to draft Colin Murray Boyles at 10. Because this is his game. Hard-nosed, defensive, just nasty player. Maybe not a great scorer, but they've made that such a point of emphasis that's why I think they're taking it 10.
I think they're drafting
I'd
Jace
be okay
Richardson.
with that, too.
Yeah.
Here we go, bro.
If they draft Jace Richardson, I'm walking out of the draft show tomorrow night.
Okay, I'll put that in writing.
Go ahead.
Sticking with the Suns, our John Gambadoro said this about guard Bradley Beal yesterday.
I'm starting to hear some rumblings. There might be a team or two that would trade for Bradley Beal. Now, that shocks a lot of people. I get it. But I think that will be the first order of business. I've said all along, however it happens, I think they got to move on.
Do you guys think the Suns will actually be able to move Bradley Beal?
No, I do not. They might. I am hopeful they'll be able to buy him out. But I just think, again, if you look at this logically, I'm not saying Gambo's wrong, but any team that would be willing to trade for Bradley Beal probably is not a playoff team. Because if you're a playoff team, you can't afford that much of your, I know it's not a hard cap, but basically salary cap to Bradley Beal. You can't. Otherwise, teams have been trading for him in the past. So I think the only sort of team that could take on his contract is a team that's kind of rebuilding, and we're not using all this money anyway. So give us that contract. How many years did I cover the Coyotes? Give us your bad contract, but give us some prospects too, or some picks. And I don't think Bradley Beal's going to waive his no-trade clause to go to like Charlotte or something.
Okay, but yeah, I do believe they are going to be able to move him because they're going to package those second-round picks probably with a player as well. How many, I don't know in terms of the picks. But yeah, they're going to be able to move them. And I think it's one of the reasons why they collected all these second-round picks as well. We'll see. But I think they're going to be able to in the end.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Celebrate the 4th of July with the Arizona Diamondbacks by texting FIREWORKS to 620-620. Register and listen for your name starting next Monday. And you could win 2 tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Royals on the 4th of July. Again, that's FIREWORKS to 620-620. All right, when we come back, how big of a building block is Jaylen Green for the Suns? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Taylor chased one out of the zone. He strikes out, and the ball game is over. Dominant stuff here for the D-backs as they just rock the White Sox 10-0. Pavin Smith had 2 home runs. Ketel Marte with a home run as well.
D-backs on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. Maybe you're looking to build your dream pool in your backyard right now. Listen, there's still time to get this done. Go with the name Arizona trusts the most. That is Presidential Pools and Spas as the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume. They earned my business, Basinonians, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound. It was just fantastic. Presidential Pools and Spas, they came over, they told us where the pool needed to go, what the amenities were that we needed, and to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts for you right now. Presidential Pools, they love our military and first responders. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX/ZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Arizona sports.
Being part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy. Last couple weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Wolf. To me, it's the biggest question from that trade, the Kevin Durant trade over the weekend.
Yeah.
You know, look, does Kevin Durant make the Rockets a title contender? Yeah, they were already a really good team. He fits exactly what they needed. That team could go all the way next year. I don't know if they'd be my pick, but they'd certainly be on the short list. But that's not the biggest question for me. The biggest question for me is, what is Jaylen Green? What is he now? What is he going to evolve into? Right now, he's an exciting young player, not super consistent. He's going to be in a position now, and you brought this up yesterday. He led the Rockets in scoring last season, during the regular season, certainly not during the playoffs, during the regular season. He's going to be in a position here to really, his stats could take off because they're going to lean on him for production. But is he going to be shooting, efficiently? Is he going to be shooting 38% from the field and scoring a bunch of points or what? Like, what does he evolve into? Because if he evolves into something and he can play alongside Devin Booker, now you have a couple building blocks. If not, you just have a trade chip.
Yeah. For me right now, Basinonians, he's 23 years old, and I realized that his postseason wasn't great, scored 38 points in one game, and then all of a sudden...
Nice.
Yeah, that was nice right there. And all of a sudden got shut down for the most part after that. And a lot of people point the finger at Jaylen Green, why the Houston Rockets were ejected from the postseason. Having said all of that right now, I believe he's got to improve on the defensive end of the floor. He's got to improve in terms of sharing the ball as well. His assists are not fantastic. Some people were talking about Jaylen Green and the fact that, Jaylen Green, he could possibly play the point. I don't think there's any way that Jaylen Green could play the point. That's just my own opinion.
Devin Booker can play the point if he has to, if we're back where it's point.
I know. I don't want to see that. I don't.
Well, I don't know why they have both these guys.
Well, maybe they're going to move him again. Maybe. Yeah. We'll have to see. But I think he can improve in terms of his three-point shot. He's about, 35%, somewhere in there. It's not bad at all, but you'd like to see him improve his three-point shot and improve on the defensive end of the floor and maybe improve in terms of passing the basketball.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing is that there's still a lot of room for improvement, but you do have a guy who, in his 4-year NBA career, was the number 2 overall pick in the draft and is averaging more than 20 points per game for his entire career. It's not like for the last 2 weeks of the season or something, or for his rookie year, but all of a sudden as the team around him got better, he stopped scoring. He is averaging over 20 points a game in his career. Field goal percentage right around 42%. You'd like that to come up a little bit too, in addition to the things you said. But the biggest thing is can he fit with Devin Booker, where you're getting maximum, value, production out of both of them. Otherwise, he's gone because Book's not going anywhere. And also, how much can he and is he willing to improve? This is Matt Thomas, was on with Bickley and Murata yesterday, giving them the perspective from the Houston side of things on what Jaylen Green's going to bring to the Suns this season.
Personally, I like Jaylen Green. Look, I like Dillon Brooks, too. You guys are going to love DB if he stays there. And same thing with Jaylen if he stays there as well. He is a high-volume shooter. He will get you a 30-point night. It might take him 24 shots to get there. That's just the God's honest truth. He's never been an efficient shooter. His three-point percentage has gotten better each and every year, but it's by no means a strength. He's a very good dribble drive penetrator. He gets the free throw line a lot. And there'll be nights, boys, that he will score you 35 points. You're like, this is my alpha dog. And there's other nights that he'll go, 3 for 11 with 7 points and be incognito for a large part of that. And to be really truthful, and the hard part of watching him, because I was a Jaylen Green fan, was of the 7 games against Golden State in the playoffs, he was a no-show in 6 of them. Didn't even take shots.
Yeah, again, for me, I'm not too concerned about that, only because he's 23 years old, and I think he's going to continue to get better. Now, I realize when I say he's 23 years old that it's not like saying, well, he's only 21. I still think he is a work in progress. He's nowhere close to being the NBA player he's going to be for the rest of his career. I think he's still developing and can improve and get better. That's my expectation for Jaylen Green. Here's the thing that I wonder about. They've got to have some type of inside information on Jaylen Green and his personality. Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns had to have some type of insight into the personality of Jaylen Green. Because right now, assuming they're not going to just flip Jaylen Green and move him, if you're going to keep Jaylen Green going on to this season coming up, if you're going to keep him, he's got to be a guy that will fit your culture, right?
Yeah.
Or you would have never acquired him.
Yeah, it's a good point because right now this is just the bird's eye view. This is the simplified version of it. But I think a lot of people view him as a guy, you just heard it right there. He'll score, but he's going to take a lot of possessions to do it. So it's not like he's really an efficient scorer yet, and he's not great defensively. And when you talk about what the Suns are preaching that they want to be, like he's almost the exact opposite of Dillon Brooks, right? So I could absolutely see a scenario where they are drafting guys at 10 and 29 tomorrow that are defensive-minded, gritty defensive guys. I said defensive twice. I'll say it the third time.
Sure.
And then you've got Ryan Dunn. And I do believe you've got Dillon Brooks. You can go out and add those types of players in free agency a lot easier than you can add 25-point-per-game scorers. Now, Jaylen Green's not a 25-point-per-game scorer, but he's got that sort of upside. I almost wonder if it's just like we're going to have Devin Booker do everything, Jaylen Green help Devin Booker score, and then everybody else on our team's just going to beat the other team up.
Yes.
That's kind of what it seems like if they're going to keep Green.
Yeah, yet at the same time, I would say this. Why in the world would you bring Jaylen Green into this paradigm, into this culture, if in fact mentally he wasn't willing to be the type of player you want inside that locker room?
So I have two answers for you.
When you talk about alignment, you better have players that are aligned, or you got jacked.
Well, if you ask me that question about the Cardinals bringing a player in, and we saw this, right? They draft Walter Nolan, and the Cardinals for 2 years have been so consistent with this. You and I on the draft show that night were both like, Walter Nolan may have questions, but if the Cardinals vetted him and drafted him, I feel like those questions have been answered sufficiently. I trust Monty Austinfort to do that.
Yes.
With the Suns, I don't know yet. It's entirely possible that they got him because that's the only guy Houston was willing to give up.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Once again, scary, but Brian Gregory's got to know that. As a former coach, you've got to know that. You have to know that. Matt Ishby has got to know that. You just can't bring in guys that don't fit your culture if you're going to plan on keeping them. Can you?
No.
I mean, no.
Especially not on a basketball team where you have, 15 players?
Yeah.
You can't have like 3 or 4 of them not fit your culture. Then what's the point? I think you can have a guy be more primarily offensive than defensive.
Luke, do you think they did their research on Jaylen Green?
Yeah,
yes.
I think they did their. Come on. I don't know if there's a part of me that wonders if Houston dictated the conversation in the terms of the trade like 95% to 5%.
Yeah,
I
get your point on that.
Where the Suns like we want Jabari Smith and Houston's like you can have Jaylen Green or nobody, and where the Suns like okay we'll take him. I mean I don't know. I think Jaylen Green could be a really exciting and potentially very fun player. And I do think, I'm with you, I think he'll keep getting better the next couple of years. But I don't know if they brought him in because he's the guy they wanted or because he was their only real option.
Oh, boy.
And I don't know when we're going to know that.
Oh, boy.
When we come back, is this the best version of Eduardo Rodriguez the Diamondbacks have ever seen? That's worth diving into. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke bummed me out.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
There is no statue coming, to say the least. There is no statue. For now, there's something coming.
I think we kind of look back on him in some ways like the Shaq era.
There are parallels.
The Shaq era. There's no success in the Shaq era.
The guys you would rather have, I would have rather had Sean Marion then. I would have rather had the Twins right now.
He was an all-star. Shaq was but you don't really look back fondly on the Shaq era because there wasn't a whole lot of success in the Shaq era.
I'm still mad about that Duncan 3, though. I'm still mad about it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business? Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family?
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community?
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona House of Representatives voted to approve House Bill 2704, the tax recapture bill that will go toward Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk, where she will either sign it into law or veto it. For more on House Bill 2704, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Dbacks are in action tonight, going for the series win over the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Snakes have placed star outfielder Corbin Carroll on the 10-day injured list due to a chip fracture in his left wrist. And in Suns news, there is still a chance Bradley Beal could be traded from the Phoenix Suns. Here's our John Gambadoro from Burns and Gambo yesterday.
I'm starting to hear some rumblings. There might be a team or two that would trade for Bradley Beal. Now, that shocks a lot of people. I get it. But I think that will be the first order of business. I've said all along, however it happens, I think they got to move on.
This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Castro. No.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in all week on Burns and Gambo. The Diamondbacks' next 5 games are against teams under 500, so how many games are must win? We'll discuss it straight up 2 o'clock on Burns and Gambo.
Down in the deep, when your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put it in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean.
All right, Wolf, lost in the shuffle a little bit last night because the Diamondbacks scored 10 runs and because the Corbin Carroll injury news came out after the game that he's going on the injured list and he's got a fracture in his wrist, and because Josh Naylor got hurt and Gino got hurt. Like, you can see where Eduardo Rodriguez's pitching performance might get lost in the shuffle, but we talked about it going in, and then he did deliver again. This is now 4 straight pretty good starts from Erod, all coming after he rejoined the team off the injured list. And the reason, again, that's important to me is that's at least a tangible, like, hey, something did potentially change. Maybe he was hurt going into his injured list, which you would expect. Maybe that injury was impacting how he throws or how he pitches or whatever. Since he has come out, 4 starts, a 2.05 ERA. You made this point before the show, which I will now steal now. This is the best he's looked as a Diamondback. I wouldn't even say this year. I would say as a Diamondback.
As a Diamondback. For his last 4 starts, go look at it. He hasn't put together 4 starts like this since he showed up as a Diamondback. This was the coup de grace, if you will. This was an awesome honor. He was fantastic. His control was great in this game. The location of his fastball was awesome. Pounded the strike zone and moved the ball all over the zone as well. The consistency was back and has been back in these last 4 starts since he's been back.
Yeah. And I get last night you're playing the White Sox. That's a team that struggles. But his previous 3 starts, they're not. First of all, prior to the injured list, it didn't really matter who he was pitching against. He was struggling.
Yeah.
But, okay, shuts out the White Sox for 6 innings, strikes out 10. Gives up 1 run to Toronto, though. They lost the game, the Dbacks did. They lost that game 8-1, but he gave up 1 earned run in 4 2/3 innings. It's not going to win you the Cy Young, but he gave up 1 earned run. And Toronto is a pretty good scoring team this season. They're right in the middle of the pack overall, but lately they've been really good. Pitched well against Seattle, 2 earned runs in 6 1/3 innings. Seattle is a top 10 scoring team. And decent in Cincinnati on June 6th, 2 earned runs over 5 innings, but Cincinnati in Cincinnati tends to score because that stadium's so small. So I think you can throw out the quality of competition overall and just say he's pitching really good.
He's pitching really good. He's pitching better. You could just see it once again. Watching him last night, what I really loved was how he started Basinonians and how he finished. I thought it was really, really significant. You know me, I'm big on this. How you start and how you finish anything, I think, in life is really, really important. And it was right from the get-go with him. He struck out, 6 of the first 8 guys that he faced.
Yeah, there was really no doubt yesterday. He was
6 of the first 8 guys. And I know, once again, you could say it was the White Sox.
Yep.
And I understand. You can only pitch against who you're pitching against.
It's not like all his starts are against the White Sox.
Exactly. And he struck out the side in the 6th as well. Now, that was the last inning that he was out there, but it was a great way to get out, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He did an awesome job, how he started and how he finished.
He's been their best starting pitcher over the last month. I mean, think about that for a second. Like, we were looking at the numbers yesterday, and I'll pull them up again here now, just as far as I'm just going to go last 30 days, okay? Last 30 days, Arizona Diamondbacks starting pitching, and I'm just going to go ERA over the last 30 days. And he is absolutely right there he's actually at the top. The only guy who has a better ERA was Corbin Burns, and Erod's actually passed him. If you go over the last 30 days, Erod's got a 2.05.
Wow.
Tonight's starter, Ryan Nelson, has a 2.96. Merrill Kelly has a 3.10. Those are all good. You're fine with all them. Again, the issues are Brandon Pfaadt has a 9.51 and Zach Gallen has a 6.30. But if you have Erod picking up the slack, it doesn't hurt quite as bad that Brandon Pfaadt has been struggling. You know, I don't know anybody looks at Erod and says, "Oh, he's pitching like an ace. They've got a number 1 right now." It's not that. He's not going quite deep enough into games yet. but he has been a team's number one starter before to, pretty decent levels of success in Detroit.
Yeah, and once again, I know Erod walked one guy in the sixth, but he did strike out the three other hitters that he faced. He finished really, really well, and this is something that we should expect from Eduardo going forward.
This is more like what they paid for.
This is what they paid for.
And he's here for a while, so you need this from him.
And, honestly, it was interesting because coming into this season, we were talking about Eduardo Rodriguez specifically in regard to it's time, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You signed a 4-year, $80 million contract. It is time to step up and start playing up to and pitching up to that contract and doing it more consistently. It's one of the reasons why people get paid what they get paid, brothers, because of consistency. If you're consistently average, you're going to get paid on an average basis. If you're consistently good, you're going to get paid for being consistently good. If you're consistently great, you're going to get paid like that. It's about being consistent. I know you can't do it every time. Boy, do I know that. As a professional athlete, a former professional athlete, even though once an athlete, always an athlete, okay? And I use that term loosely. But
thank you to all Wedge Busters out there.
Thank you, Wedge Busters. But again, it does. It's a situation where you've got to go out and you've got to compete and you've got to do it to the level you've been given.
You can make a case that Erod pitching better, Erod improving, Erod getting back to where he was when the Diamondbacks signed him is more important than Zach Gallen getting back, right? I mean, maybe not this season, but Zach Gallen's not signed past this year. Erod is signed for many more years. When you look at who the Diamondbacks have in their starting rotation signed going forward, that it's like guaranteed to be here, Zach Gallen is not. Merrill Kelly is not. I hope they bring one of them back, and I think Merrill Kelly would be the one because he's not going to cost as much, and he's typically pretty consistent. But your guys that you have signed going forward that this rotation is built around, Corbin Burns, who's not going to pitch for a good chunk of next season, and Erod. So you really need Erod to lock in. I mean, your younger guys are locked in for a little bit. Brandon Pfaadt's obviously locked in. I don't know what to make of Brandon Pfaadt right now. I don't know if this is just kind of growing pains of evolving in Major League Baseball or what, but Erod is one of your vets that you need to lock in. Right now, he's your only vet for next year.
Yeah, we just need Diamondbacks that have been paid to step up and play and perform and pitch like they have been paid. Right now, Zach Gallen is really a disappointment. And I think Zach, if he were sitting right here, he'd say that. You know that. You know how he is.
Great players are even better self-evaluators.
Right, self-evaluators. Right now, he's got to say, I am having a bad season. You know it. The Basinonians, you are the first one to know when things aren't going well. You're the first one to notice it. Zach doesn't seem like a guy who's going to run from that. He doesn't seem like that. So he's got to know that he's in this right now. Like, what is wrong? Zach Gallen has got to be questioning himself and what he's doing, everything that he's doing. Why am I having
good for him.
this season that I'm having right now?
It feels like a lot of their season at this point hinges on either him getting back to being Zach Gallen or not. And part of the reason it's even able to still hinge on it with all the injuries they have is that Erod's pitching better, that Ryan Nelson has been really good when they've had to turn to him other than basically one start against the Reds.
They need him to be Zach Gallen, just like Eduardo is stepping up. They need him to do that. They need Zach Gallen to do the same.
Don't have the Arizona Sports app downloaded yet? Do so now, and you'll get instant access on the go with our shows, videos, and news. When we come back, the NBA draft is tomorrow. The Suns have the 10th pick. So who are some of the names being mocked to the Suns at number 10? We'll give you those next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morano mornings.
We're about 5-6 weeks away from training camp for the Arizona Cardinals. Can't get here soon enough. This sports year in Arizona has been very trying for a number of reasons.
I know.
Especially since football season.
Isn't it crazy that
The Cardinals and ASU football, two programs awash in dysfunction just a couple of years ago, are like our shining lights now, our beacons of hope.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who could the Phoenix Suns take with the 10th overall pick? And what positions should they be focusing on? It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports.
All right, Wolf, I will tell people we do have a lot of coverage right now up at arizonasports.com. Everybody quickly turning the page from Kevin Durant talk to who are the Suns going to take, both at number 10 and 29, but specifically at number 10, okay? We've actually got a quick Arizona Sports mock draft tracker for potential picks for the Suns at number 10. And Kellen Olson has the 5 best prospects for the Suns to target at number 10 in the draft here that he just put up as well. So get you some names now. You can kind of go out there and get a feel for who they might be able to go after.
Yeah, the mocks are out, of course, and have been for quite a while. I nailed the post. I did, Macedonia. Just saying. Yeah! Okay, everyone settle down. I guess who do you want at number 10? Who do you want unless the Phoenix Suns move the 10th pick overall?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you move it, you're only moving up, right?
I would think
you
so.
can really move down. You do need some impact players. I've said this a couple times today, the guy that Kellen has number 5 on his list, Colin Murray Boyles. I like him just in the sense that I could see the Suns going out and getting him because he does a lot of those things that they preached at the end of the season. And, I mean, I guess it really comes down to what you're trying to do at number 10. Are you trying to swing for the fences, or are you just trying to get a guy that you feel like is going to play on this team for a while? If you're just trying to get like a steady guy that's going to be a part of this team, I think Murray Boyles is a solid pick.
Okay, for me right now, I love the fact he's got butt, all right? This guy's 6'7", 240 pounds. That's pretty thick.
I like.
Well, no, I'm just saying that is pretty thick right there, and he is stout. When you look at Colin Murray Boyles, he is stout.
Yeah.
He's tough. He's physical. He's big. He's got the body to do it. I just don't know if he's ever going to develop a perimeter game. That's the question mark with him right now.
And that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, are you expecting to go hit a home run? You're either going to hit a home run or you're going to miss completely with that 10th pick, or are you just expecting a steady guy who's going to play for you? I was looking at one scouting report that said one of the best defenders to enter the entire draft in recent years. So, I mean, that right there, yeah, I just feel like that alone, I feel like if the Suns are really serious about that, this is what I'm talking about. You can get a player like that at 10. You can get an all-star at 10, but we were looking at the list the other day. More often than not, you're not getting that player. Like, your upside piece from the draft, or from that trade, rather, to me was Jaylen Green, not the draft pick.
Yeah, you have to wonder about building a team where you've got nothing but great defense. You've got great defense. You got to have offensive players as well. But so much of your offense can come off of your defense. You look at OKC and how they win games. Oh, my goodness. The deflections, how many times they get their hands on a basketball defensively. Same thing with the Pacers as well. We were talking about this before, the pace that they play, how many times they make a play on the defensive end of the floor and they're running offensively. You don't need a lot of great scores of the basketball if you're not going to set up a half-court offense.
True.
You need a bunch of athletes who can throw the ball down. Isn't that right, Sean Marion? But Sean Marion, of course, developed that corner 3 very, very nicely. This is what I'm wondering. When you think of Colin Murray Boyles, could he actually be a guy that could get out and run the floor? Defensively, he's going to play and hold up really, really well. But could he get out and run the floor as well? I don't know enough about the kid to answer that question.
Well, I mean, you're projecting too, right? I mean, nobody knows how he's going to project into the NBA. I mean, I think the only ones we really feel super confident are going to be instant impact NBA players are Cooper Flagg and probably Harper too. And that's about it. I mean, even Ace Bailey, who's supposed to be by and large the 3rd best player in this draft, seems to be dropping down the board because of a variety of reasons that you don't typically see a player drop down the board for. Not like he's getting in trouble or doing anything off the court, but just won't work out for certain teams, and that it's not going to move him up the draft. The comps on this list I was looking at specifically for Colin Murray Boyles, Wolf, Julius Randle and Draymond Green. Again, two actual players that we've heard in the past the Suns have been interested in. They're not getting them, but this is a player at 10. You pretty much, it seems like you know what you're getting if you draft him.
Yeah. You know what I love about it? The mentality is there with Murray Boyles. The mentality is there. You just don't learn how to do that. There are very, very few guys, Basinonians, that I have seen learn how to do that, to be tough. You either are tough or you are not. You can learn how to be a leader, Basinonians. You can. I've seen guys do it. You can learn how to be a leader. You can't learn how to be tough unless something really, really bad happens in your life. Unfortunately, it's a hard thing to say. It chokes me up, honestly, when I talk about it. Many times, tragedy will turn somebody who needed to be more resilient, needed to be tougher, into that. But I hate saying that for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
There are some people you rarely can learn how to be tough. You either are or you are not. Learn to be a leader, yeah. Learn to be tough, no. This kid knows how to be tough because he is.
Well, I'm looking at some of the other players that are out there. I don't want to read you Kellen's entire list because I want you to go read it. But Jeremiah Fears is a player I've seen in a lot of different places, not necessarily mocked to the Suns, but the point guard out of Oklahoma, maybe a guy that is more of a swing for the fences type pick. If he were there at 10, somebody that maybe you get and you're like, okay, you know what? This is a guy that if he fulfills his potential, he's going to outweigh the number 10 pick in the draft. You know, again, I don't know what Murray Boyles is going to project to in the NBA, but it feels like if you take him, you're taking a guy that should be about the 8th to 12th best player in the draft when we all look back in 4, 5, 6 years. But kind of more of a sure thing for what he is, whereas Jeremiah Fears may be more of an upside guy, but they need some upside too.
No, they need some upside. There's no doubt about that. But, you know, we were talking about this earlier, the personalities you're going to bring in. If Jaylen Green is going to be a Phoenix Sun, they know what his personality is.
Yeah.
They know whether or not he's open to actually trying to be a better defender, trying to actually move the ball and pass the ball and maybe take better shot selections. They know who he is. They know what he thinks and how he thinks. Otherwise, you'd never trade for a guy and bring him into a new culture, especially this culture you're trying to establish. Well, the same thing applies to these draft picks as well. You're not going to bring somebody in that isn't going to play defense and isn't going to be tough and physical.
We had Kevin Sweeney of Sports Illustrated on earlier to talk about some of these names, and one of the guys we brought up to him was U of A's Carter Bryant.
Yeah, I think he's totally a logical fit. 15 would be probably the bottom of Carter's range. I think you could certainly see him anywhere from probably 9 to 15 here tomorrow night. I think still developing as an offensive player, but he fits the mold of a lot of the great role players that we saw have so much success during the playoffs, right? He's got great positional size. He can guard multiple positions. He's a high-level three-point shooter, and he's got a good feel for the game. He can make decisions. He doesn't need to be on the ball a lot. And so he's someone that possesses a little bit of the upside, which you want when you're drafting in the lottery, but also some game-ready elements that I think teams will really value.
Man, I like Carter Bryant. I like him.
He's the one you've liked for a while.
Yep.
Yeah.
U of A, but still, there is that, but we'll take him.
He's good. I'll take him.
That's right. Carter Bryant.
As long as we're not drafting him just because he went to U of A, like I feel like we did with a player 6.5 years ago.
Once again, especially somebody who's got that two-way intensity about him. He's long. He's athletic, hyper-athletic. I think he could be an excellent wing in the NBA.
Just real quick, we do have a mock draft tracker up on ArizonaSports.com. I'll get you some of the names here. There's not nearly as many mock drafts in the NBA as there is for the NFL, obviously. Yeah. But the most mocked players to the Suns at 10 right now are Colin Murray Boyles from South Carolina, who we're talking about, Carter Bryant, who you just mentioned, Derek Queen, the forward/center out of Maryland.
Man, I don't want Derek Queen. And nothing against Derek, but man, I don't want him.
Malwatch and Knipple out of Duke, both have been mocked there. Jace Richardson, somebody did it. Who did that? Who mocked Jace Richardson to the Phoenix Suns? Who would do this? Who would look and find? Well, let's see. Shooting guard, that's all they have. Spartan, that's all they want. So somebody mocked.
Oh.
Again, no Jace Richardson. All right, when we come back, Jake McCarthy is back with the D-backs. So what can we realistically expect from him upon his return to the big leagues? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here, and we all know that it's heating up out there, isn't it? Oh, that's right, Basinonians. Well, All Pro Shade Concepts, they want to change that for you right now. If you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, you need to contact All Pro Shade Concepts. Listen, their roll-down patio shades are retractable, and it's incredible to see this. The cooler patios, no glare, and a lot of privacy as well. Maybe you got a neighbor who's peeking over the wall, you know what I mean? Well, listen, they came out to the Wolfley compound. They advised us on what our shading needs were, what our options were, and I can tell you, it's still one of the best things we've ever done. All the family time out by the pool and the privacy because of All Pro Shade Concepts. I can tell you right now, Basinonians, you need All Pro Shade Concepts to improve your outdoor life around the compound. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 255970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, He also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona House of Representatives voted to approve House Bill 2704, the tax recapture bill that will go toward Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk, where she will either sign the bill into law or veto it. For more on House Bill 2704, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Dbacks are in action tonight, going for the series win over the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Snakes have placed star outfielder Corbin Carroll on the 10-day injured list due to a chip fracture in his left wrist. Jake McCarthy has been called up from AAA Reno. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We get details on everything that Jared Carlin ingested during his vacation. Oh, and we'll recap what the D-backs did in Chicago against the White Sox starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, Wolf, I'm looking at the YouTube live chat. You can always watch live on YouTube now. King Nacho says Carter Bryant is overrated.
Okay.
So he's out on Carter Bryant.
Probably an ASU fan.
Mark also said no Carter Bryant. We need size. That's true. The we need size parts. Jorge said if they actually draft Richardson at 10, ... which I don't think was written as a sort of
Sparta. Yes.
I'm seeing Optical Illusion. Although again, keep in mind, Optical Illusion earlier said extend Beal. He said he hopes the Suns trade Nick Richards. I think this draft is going to determine if they trade Nick Richards, if they can get the piece they want there that's better than Nick Richards or not. I'm seeing some people say Malwatch from Duke. I would like that. But again, you're not getting a sure thing at number 10. The reason I like Colin Murray Boyles is he seems like the sort of player where you know what you're getting if you draft him. If that's what you want, it feels like you are getting that player at 10. You're going to get a guy that plays for your team and does those things.
So when you say that, though, specifically, what do you think of first?
Defense.
Defense. You think of defense. Yeah. I think of defense, and I think of physicality.
Yeah.
A mentality. And if you're willing to play on the defensive end of the floor, and you're willing to be physical, it says so much about you as a player. It does.
I think
doesn't mean you're going to be a great offensive force. I understand that. He's got a lot of work to do in that regard. But man, when you're good on the defensive end of the floor, so much of the time it's because of your effort. And I like that.
Look, I think a lot of this has to do, or will give us a pretty good feel for what they think of Jaylen Green. Because if you are confident in Jaylen Green and this guy's going to be here and he's going to be a scorer at least for this year, then I think you can take a guy like Colin Murray Boyles but if you're trying, like SGA, let's just use him as an example because he might be the best player in the NBA right now. Certainly right now he is at the season he just had.
Yeah.
He was the 11th overall pick when he got taken. If you're trying to hit a home run like that, then I don't think you're taking Murray Boyles. You're taking somebody else that has more upside, but also potentially could have some downside. So it's just a matter of if the Suns feel like they need that crazy upside guy or if they just need a guy that's going to play for them, but be good, like not just waste of a pick. Yeah. Over to baseball, and Jake McCarthy is officially coming back up for the Diamondbacks. Wolf, unfortunately, he's coming up because Corbin Carroll's hurt. And in case you missed it last night after the game or today, certainly on the show, Corbin Carroll on the 10-day injured lists with the wrist fracture. He's basically got like a fractured part of his bone in the wrist. Torrey described it after the game last night, which was just really just kind of depressing. What do you expect from Jake McCarthy?
Just the way he said it was really kind of depressing.
It was because he described how it hit one side and knocked part of the bone off the other side.
Okay,
great. Cool. Thanks.
Thank you, Luke. Appreciate that. Jake McCarthy right now, he's got to find himself in a completely different paradigm. It's a situation where the Diamondbacks, they score runs by hitting home runs. They score runs by hitting home runs, and rarely are they manufacturing runs. And the last time we really saw Jake McCarthy, now I realize he was up this year, but the last time we really saw it, where the no-fly zone and how big that was a couple of years ago, and Jake McCarthy and how well he did, and defensively, how well he was playing in the outfield, and once again, the speed and raw athleticism on the base paths and manufacturing runs. Man, the Diamondbacks just don't score runs that way very often anymore.
I mean, his role is going to be get on base, and then the guy behind you is probably going to hit a home run. That's kind of how it's gone this season. The even-numbered years have been more kind to Jake McCarthy. Okay, I'm going to give you the stats from 2022 and 2024. Played a lot more games in 2024. He played 99 games in 22 and 142 in 24. But batting average 283 and 285. Home runs 8 and 8. Steals 23 and 25. If you go with this year, in 14 games, he's hitting 073. So,
wow,
he can't hit like that, obviously, or they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Because now with these injuries, you need him to produce a little bit.
Yeah, you would hope so. Once again, that's why I'm saying it's got to be so difficult to actually see this, knowing that he's not that type of player or hasn't been that type of player. He's a guy that's going to get on base and cause some issues, cause some problems. It's not that he can't hit. He can hit, but it's the slug part of it that he just doesn't have a ton of.
He's not going to hit 25
Not going to
home
hit you.
runs. Amiel Sadeh joined us earlier in the show. We asked him about the McCarthy call-up because it had just happened officially.
Yeah, we think so. I mean, look, I think everybody saw what happened at the beginning of the year. There was some stuff that maybe mechanically wasn't right. Went down to AAA. It's much easier to make those changes in AAA. He, the Jake that we've seen when he's been very successful with his sights on left center field and up the middle, and just the moves are simpler. He's hitting the ball hard. He's controlling the strike zone. He's getting on base. And I think if we see that version of Jake, it impacts the game, because just his legs alone on the bases can change the way pitchers pitch. So, we're excited to see him back here. He did a great job when he went down, put his head down, and really worked hard, was a great teammate. And, as hard as it is to lose Corbin, it's great to see Jake.
We've seen him, Wolf. We've seen him respond in the past to getting sent down, comes back and plays a lot better. We have seen that from Jake McCarthy. Just we haven't seen consistency from year to year. And this year, we really haven't seen much of anything from him at the plate. Now, with Reno, he's hitting .314, so he is hitting better, but obviously that's against AAA pitching, not Major League.
Wouldn't you love to see Jake McCarthy come up here? He's one of my favorite players. Obviously, the football tie,
That's true.
The fact that he was a football player, I love that. The fact that he's such an athlete, his speed, I loved it, man. Back when the Diamondbacks were about creating chaos on the base paths, he was right in the middle of all that.
Yeah,
it's bizarre to see this, man. It's the one thing about Major League Baseball that I have a hard time getting on top of. Is just the fact that the minor league system is there, and you're always getting sent down and then back up sometimes. Sent down. I wonder how many times I would have been sent down. Do you know what I mean?
Ron Wolfley sent to the USFL.
I'm just saying. It's just a weird dynamic. You're in the pros, now you're not.
Well, and
you are, and I realize the minors.
You're
it's
not
still
in the
the pros. You're still getting paid, but it's not. It's not the finest.
It's been especially weird with Jake McCarthy, though, because it feels like he's on the Diamondbacks every other year. Like he is the extreme case of not only is he on the team in 2022, he's like a huge impact player. He's sort of right there among the faces of the start of the whole creating chaos era. And then 2023 never really gets going. He misses the playoffs with injury. And then 2024, here we go again. He's great. Now this year he's hitting 073. So when we come back to basketball, Kevin Zimmerman of the Empire, he's going to join us. Empire of the Suns is going to join us in just a second to give us his thoughts on the Kevin Durant trade, but also what the Suns need to and can do tomorrow at the draft. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
He did miss 50 out of a possible 195 games. The Suns paid him $29 million for games he didn't play in. 50 out of 195. That's more than 25% of the games played he missed. That's what happens when you take a chance on an older player who's had an injury history before. You end up with him missing a lot of games.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Listen, they like to say, your move is their mission, and it is their mission, Basinonians. Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach to every move. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. One of the reasons why they hire veterans, they proudly support and hire veterans. That's because of that military-like approach that they use. And not only that, when you work with Moving Team 6, you're working with the Lee family. Tim Lee, I can tell you right now, he owns and operates Moving Team 6 with his sons, Garrett and JT. This is a family-run business. They're honest, they're trustworthy, and experienced as well. And so is Moving Team 6. You want a free home estimate, you just go ahead and give them a call today, or you go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports.
You know, when people can just hang your career in the balance like that and just choose what they want to do with your career, it's a nerve-wracking feeling, but being able to dictate what you want to do and then being with a team that values you, I'm looking forward to it.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Kevin Zimmerman, co-host of the Empire of the Suns podcast with Kellen Olson, joins us right now. Among other things Kevin does. Joins us right now, though, to talk some Phoenix Suns. Kevin, I think we should do it this way, Wolf. Let's let Kevin decide where we start.
Yes, I like that.
All right.
idea.
You have
oh, no.
Option A,
okay.
We can go down the Kevin Durant path, or option B, we can go down the NBA draft path. Either way, you're getting both. So it's just where you want to start.
I will like going in order. I want to talk draft, but we'll start with KD since that's in order.
All right. Just your overall reaction to the return, and I guess the other part baked into that. What, in your mind, is the most important part of the return?
Yeah, I think my overall reaction, just because of the timing, like when the trade didn't happen in February, when you take all these months, and I said in February at some, whether it's to myself or on a show or wherever, hey, the Suns have this many months to figure out what they can get for Kevin Durant, but it might not be good because they've put themselves in this position. I think that length of time made my expectations pretty low. And so when it happens, it's like, okay, like we know why this is. I was like, okay, you get a talent in Jaylen Green, whatever you think about him, where you either flip it or you have at least talent to work with, right, or try it out.
Okay.
I think that's important, but at the end of the day, to answer the second part of your question, the big thing in this is the number 10 pick. They got to do something with it. They have to hit on it, and the crazy part about it is you have to both avoid it blowing up in your face, but also you need it to be a pretty good player and hit. So, you can't deal with low floor people. You need to deal with high ceiling people, and the players in this draft who have a low floor and a high ceiling are super scary to me.
Yeah.
You know what's amazing about this, Zim? I think Dillon Brooks could actually have the biggest impact of all the assets they got, of all the pieces they got. I think Dillon Brooks could actually have the biggest impact. Now, I really do, that he just competes, goes out there and plays hard, and doesn't try to instigate crud. Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't like guys that I played against that used to instigate, try to be instigators, cheap shot you. Now, I'm not saying he would do that, but he does instigate a lot of stuff. There's a circus that comes along with him. Yet, at the core of him, he's a defensive guy who competes and is tough as nails.
Yeah.
Okay? I like that right now. He might actually have the biggest impact because of the culture they're trying to establish here. He is that guy, minus the circus that comes with it.
I would recommend watching the Netflix doc on the USA's run to the gold this past summer, because they covered Canada, and there were some Dillon Brooks moments in that where you see him off the court and you see like that's a really quiet, humble, nice guy, and he's just a terror when he enters the court or he's walking in front of Devin Booker in a press conference and that kind of thing. But I agree with you on that, and I shouldn't have left him out when I was talking about the important pieces, because he is everything that they have said they want to be as far as culture and competing.
Yeah.
And this is me not knowing him again, but there's always a risk of that with veterans, especially whether you're talking PJ Tuckers, if they're not playing, or you're trying to do youth movement, or the recent example my brain went to was when they were not going to be very good, but they signed Trevor Ariza. Was that 2017-18? Wow. And they had Ryan Anderson. It was like Trevor Ariza and Ryan Anderson are the veterans that have to help the young guys on this rebuilding team, and Book was still really young then. And if you remember, Trevor Ariza came out and looked like he didn't want to be there pretty much from the first few games.
Yeah,
and
like
it was just a mess.
Yeah.
And so that's where that's a super negative thought, but that's where my mind goes, is like he was an established veteran, the defensive guy who knew like everyone likes him in the league, that kind of thing. And he just, something got to him where, and this is where the culture building thing isn't on Dillon Brooks, it's on the coaching staff and higher ups, where he has to buy in. If you don't get Dillon Brooks to buy in, it could explode in your face, and that's where,
because he's got to model it.
Yeah, and that's where, to me, like I think that's where we'll see signs of if this culture is going in the right spot, is how, if Dillon Brooks is playing like we think Dillon Brooks will, then that's a good start. Yeah.
We're talking to Kevin Zimmerman. Kevin, let's get into the draft then. And I hear what you're saying. They need to find the high upside guy at 10 that doesn't have the low floor. Is there a name or two you're thinking when you say that?
Yeah, I mean, Derek Queen's the low floor, high ceiling guy where you look at him talent-wise. I know this is college basketball, hits a big shot in the tournament. Everyone starts talking about him, kind of an undersized center, not super undersized, but a little undersized. And there's conditioning concerns that come with him, and just his skill set is so naturally raw. It's like, hey, throw him out on a court at the park and he'll look awesome. But if it's like, okay, can you get sold on this guy fitting in a system? His skill set, like, I kind of compare it to Boogie Cousins, where he has an awesome handle and he's stepping back with like his right foot, fadeaway jumpers sometimes, but also you look at it and his, pass swing, wide open three, he's not making those. So it's really up and down. And if you get sold on the person, then I could see him being really good. If you can say, okay, you got to be in shape, you develop a three, you're going to be one of the best players in this class, but also the floor is super scary where you could be out of the league in the next few years. There's guys like that where the Suns are picking that's just, I mean, there's a reason why there's like 10 different guys that people are having them taking these mocks.
Yeah, Derek Queen, do we really need a hyper-talented player that lacks defensive intensity and doesn't want to work out?
I mean, when you put it that way.
I'm just saying, if those are the question marks about him, he doesn't seem like a good culture fit to me. That's just my opinion.
If we want a good culture fit, Colin Murray Boyles from South Carolina is the one everyone's saying, because as far as Brian Gregory guys, like you watch the tape on him, the motor's there, the effort's always there. Second effort, I think, is a thing, especially with bigs, and he's more of a power forward who can't shoot, which is a problem. But like you watch him on defense, it's like, hey, I'm moving where I'm supposed to, but then if the ball swings, I'm moving back, and if someone blows by me, I'm chasing them down from behind. And that's, I think, one where it's like maybe you have flaws, but your effort and just your awareness and those things combined are really good. So I think that's why a lot of people have him going to the Suns too.
And the fact you're 240, you got a little bump.
That helps too. I like him. We were just talking about him. He's the name that's kind of jumped to the top of the list for me, just because you take him at 10, it feels like you're definitely getting an NBA player and somebody that's not going to be out of the league in a couple of years. But to your earlier point, does he have enough upside, or because where else are you going to get the upside at this point? I mean, unless you just feel like Jaylen Green's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I think with Murray Boyles, Kellen actually has kind of made the Draymond Green comparison just because he has enough of a handle. He actually has a lot of moving the ball stuff where, if your shot doesn't develop, you can still be super functional offensively to go with the defense and kind of a 4-5 combo guy. But yeah, I mean, he's the one that I think everyone's just gravitating to. And when you look at the bigs, I think Thomas Sorber is one that I like a lot. And he's a Georgetown guy, wasn't on a great team, but he just does all the NBA center stuff, like not a great athlete, but sets hard screens, knows where to be on defense, blocks shots, actually is really good, like getting in passing lanes for a center, which is interesting. So he's another guy that I like, and I don't know if he's going to be projected top 10, but it definitely fits what the Suns need too.
Do you think the Suns could make another move before tomorrow's draft?
I think they should be trying. I mean, I think a lot of this in the next 48 hours, wherever we're at from the draft. No, it's 24 basically at this point. I keep forgetting what day it is.
Somebody who just realized he has 9 stories.
Quick turnaround. I think with their guard pile up, it's like, okay, if they really aren't trying to deal Jaylen Green, then it's okay, what are we doing with Royce O'Neal? What are we doing with Grayson Allen? Can we get any, I don't know if you can get a late first, but second round picks for them, maybe to move stuff and move higher up into the top 20 or something with that 29 pick, I don't know, or a 22, something like that. So I think there are a lot of roster questions that they got to get done and can be working on right now just because it's so imbalanced right now.
Kevin, great stuff as always, man. We'll talk to you again soon.
Appreciate it.
All right, it's Kevin Zimmerman. You can certainly read his draft coverage stuff up at ArizonaSports.com as well. And like I said, co-host of the Empire of the Suns podcast with Kellen Olson. When we come back over to football, what are Dadrian Taylor Demerson's expectations for the Cardinals defense in 2025? He just spoke. We'll get you what he had to say. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns now have the number 10 pick from the Rockets. And Arizona Sports is getting you extended coverage of the NBA draft tomorrow. Who's the target at 10th overall? Are they going center from Duke? Power forward from right down the road in Tucson? Point guard from Illinois?
Choose wisely.
If they pick a 6'5" shooting guard, we're going to have us some problems around here. As the mock drafts go bonkers, listen to the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special tomorrow afternoon at 4, the home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Yeah, I've got two things for you right now. Number one is employee pricing. It's winding down, Basinonians. It's winding down right now, but employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. That's right. So whatever a Ford employee is going to pay for a Ford, you can actually pay for a Ford. And the second thing I wanted to tell you about, it's the selection. Santan Ford still 1,400 new vehicles on the ground right now. All the models, the trim levels, different options, of course, and every color that you could possibly want. It's super simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford right now, and the selection is absolutely huge. You got to head on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona House of Representatives voted to approve House Bill 2704, the tax recapture bill that will go toward Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk, where she will either sign the bill into law or veto it. For more on House Bill 2704, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. The Dbacks are in action tonight, going for the series win over the Chicago White Sox. First pitch for that one is at 4:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Snakes have placed star outfielder Corbin Carroll on the 10-day injured list with a chip fracture in his left wrist. Jake McCarthy has been called up from AAA Reno. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The NBA draft commences on Wednesday. What will the Suns do? We will discuss. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
First things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real.
All right, Wolf, we really have not talked a lot of football the last couple days, but we're about to now.
And for good reason.
Because Rabbit has spoken today.
Ooh,
and when Rabbit speaks...
You smell something, Rabbit?
Fear. Yeah, see, you listen when Rabbit talks. Rabbit, of course, the 104th overall pick in the 2024 draft.
That's right. Just don't get 104. You got to wear that proudly.
I was going to say, anybody good ever get picked 104 in the draft?
104. Here we go.
And, I mean, he was quickly... I don't want to say like the fan favorite because there's a lot of players on this team that have, Buddha's obviously a fan favorite, but I think a lot of people really got on board with the way Rabbit plays football last year. And it almost seemed like a luxury pick at the time because you have Buddha and Jalen Thompson. But then when you saw Rabbit, when they needed him last year, he didn't really look like a rookie a lot of the time, Wolf. He spoke today, and we haven't heard these cuts yet, obviously, because they just happened while we were doing the show. He was asked about that infamous year 1 to year 2 jump.
Yeah, man, it's really, it's kind of like, when you come in to like college for the first year, you get the first year to fill it out, and then going into year 2, the expectation that, that they brought you in for, it really is time to, put it on the table. So for me, coming in with the same mindset I came in last time I talked to you guys. When I first came in, having that same mindset going into this year, making everything slow down. So yeah, it's all starting to slow down. And then now that I've been in this league, I'm starting to learn the ins and outs, just talking to a lot of the offensive guys. And then obviously we got 2 of the greatest mentors in my room. So listening to those guys, getting my game to elevate to the high level.
It's really, really cool to hear him acknowledge who he's got sitting inside that room.
That helps.
I mean, Jalen Thompson, of course, Buddha Baker. Buddha Baker is simply, and you've heard me say this before, but it's the truth. There's never been a better football player in the NFL. There's never been a better football player in the NFL in terms of the essence of the game of football and how you're supposed to play the game of football. You're supposed to line up on every play, and you're supposed to be fearless and do it every play as hard as you can. That is hype. That is the philosophy of the game of football. It is the essence of the game of football. To line up and do it in a fearless kind of way on every play. That is Buddha Baker. Nobody has done it better than Buddha Baker in the history of the NFL. There have been multiple guys, many guys, I'll say, that have played as hard as Buddha, but nobody plays harder or better than Buddha.
We did this, I think it was during the season, we played cuts of opposing coaches or players talking about him. And, look, I mean, the Cardinals have had some great players before. Obviously, everybody spoke highly of Larry Fitzgerald, or they speak highly of Kurt Warner. But when you hear the way opposing players or coaches talk about Buddha Baker, it's almost like, why isn't he on our team? You know what I mean?
Watching Buddha Baker on film, that's impressive. I mean, he's a really impressive guy.
He does so many different things, DB. You got to love watching this guy. He shows up all over the place. You know, he lines up in different spots. He's run all over the place. He's a phenomenal tackler. He throws his body around. He reminds me, and I want to say this with a ton of respect because I used to love this guy, but Bob Sanders. Bob was such a wild man out there. I mean, he was not the biggest dude, but he threw himself around. He always was around the pile, big hits, great tackler. But man, Baker he's a special player. He's fun to watch on film, and he's definitely a guy you got to be aware of.
That's Aaron Rodgers.
That was Aaron Rodgers from the Pat McAfee show in November.
Aaron Rodgers saying something really good about somebody else.
Yeah, especially in the game of football at the NFL level, based on the highest compliment you can receive comes from the guys you play against. When they look at you and go, "Oh my goodness, do you see that guy? Do you see this guy?" And this happens to Buddha all the time.
Yeah. So
you got Mike Tomlin walking around the side like, "Man, that Buddha Baker."
Just talking to himself.
Talking to himself. Just having to acknowledge what he's seeing from somebody that isn't the biggest, strongest, fastest out on the field. And yet all he does is ball. Man, it fires me up, man.
This is our long way of saying Buddha Baker is good and a good influence.
I think Rabbit is on his way to becoming a type. Not Buddha, but becoming a type of Buddha Baker.
He was asked, Rabbit was, about the lessons he learned as a rookie.
Lessons? Man, I would say it's okay to mess up. I would say, like, coming in last year, coming into the league, you hear all these stories, the cuts and everything like that. You just don't want to be a part of that, you know what I'm saying? Then they give you, you come in and then all your family's telling you about the typical longevity in the league, but it's like, you can overcome that if you do the right thing. So it's okay to mess up, man, and just learn how to correct it, man. And I would say that, yeah.
One of the best things about him last year, Wolf, and I understand fourth-round pick, there's no lock that he plays in the league for years and years and years, but he's talking about when he messed up right there. But when he made plays, you felt the impact on the game. And for a rookie safety taken in the fourth round, you don't always expect that necessarily. Yeah. So I don't know, I was encouraged by him last year.
One of the things, if you look at Jaylen Thompson, who gets his hands on a football more than Buddha Baker does. Buddha doesn't make a ton of plays on the pig. He makes a ton of plays on your person. Okay? It's going to knock you out. He makes a ton of plays on your person, but not on the pig. Jaylen Thompson is more of a guy that does get his hands on the pig from time to time in terms of coming down with interceptions and passes defensed. But what's interesting about this, when you think about it, Jaylen Thompson only had 3 passes defensed. In his entire career, he's never hit double digits in his passes defense.
Pretty good safety, Jaylen Thompson.
Pretty good safety in Jaylen Thompson, no doubt about it. Rabbit actually had 5 passes defensed last year. 5, and he didn't play.
I was going to say limited playing time.
Exactly, limited playing time. This tells me that this guy, once again, Rabbit, understands and knows how to read route combinations and jump them. Very similar to what we've seen out of a Will Johnson at the college level.
One more from Rabbit. He was asked if Buddha or JT's game has rubbed off on him yet.
Oh, 100%. They play the game super violent. I love how the way both of them tackle. I'm a pretty good tackler myself, but they pick dudes up when they tackle them. So I'm trying to add a little bit of that in my game, pick a dude up or something, slam him on the ground. Yeah.
That's so cool. I love it, man. Once again, this is where you learn. You learn so much from players, basically. Coaches can coach, and that's great. And I learned a ton from coaches. But, man, players, watching them play, watching them on tape and how they do it, wow, that is the best schoolmaster you could have.
Yeah. No, I mean, and you could not, like you said, could not learn from 2 better players. I mean, that position has got to be – it's got to be the strength of this team, right? I mean, just in terms of a position group, it's got to be safety. And if you're coming up with another one, I mean, I guess maybe tight end, but –
Garrett Williams is also in that room from time to time.
That's a good point. I mean,
that's a
they're loaded in that room. Celebrate the 4th of July with the Arizona Diamondbacks by texting fireworks to 620-620. Register and listen for your name starting next Monday, and you could win 2 tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals on the 4th of July. That's fireworks to 6:20. I believe Erod is pitching that game. He's at least currently set up to, depending on weather everywhere else. When we come back, who is better off now that Kevin Durant has moved on to the Houston Rockets? We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Taylor chased one out of the zone. He strikes out, and the ball game is over. Dominant stuff here for the D-backs as they just rock the White Sox 10-0. Pavin Smith had 2 home runs. Ketel Marte with a home run as well.
D-backs on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. As a football player, I have suffered an awful lot of damage in more ways than one, but especially to my back and my spine. I kid you not, it hurts. I've been hurt many times out there, and DISC have helped me in the past. Yeah, Dr. Chris at DISC, of course. He's helped me in the past. I give him my highest recommendation. DISC treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated discs, bulging discs, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, degenerative disc disease. Disc surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to your goals. Go to sciatica.com. Get back to living, Basinonians. 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Arizona sports.
Can I introduce you for the first time ever, maybe, as Houston Rocket Kevin Durant?
That's it. That would be very fitting right now, yeah.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final segment of the show here. Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday, and Wolf, the Kevin Durant trade already seems like a thing of the distant past. Wolf's got the skull cap back.
It's all right. Don't worry about it.
No, I'm a little worried about it.
We start this way, we finish this way.
You said earlier it's important how you start and finish something.
That's correct.
All right, here's this is Stephen A. Smith yesterday. Just kind of the final pieces of national fallout on the KD trade. Stephen A. not talking about KD, possibly for the first time in his life. He wasn't talking about KD, but he was talking about Jaylen Green.
When you look at Jaylen Green, we're not going to insult him, but I'll be damned if I'm not going to throw shade. Had that man showed up in the postseason against the Golden State Warriors and played better, this wouldn't have happened. Jaylen Green showed you he ain't ready. And the rest of the Houston Rockets showed you they very well may be. When you look at Van Vliet, this is a champion. When you look at Amen Thompson, that brother, as young as he is, only in his second year, plays like a champion. You see the dog in that brother? He ain't running from anything. That brother shows up. Shagun can ball now. Draymond Green ain't somebody that's easy to play against now. You understand what I'm saying? But they showed up.
Yeah, once again, Stephen A. is entitled to his opinion, of course. I would disagree with him when you're 23 years old, and I realize he's been in the league. I understand he's been around. It's not like he's a rookie. Yet at the same time, so many young guys, they develop at different levels, at different points. And when you're as young as he is right now, I still think he can develop. Now, once again, Jaylen Green is got to get better. There's no doubt about it. He's got to get better. His shot selection has got to get better. He's got to look to move the ball a little bit more, I would say. He's got to get better on the defensive end of the floor. But right now, he's still a work in progress, I would say.
All right, I got an update for you guys. Josh Naylor has been scratched from the Arizona Diamondbacks starting lineup today.
Oh, man.
Geraldo Perdomo, Ketel Marte, Pavin Smith, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Jake McCarthy, Randall Grichuk, Ildemaro Vargas, Alec Thomas, Jose Herrera, and then Ryan Nelson on the mound. So that's
Jake?
your lineup.
Where are they playing him?
Jake will be in right field.
Right field. Okay.
Okay. I mean, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a downer.
You really want to end the show on this?
Did they say
downer?
why they scratched him, Rick? Because the last lineup we just looked at not even an hour ago had him in there. Obviously.
All they said was lineup update, and they posted the lineup.
All right. I mean, I think under normal circumstances, like a normal year, would we not all just look around and say, well, yeah, he looked like he was in discomfort last night. Maybe he plays tomorrow or he misses a game or two. But just with the way this season has gone, where the guy has a little, elbow issue as a pitcher. He's done for 12 months. Oh, this guy got hit in the hand, but his X-rays were negative. He's on the injured list. So Josh Naylor's not on the injured list, but I liked it better when he was supposed to play today. Because now you have to think you're open to this potentially being worse.
Yeah.
How else can you look at it?
Potentially being worse. You did something to your shoulder. Ron Wolfley reporting. Did you see the helicopter swing, though, that he had?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That looks so unnatural to me.
Yeah.
And uncomfortable. And he was wincing from that point forward, which, sometimes it's on the player to be truthful, to be honest. You have to do that with a training staff. And I think Josh Naylor may not have been as honest with the training staff as he should have been.
He's like the quintessential, I have a job to do, I'm going to do it guy. And I mean, you appreciate
there is toughness,
this. You
and
get
that's
your head
okay.
down but you just get your head down. You're like, I'm getting this done.
Yes. And I respect him for that. Once again, I don't put that in the negative column.
Yeah.
I don't. But you have to. You have to be honest with the trainers when you're nicked up, when you've got some type of Ow. Hey, listen, it's not soft to say so.
I'm going to read you their lineup again. Rick just read it to you, but I'm going to read it again, okay? Because they've had a ridiculous amount of significant injuries to significant pitchers this season, right? But for a while, it was like, man, it's just really hitting the pitchers. Okay, Ketel's going to miss a little bit, but he comes back. But now I'm going to read you this lineup because this is the Diamondbacks starting lineup, minus, for now at least, Gino, minus for now at least Josh Naylor, minus Gabby Moreno, minus Corbin Carroll. Like, how many guys can you really afford to lose? Okay, so here's the batting
all you can
order.
do is put the skull cap on and say, I'm not going to quit.
We're all going to be
I'm
wearing
not going to
skull
do
caps
it.
tomorrow. Perdomo, Marte, okay, that's still good. Top of your lineup. But they have some depth. That's still good. Pavin Smith, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., those guys at times are good. They're not ultra consistent, but there's still those are still solid hitters. Jake McCarthy, Randall Grichuk, Ildemaro Vargas, Alec Thomas, Jose Herrera. That's not what the lineup was supposed to look like. It's still not a bad lineup, to be honest.
Hey, they scored 10 runs.
Yeah, but I mean, even as I read that to you, like, that's not bad if those guys play to their potential. But we're getting to a point now where, like, what could potentially make this team have a special season? Almost none of those guys are playing right now.
You know what's amazing about it, too? Just listening to you talk and bringing up Josh Naylor. Did you know that Josh Naylor was a career 342 hitter against the White Sox?
Great.
Career 342.
He still could have got a hit.
What did he do? I mean, a 50-game sample. He's played in 50 games. So it's a pretty big sample size.
Yeah.
Where he's a 342
he was
hitter.
in their division for a while.
And what happened in the first inning? Drove in two.
Exactly. I guess they're okay.
Taste it.
At least for now, if Ketel Marte is going to put up 3 or 4 hits every single night. I mean, the run that he is on is pretty absurd with multi-hit games. What is it? Games he started now. The last 4 games he started, he's had at least 3 hits in every game. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is 14th home run of the season.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he still could hit 35. Seriously. Yeah. I could see him hit 20 in the second half of the season. I could see that.
They might need that if they're going to be playing down this many guys. Real quick, back to the Suns. I wanted to play this cut Bobby Marks on with Bickley and Murati yesterday, talking about how the Suns are in a better spot now.
It's better than it was probably a week ago here because you did have the Durant expiring contract, trying to figure out what you're going to do. And as I said, I think the 10th, you have 10 and 29, and you have two picks in the 50s. I think 10 has a lot of value. I would caution that you should go best available. I know the position of need is the front court, but I do think if there's, the best available guy on the board, because I do think there's positions of need everywhere.
Oh,
I'm with that. Best available because you just need players, but not another shooting guard.
Right.
But otherwise, best available.
I just think, best available. It's the classic.
Yeah.
Oh, he was the best available. He was the highest on our board. Just happened to be a wing, not a guard, not a shooting guard, but
fine.
He was the highest on our board.
Well, I mean, he's right. They have enough needs where they could justify a point guard, a power forward, a wing, a center.
Yeah.
Like, you could pretty much justify anything other than a shooting guard out of Michigan State. That's the one position that you cannot justify tomorrow.
Yeah, just got to say he was rated higher on our board.
Nothing against Jace Richardson, who's a potentially great player, but that doesn't work right now. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Skull cap.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time.
Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sport stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona House of Representatives voted to approve House Bill 2704, the tax recapture bill that will go toward Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk, where she will either sign the bill into law or veto it. For more on House Bill 2704, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. The Dbacks are in action tonight, going for the series win over the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Snakes have placed star outfielder Corbin Carroll on the 10-day injured list due to a chip fracture in his left wrist. Jake McCarthy has been called up from AAA Reno. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit2save.com.
Arizona sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2-1 on this Tuesday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro, Kellen Olson filling in for the vacationing Dave Burns. Say hello to all the people that are following us on YouTube right there.
Hi, everyone.
With the big flex.
How you doing? Let us know in the chat. Hope you're doing well.
Yes, you could actually follow the show on YouTube, believe it or not. Crazy, but yes, YouTube. Big show in store for you, but we're going to be off a little bit early today because we have the Diamondbacks and the White Sox. So let's waste. Actually, we will waste a little time. I'm going to waste a little time.
Okay, go ahead.
I did something last night I don't think I've ever done in my whole life. Can you tell where my notes end right there, the last note that I have?
Yeah, the whole page is in full. I can kind of tell that there's like a break-off point.
You see the last thing, 7-0 right there?
You turned it off?
No, this is crazy. I can't believe I've never done this before in my whole life. This is the first time ever. This is how exhausted I was from the KD stuff. So, Pavin Smith hits a back-to-back home runs. Marte, 6-0, Pavin 7-0. I take notes of every single game. I always take notes all the way through. I never stop, even at the end of a basketball game when they're up by 20. I always take my notes. I'm so tired. My wife's like running out to get dinner, right? And I'm just so tired. I said, she's like, you should go lay down. So I went in the spare room. And I just laid down, figuring, let me just shut my eyes for a little bit because I'm just so tired. I woke up, it was 7 o'clock in the morning. I slept over 12 hours.
Whoa.
I literally, when whatever time Pavin Smith hit the home run, that's the last note I take. I could barely keep my eyes open. I was so exhausted that I'm like, she goes, you should just go lay down. Like, I had no dinner. She didn't even pick me up anything because so I went in the spare room and I went to sleep and I woke up and it was 7 o'clock in the morning. I had no idea. I have no, like in the spare room, I have no alarm clock. I can't see what time it is. So I didn't know what time it was. So I grabbed my phone. It's like 7. I'm like, I just took like a half-hour nap. Like it's still very dark in that room. It's on one side, very dark. I'm like, I just napped for half an hour. It was 7 in the morning. Wow. I slept for over 12 hours. Can't believe it. All right. So that's what happened. That's what the KD garbage did to me. All of the nonstop.
It's gone, Gambo. It happened. Durant. It's in the past now.
And my
it's
body
officially moving on.
Said, you're done. You're just done. You're done. All right, that's where I wasted a little time. Now let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Taylor chased one out of the zone. He strikes out, and the ball game is over. Dominant stuff here for the D-backs as they just rock the White Sox 10-0. Pavin Smith had 2 home runs. Ketel Marte with a home run as well.
Yeah, good win for the D-backs last night. I got to watch the rest of the game when I got up this morning at 7 a.m. Good news and bad news. Let's start with the bad news. Gino Suarez hit with the pitch. He was screaming. He got hit, and it hurt so bad. Had to be taken out of the game as Eldemaro Vargas replaced him. Suarez had an X-ray. Now, I spoke with the D-backs this morning. There was an X-ray on Suarez. It was negative. But so was the X-ray for Corbin Carroll was negative. The X-ray for Gabby Marino was negative. The X-rays will show you if there's a break, but they don't show you some of those small hairline fractures, which is what Carroll has, right? A small hairline fracture. It's going to keep him out a while. So Gino Suarez hit by a pitch. Gino Suarez out of the lineup today, not playing. Josh Naylor swung the bat, looked like he did something to his shoulder. The Diamondbacks had him in the lineup this morning. I was told he's in the lineup, and he was in the lineup. He has just become a late scratch. So he has become a late scratch, but he was listed in the lineup. When I spoke with the Diamondbacks today, Suarez, no, he's not going to play. Vargas will play third. What about Naylor? Naylor is going to play. He's going to tough it out. He's going to play. So he's going to be in the lineup. But they just made him a late scratch, 20 minutes ago, Kellen?
Yeah, about a half hour ago.
About a half an hour ago, they made Josh Naylor a late scratch. So in the lineup now, out. I don't know what we have to do. Sacrifice a goat or something. These injuries are unlike anything we've ever seen. We can't go a week without talking about an injury with the Arizona Diamondbacks. We can't. The amount of guys that are out for the season, guys getting hurt, the amount of guys getting hit by pitches now. I mean, we had all the devastation with the pitching staff, but now Gabby Moreno, Josh Naylor, Corbin Carroll, Gino Suarez. You just don't. When's the dam going to break? How can this team How can they compete with all of the injuries that they've had? It's almost impossible.
Yeah, it's got to eventually. And I think the most concerning thing here for me is that you're talking about 2 162 guys. What I mean by that is Gino wants to play every day. Josh Naylor wants to play every day. When Josh Naylor got hit on the hand earlier in the season, I was there for his pregame scrum, and he was asked, like, did you get an x-ray? And his response was, I don't do x-rays. So is he going to do x-rays now? Is he going to do MRIs now? Gino will play through pretty much anything. He always wants to be out there. So for him to come out of that game, not be in the lineup today, it's extremely concerning. Gamble, I've got sound for you. Here's Torey Lovello yesterday on the Suarez injury first.
Gino has a right hand contusion. X-rays are negative, and he'll be day-to-day. So we continue to hope that we dodge the bullet there. When he came off the field, he's probably one of the toughest players that we have, one of the toughest players I've ever managed. And, when he didn't resist coming out of the game, we were collectively holding our breath. But I think we're in a good spot, and we're hoping that that day-to-day news keeps progressing to the point where he plays a lot sooner than later.
Got Torey on Naylor as well.
Josh Naylor has right shoulder discomfort. You could see the swing that he took. It was one where he hung onto the bat with that long follow through that creates a lot of leverage, and that's why he's such a great hitter. But once again, doesn't want to come out of the lineup, and the trainer did a great job. Max did a great job. He pushed as hard as he could to say, let's just make sure. And he came out, and he'll be day-to-day as well.
Yeah, so this is just incredible, the amount of the devastation for this team. I'll tell you what happens. People say, why don't you go right for the MRI? It's just not how it works. How it works is player, gets an X-ray. And if the X-ray is negative, you wait a day or two and you see if they feel better, and then they play. You don't automatically just send everybody for an MRI. They don't do that. You get the X-ray. The X-ray looks bad. If the player's still sore after a couple days, hey, there's something not right. Okay, now let's get the MRI. And that was the case like with Corbin and let's get the X-ray. Okay, X-ray's negative. Gabby, X-ray negative. But then if they're not feeling good, then you go get the MRI. And the MRI can see some stuff that the X-ray can't. Now you have a broken bone, the MRI is going to, the X-ray is going to tell you that. But some of the really small hairline fractures may not come up on the X-ray, but they'll come up on the MRI or a CT scan. So that's what happens. They don't automatically send everybody into the tube to get the MRI. They usually do the X-ray first, and if the X-ray is negative, as long as the guy feels better in a couple of days and there's no swelling, then they'll let the guy continue to play.
We know the story with the identity change that we expected to see this year, right? We saw the offense carry this team last year. We expected them to get back to pitching and defense. That has not been the case. They are still heavily carried by their offense. And to your proposition on when does the dam eventually break, this is when it'll really go. We haven't even really brought up Corbin Carroll yet, who fractured his wrist, and he's going to be out a while. This is not the type of situation where you can afford to lose some of your main contributors. Gino's been out of his mind over the last 2 months. He has 10 homers in June alone, 25 RBIs in June, leads all of Major League Baseball. Him and Ketel, Carroll's been great as well. But eventually you're just running out of guys everywhere, let alone the part of the team that's supposed to carry you the way the offense has all year.
Yeah. Now, if Suarez is out for any extended period of time, expect Blaze Alexander or Jordan Lawler. Now, Lawler's nursing, he hasn't played the last couple of days. There's a little bit of a hamstring injury there, just a little bit. So I would think right now, if they needed a third baseman, I would think that it's Blaze Alexander. Now, hopefully they don't need him. Hopefully Gino's okay. But I'm just telling you, if something happens and Gino has to go out and Gino's going to be out, I would expect that they either call up Blaze Alexander or Jordan Lawler. And right now I would lean towards Blaze just because Lawler hasn't played in the last couple of days. Jake McCarthy is up right now. So Jake McCarthy is up replacing Corbin Carroll. Usually broken bone, 4 to 6 weeks recovery time. That's normal for a broken bone. When it's these little cracks that aren't as severe, it's less time, but it's still not 10 days. We're talking weeks. We're talking 3 weeks or so for these guys to get back. So normal broken bone, 4 to 6 weeks. The smaller ones that aren't severe, less time, more in the 3 to 4 range. But again, you're without some of your key players for a long period of time. Zach Gallen's going to join us at 2:30. Let's spend a minute talking about that game. Pavin Smith with the 2 home runs. Great to see him get going. He's got the ability. The big story, Eduardo Rodriguez, very dominant, 6 shutout innings, struck out 10. He's got a great ERA at Rate Field. He's 5-0 with a 1.78 ERA at Rate Field. He was sensational last night. That's a good sign for the D-backs.
I believe the ERA now is 2.05 for him in the 22 innings he's pitched since coming back from that injury. It's definitely his best stretch as a Diamondback by far. It's not even close. And you look at the way that he was dominating yesterday, it was the type of stuff that we see from him where it's the command, using all 5 of the pitches, low exit velos, not really giving up anything too threatening. Here's Torey Lovello after the game on Erod.
Get a 2-0 lead coming out of the gate and then 5-0 after 2. He just went out there and stayed on the attack. So real good arm speed. The body was moving right, and I think there was finish to his pitches. There's a lot of swing and miss on his fastball, and he was just pinpoint. He's throwing the ball exactly where he wanted to.
Pitching had to step up eventually, Gambo. It's good to see that from Erod.
Good to see that for him, absolutely. All right, the Phoenix Suns. They have the 10th pick in the draft. What will the big board look like? I've spoken with some teams recently. We'll try to give you a little update on that as we get ready for the Suns. Tomorrow, NBA draft. Suns with the 10th and the 29th pick in the first round. 2 picks in the second round. We'll talk a little NBA draft next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Can I introduce you for the first time ever, maybe, as Houston Rocket Kevin Durant?
That would be very fitting right now, yeah.
The Phoenix Suns are trading Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets for Jaylen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in Wednesday's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks.
They asked me where I wanted to go. Some of my destinations, I gave it to them, and here we are.
More reaction to the Suns trading KD to the Rockets coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. And I'm telling you, if you need a plumber, nobody better than Christian Brothers. Christian Brothers has a great plumbing department, A+ rated, great with the Better Business Bureau. You're going to love them. They do a fantastic job. You're dealing with some clogged drains. You're dealing with not getting enough hot water to your house. You got a hot water heater issue. You need to have it replaced. You're looking for soft water and perfect reverse osmosis drinking water in your house. See, Christian Brothers does it all. A lot of people call them for any plumbing issues they have. Toilet bowl's not flushing properly. Drains aren't draining properly. You need to get them cleaned out. That's where Christian Brothers comes in. They've been serving the Valley since 1976, and they can help you right now with any and all of your plumbing needs. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go online for more information at cbrothers.com.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the Dbacks Patriotic Tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Arizona sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, we get set for the NBA draft tomorrow. I am thinking about doing a Gambo 5 either tonight or tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see on it. I just gotta put some time into it. Last night, obviously, I fell asleep at 6:30 and couldn't put any time into it because I woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning. Spoke with some teams today. It does look like, the top 2 picks in the draft, Cooper Flagg is going to the Dallas Mavericks. Dylan Harper is going to the San Antonio Spurs. After that, from the teams that I've spoken with, it does look like the next 6 guys, the combination is going to be Edgecombe, the guard out of Baylor, Knupel, the guard forward out of Duke, Ace Bailey out of Rutgers, Trey Johnson out of Texas, Jeremiah Fears out of Oklahoma, and I think the other guy that I'm hearing a lot about is Derek Queen, who, I was looking at a mock draft today, I had him at 17, but I'm speaking with a team today that has him in that top 8 or 9. So that's what I have. And one of the guys that a lot of people are just kind of really trying to figure out where he goes, and he might be a top 10 pick, is the 7'2" center out of Duke, the freshman, Malawach. There you go. Malawach. Yeah, I was talking to some teams about him. Definitely worth taking a chance on him. He's 7'2", not a good athlete, but very tall, very long. Those guys usually get picked. So, that's where we are right now with some of the information that's coming out. You start to look at, for the Suns, I heard that Asa Newell from Georgia.
Asa Newell.
Yeah, Newell had a really good workout. I'm terrible at pronouncing names, but Newell out of Georgia, 6'10" kid, had a very good workout, so keep your eye on him. A lot of people are asking me about Carter Bryant, the kid out of Arizona. He's definitely in that range. Colin Murray, Boyles is another kid that a lot of people think that could be in that 10, 11, 12 range where the Suns are picking. But Flagg and Harper are going 1-2. And then after that, there's a bunch of guys that I think are going to go in the next 6 based on what I'm hearing. Drafts are very different each year, so you never know. But we'll keep our eye on this and try to figure out what the Phoenix Suns can do. But the chances of getting a good player at 10 are a lot different than trying to get one at 29. One team is telling me today that you got a 40% chance of hitting on a pick 1 through 5. 40% chance that kid's going to be a good player and an all-star. Even then, 1 through 5, only a 40% chance that kid's going to turn into a good player and an all-star. Obviously, 5 to 10, it drops lower than that. You're probably talking in the 30 range, 25 to 30% range. But you got to have swings to the bat. You do. You have to have swings to the bat. The Suns have that. 4 swings to the bat right now, 2 firsts, 2 seconds. The 2 seconds are late. They are late. The first one is pick 52, and then the other one is pick 59. They just got that from Houston in the trade for Kevin Durant. So it's going to be fun to see if the Suns try to package 52 and 59 to move up, or even package 29 and some other stuff to try to move up in the first round to try to get some younger assets, which, of course, they need.
You were mentioning swings of the bat. This is the biggest swing of the bat that they're going to take over the next 3 years because they do not have the assets, whether it's players, picks, whatever, cap space, to acquire a next-level talent potentially. This is their best chance at doing so with the number 10 overall pick. They do not have a first-round pick next year. They have a second-rounder. That's it. And then in 2027, their own first, of course, is still in the possession of Houston. That's where you get the worst out of yourself, Cleveland, Minnesota, and Utah. So if Cleveland, Minnesota, or Utah are good, then you are picking in the 20s. That has a pretty good chance of happening. So if you're looking at this 3-year timeline of sort of resetting and reshaping the roster, this number 10 pick you have to hit with. This is their biggest X factor of their entire rebuild, reset, reload, pivot, and reload, whatever you want to call it exactly.
And trade. I mean, it's going to be a big. You're going to look back at this trade in 5 years when Kevin Durant is out of the league and say, what did the Suns get for Kevin Durant? And this number 10 pick could be a big part of that. If this turns into a regular starting player for the Phoenix Suns, people are going to feel really good about that trade. No matter what happens with Green and Brooks, this has the potential to be, look, there's been picks that have been all-stars at 10 and, guys that they've been able to get. And we'll talk about this in a little bit, but, that's what you're looking for. You're hoping that number 10 is going to end up being a player that could turn into a starter for you over a number of years.
And the choice of what they really go after in terms of upside is really interesting because I think this part of the draft compared to previous years is very high on the number of players in this range where they have a low floor and a high ceiling. Like there is a big gap between what Yegor Demin out of BYU could wind up being in the league. You mentioned Derek Queen. There are a lot of red flags and concerns about him, but he is incredibly skilled with the ball, has phenomenal feel, and has a ton of upside there. You could go with Carter Bryant out of Arizona, who you mentioned, like 3-and-D, pretty high floor there. Murray Boyles does a lot of basketball things well on the floor with his defense, with his playmaking, to the point where you can kind of decide what kind of swing of the bat that you want to have in this range.
Yeah, one of the things I was talking with another team today about Queen and said, listen, he could definitely be a top 8 guy. He could be a top 8 guy in this draft. They said he's so non-athletic. He's not a rim protector. He's a great passer in the paint, but he can't shoot. He can score, but he can't shoot. But he's got an elite feel for an undersized guy. I'm saying, but he's listed as 6'10". They go, no, he's like in sneakers, he's 6'9". So he's more like 6'8". So he's undersized. Because I was talking to this team today, and I'm like, he's listed as 6'10". He's not 6'10". But they said what he does is unique. You could draft him as a 4/5 where he could play some power forward and maybe some center. One of the questions about him is he's like 250 pounds, but he has high body fat, so he's not real disciplined. So there's some questions about, his discipline and whether he plays hard all the time because he can't really jump. He's one of those guys that really can't jump. So such an intriguing prospect. Like, he's elite. He's got a great feel for the game for an undersized guy, but he's got a lot of body fat. He's not real disciplined. He doesn't play hard. It's like great passer, but he can't really shoot. He's not athletic. And so that's one of the truly fascinating guys in this draft.
You really need to be in a position, too, with someone like that, or even someone like Murray Boyles, who can't shoot, but he's a very good passer. He can score in the post a bit, but his biggest appeal is defense and how versatile he can be there, how much he helps both on and off the ball. So your biggest thing here is how you integrate certain prospects. And Derek Queen, you have to have a specific system to get the most out of a big man like that. You want the ball in his hands. You want him to play make a little bit. You want him to drive to the rim. You don't want him to just be in the post. You don't want him to just be standing at the corner, the wing of the three-point line and doing dribble handoffs the whole time. You really need to utilize him properly. You need to run the right defensive scheme with him or Murray Boyles. There's very specific players in this draft as well. Newell is another guy that you mentioned out of Georgia where the versatility aspect of his game is very tantalizing, but it's all potential. Right now, he shot threes at Georgia. He didn't really make them. When he was defending on the perimeter at Georgia, he did okay, but he's got a lot of room to sort of grow into. He's kind of a tweener between a 4 and a 5, and that's always going to happen in this draft, Gambo, like in any draft. Cooper Flagg's going to be awesome. We all know that.
He may run the point for Dallas.
Yeah, he might.
I spoke with Dallas the other day. They said he may end up being a point guard.
The rest of these kids, though, who knows? Like Dylan Harper is a great prospect, don't get me wrong, but there's concerns there within his game. Ace Bailey has all these red flags. Edgecombe, Knipple, Malawach, who you mentioned.
Yeah, some of those kids are going to hit.
And some of those kids are going to hit. Jeremiah Fears out of Oklahoma is a perfect example because his handle and his speed is the best in this class. He's a very good playmaker. He got really wild, though. He can't shoot, and he's a horrible defender, just horrible.
Here's some of the players. Here's some stuff to give you hope for the number 10 pick. Lauren did some homework. So good job by Lauren. Here's some of the best players selected at number 10.
You made her do some homework, by the way, in bringing up Mikal Bridges. So she really went the extra length there to
best
do that.
Player selected at number 10. I'll start with that. Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges was the number 10 pick in the draft. C.J. McCollum, who just got traded, was a number 10 pick. Paul George is a number 10 pick. 7-time All-Star right there. Number 10 pick in the draft. Brooke Lopez, number 10 pick. Jason Terry out of the U of A, a number 10 pick. Paul Pierce was a number 10 pick. So there are some great players that have been chosen number 10 in the history of the NBA. Some really good players. There's been a lot of busts, too, that have picked number 10. Not that he's a bust, but Jalen Smith was taken by the Suns with the number 10 pick in the draft. There's been other players that are good players, like Zach Collins was drafted number 10 overall, Austin Rivers, Jimmer Fredette, Brandon Jennings, another U of A guy, was drafted number 10, didn't amount to anything. Andrew Bynum.
That's because he went to Europe instead of going to U of A where he should have played. How dare he?
Joe Johnson. Number 10 pick in the draft. Remember Joe Johnson, former Sun?
Of course.
Number 10 pick in the draft, Joe Johnson. So, that's the type of stuff that gives you some hope that will be okay. All right, Zach Allen of the Arizona Diamondbacks. They get ready for another game against the Chicago White Sox. He's going to join us next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And if you are looking for a financial advisor that's not only going to work with you while you're working and making money, but is also going to work with you when you retire, I want to recommend Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. His goal is to get you through retirement as well. They've got a great company with 5 locations in the Valley, and his goal is to be there with you every step of the way from now into retirement, making sure that you make the right decisions. One of the decisions that comes up all the time, people are always asking about annuities. Should I do an annuity? Should I get one of these things? And are they good? They bad? And some of them are good and some of them are bad. Maybe right for some people, but wrong for other people. So you want a financial advisor that's going to help you and answer those questions. Because a lot of people are saying, okay, how do I make my retirement money last? How do I get the most out of my retirement money? How do I not have to pay taxes on a lot of my retirement money? That's where Stuart Willis comes in from Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Call him for a free portfolio review, 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
In 2012, I said, hey, let's restart this moving company under a different name. It's got to be something with veterans. My dad's a veteran, my sister, my uncles, aunt, everybody in my family. And so we came up with Moving Team 6.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
As a family, we've kind of all joined in ranks, and we love what we do. Giving back, that's, to me, that's the most important thing when you're running a business. That's important. We're passionate about it.
Contact us at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, Kurt Hudek here for Augusta Ranch Golf Club in Mesa, Arizona. We're excited to announce the opening of Buckets, our brand new outdoor food and beverage outlet next to our Top Tracer range. Buckets and the 21 Bay Top Tracer range provide a beautiful setting to enjoy yourself day or night with a cold draft beer or a canned cocktail and a recently lit putting green. Open till 9:30 p.m. It's the perfect venue to work on your game or entertain your group or organization. For more information, go to AugustaRanchGolfClub.com.
Hot dogs and baseball. Name a better duo. Doghouse Downtown Phoenix brings the ultimate game day flavors 24/7. Savor all beef house dogs on King's Hawaiian rolls or dig into their new Big Belly burgers. Score big with happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. and all day Sunday. Plus, check out their lineup of craft brews. Find them at Central and Washington or order right now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona House of Representatives voted to approve House Bill 2704, the tax recapture bill that will go toward Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk, where she will either sign the bill into law or veto it. For more on House Bill 2704, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. The Dbacks are in action tonight, going for the series win over the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Snakes have placed star outfielder Corbin Carroll on the 10-day injured list due to a chip fracture in his left wrist. Jake McCarthy has been called up from AAA Reno. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Make the right choice for windows and doors in your home. Visit thewindowdepot.com or one of their 3 Valley locations for the lowest prices and biggest inventory.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
All right, welcome back to the show. Gambo and Kellen Olson's filling in for Burnsy. We're going to take you up till game time. D-backs taking on the White Sox. They'll be right here on Arizona Sports. One of our favorites. Love having him on the show. And not only because, he sent over some muscle milk for my kid.
There you go.
Yeah, but who, by the way, won the state championship. Corona won the state. Despite Merrill Kelly coming on and rooting against my kid's team.
Those two things obviously related.
They ended up winning the state championship. Zach Gallen joins us on the program. Zach, how are you?
Good. How about you guys? I think the rock and protein helped Corona win the championship, I think. If I do say so myself.
100%. The Rockin' Protein is exactly the reason why. They ruled Castile in the state championship, despite Merrill Kelly coming on the show and saying that he was rooting against my kid's team, rooting against them. They won the state championship.
Well, they battled through adversity is what it sounds like to me.
All the credit to Rockin' Protein, and maybe a little bit to the coaching staff and the players, too. You believe we have a kid on a high school team that throws 98 miles an hour?
In this day and age, no, not really.
That doesn't shock you?
Shocking. No, it's just, I feel like everywhere I look, college kids are throwing 100 miles an hour. I'm glad I went to college when I did. I might have been having to play at the local community college.
What's the hardest you threw? The kid that we have, Brett Crossland, he's committed to Texas, throws 98. What's the hardest you saw in high school?
For me, or that I faced?
That you faced.
I want to say probably 95-ish.
Okay.
We had a kid in my area who was a couple years older than me. That was a first or second round pick out from the Blue Jays, kid Kevin Comer, and he was like 6'7". The mound they played on at their high school field was like 2 feet tall, so it looked like he was throwing like 115 is what it felt like.
Wow, just incredible. When I look at the injuries this year, Corbin Burns, Montgomery, J. Mart, Walston, Puck, even Tommy Henry, how much do you think? I talked to Randy Johnson about this and Kurt Schilling. How much of that is the how hard guys throw the ball today? Do you relate any of that to all of these injuries we're seeing this year throughout baseball?
Yeah, I think there's a few different avenues you could probably look in. I think obviously the game is trending towards more just like pure stuff, whether that means throwing harder or spinning breaking balls better or whatever. I think the pitch clock a little bit. I think you kind of zapped a little, some recovery time for guys. And then I think threefold of that is like with the stuff thing is like guys are trying to grip the ball a little bit tighter. Not necessarily saying that, bringing sticky stuff back into the game is going to, reduce injuries. But I think just being able to have a better grip on the baseball might relieve some stress on ligaments and things like that of guys trying to, throw hard, throw better stuff. I think you could look at a lot of different avenues for it.
I've never heard that. Now, I know when the pitch clock first came into play, some of the older guys like Verlander and Scherzer were really struggling because they like to take that time to recover. That's the first time I heard that. So you think speeding up the game is taking a few seconds of recovery time off of every pitch that you throw?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Like, it's kind of ironic. You look back 20 years when people would talk about specifically, starting pitchers and the recovery work they would do would be a lot of like hole running. But if you think about it, pitching a baseball, it's a 5-second activity. I don't know how long, it takes, but that's more like a sprint. Like, think about trying to just run consecutive sprints over and over and over again. It's like every time you get a little bit more recovery time, you're a little bit fresher, you're a little bit able to, it's easier to kind of, I wouldn't say easier to do your job, but it's probably a little bit safer on everything, in the body.
Fascinating.
Zach, when you look at the resilience that you guys have had over the last couple of years in a couple of different circumstances and the connectivity that you guys still have in that clubhouse, how helpful is it for a time like this where Gambo rattled off those pitching injuries, but they're really hitting the position players right now as well?
Yeah, obviously, it's a long season. Injuries are going to happen. I think you'd be silly to think that, teams will go through an entire year without having injuries. So obviously it's an unfortunate part of it. But to your point, I think we built a pretty good culture here. Good amount of older guys and guys that have been here a while that kind of understand, what it means to play here, what it means to be a D-back and what that culture is like. So when guys come up to fill in for those guys who, are out, they kind of just, fall right in line and kind of understand, what's asked of them and just keep pushing forward, like you said, with the resiliency.
With your overall performance this year, obviously not the level we expect it to be from you, what is the balance for you on a week-to-week, outing-to-outing basis on making tweaks but not over-tweaking and over-complicating things at the same time?
Yeah, I think I'm always going to err on the side of, I wouldn't say necessarily tweaking, but just trying to understand, what makes me tick, what makes me successful, what makes me unsuccessful. So I think when it comes to things like that, is like I'm going to continue to dig, whether it's going good or going poorly, and just try to understand whether, okay, is something I need to change or is something I need to keep doing? Do I need to do a little bit of both? I think that's just kind of how I've always been, even going back to when I really first started pitching full time, going back to college and got into pro ball. It's just like, okay, what makes me good? What doesn't make me good? Try to do more of the good things and less of the bad things.
Look, I'm not going to lie. I mean, we're all big fans of you. And Torrey, I gave Torrey my vote that you should start opening day. So I might have put it over the top for you to start opening day. But, listen, you've been a great pitcher your entire career. Some of the struggles this year. We had you on before the season started. I asked you, with the impending free agency, is that something you think about? And you said, I can't ignore it, but I also don't want it to affect me when I go between the lines. So I'll ask you again, do you think that any of that has played any factor in some of the struggles you've had this year?
No, I don't think so at all, to be honest with you, really. I think you'd ask any competitor with anything at a foot, once you get step between the lines, you're not really thinking about that. And I would say I'm probably thinking about it even less now because we're in the middle of the season. We're trying to win baseball games, trying to get in no playoff spot. So for me, it's like I just got to take care of and taken care of. So I think if you go back to some of the interviews I did, even back end of 23 and especially last year, like, for me, the delivery is a big thing. So when it doesn't feel right, things kind of can get a little haywire for me. So it's been like a good 18 months, kind of stretch of trying to figure out what it was like in 22, and even before that, of just like, okay, where am I at when the delivery is really good, and what makes me repeatable and able to mix pitches and throw everything in the strike zone. So that's kind of been a constant battle. I think not to say that the poor performance would have happened this year without the pending free agent year. I think I was kind of heading down a path of bad habits, and whatever was going to happen at the end of this year it was going to happen either way. So I think back to your point of trying to dig on things and trying to understand what makes me good, what makes me successful, what doesn't make me successful. I'm always trying to figure out to minimize those bad starts and have as many good starts as possible.
Yeah, we've seen so many of those good starts. The Yankees, the 2 against the Mets, the Brewers. The one against Atlanta was sensational. I even thought the Reds' performance was fantastic. And then the 2 runs came in late, but I thought that was a terrific outing by you too. How about, forget about impending free agency. How about the guys like you and Merrill and Gino and, Shelby, guys that, their names could come up at the trade deadline. Does that affect you at all?
No, I don't think so. I think you got grown men in this clubhouse. I think they understand that this game at the end of the day, as much as this becomes like your family and it doesn't feel like work, at the end of the day, this still is a business. It's still work. I think, enough of us in here have been traded, have been released, DFA'd, you name it. So I think guys that have been in those conversations have seen the nastier side of the business. So I think anything like that is just kind of like water off a duck's back, really. Just like, it is what it is. If we're not in a spot where the front office and the ownership feels like they want to add and they want to subtract, it is what it is. But I mean, I can tell you that those guys that you named are going to do everything in their power to make sure that come July 31st, Hazen and company and ownership are in a spot to be able to add to this team.
Baseball and the rules have changed a lot. I grew up in an era where the game policed itself. Even if you go back to the Diamondbacks when the year they won the World Series, I mean, if you pitched up and into a guy and you hit him, you had to deal with Johnson, Schilling, Miguel Batista, and somebody was going to get hit. The game policed itself. I'm seeing more and more these pitchers that throw up and in, like we saw Gabby get hit. We just saw Suarez get hit, and more and more guys are throwing up and in without the control, and it puts you lose Corbin Carroll for a bunch of weeks. If Suarez isn't playing today, like. In your opinion, what has to change? Does the game need to go back to being able to police itself, or do pitchers just not have to throw up and in if they don't have the control?
Yeah, it's kind of a tough spot. I mean, as a pitcher who doesn't throw 100 miles an hour, I have to make guys aware of in off the plate, so that way they're not diving out over, and I can use all 17, maybe 17 and a half if the umpire's giving me a little bit of love that night. But yeah, I think especially for me coming from a pitcher, like the last thing you want to do is have to hit a guy on purpose. Back to your point, like the game did police itself, and I think you're kind of getting to a spot now where guys understand how dangerous it is to police the game itself, and not to make this a generation softer. I think it's just guys, like I said, just understand how dangerous it is, and it's not intentional. I mean, I've hit guys in spots where it's, I feel terrible after I hit them. It's just, one of those ones just kind of gets away from you and you're trying to go in, and guy, for whatever reason, maybe he's looking out over the plate and just didn't see it. So yeah, it's obviously unfortunate. And you kind of, as much as it sucks for us, losing those guys, I feel for the pitchers sometimes, because it's actually, it is a tough feeling sometimes when you get a guy and then you find out, you're like, oh man, I just zapped 4 weeks from a guy who's, potentially going to be an all-star. I just zapped 4 weeks from a guy who's in the MVP race or whatever it is. So it's a tough spot. I don't have necessarily an answer for you, how it fixes. Maybe guys just wear more protective gear. I don't know. That would probably be the easiest thing I could think of, off the top of my head.
You're a great conversationalist, man. We love having you. You come talk baseball with us anytime you want, and we'll make sure everybody goes out there and gets the Shamrock Farms Rockin' Protein, because that stuff is awesome.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, Zach, thanks for coming on. I always love talking baseball with you. Appreciate it.
All right, see you guys. Thanks.
All right, that's Zach Allen from the Arizona. Fascinating. I've never thought about the pitch clock. The freaking pitch clock.
Baseball's got so much detail to it. Like the phrase inside baseball exists for a reason, because there is so much nuance to the game where you think you know baseball, like you and I have watched baseball our whole lives, and then you hear the guy playing baseball talk about baseball, and you're like, oh man, there's so much more to it to unpack.
It makes so much sense because, I work out on a regular basis, and there's a recovery time in between each set that you want to do. You want to give yourself enough time to recover, but you don't want to give yourself too long. But you want to give yourself enough time. And sometimes I do sprint intervals where I'm going to sprint as hard as I can for a minute, but then I'm going to take a minute of not sprint. Then I'll sprint as hard as I can I don't want to sprint as hard as I can for a minute and then take 30 seconds off and then sprint again. I want to sprint as hard as I can for a minute, take a full minute off, and then sprint as hard as I can for another minute. And it's true. Like, I can sprint harder and longer with the minute recovery than I could have with their 30-second recovery. What he said makes a lot of sense. I hadn't heard that. The pitch count could be a factor in why these guys are getting hurt. Fascinating conversation. Is Jaylen Green ready to play for the Phoenix Suns? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Taylor chased one out of the zone. He strikes out, and the ball game is over. Dominant stuff here for the D-backs as they just rock the White Sox 10-0. Pavin Smith had 2 home runs. Ketel Marte with a home run as well.
D-backs on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. And I'm telling you, over 60,000 LASIK procedures performed right here in Arizona. He is the most trusted name in eye care and the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Valley. If you are struggling with your eyesight, I had LASIK surgery done 15 years ago. People ask me, what's going to happen in 5, 10, 15? Nothing. I still see great. No glasses, no contacts. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. No struggles at all. I don't even have readers, because my eyesight is so good, thanks to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. And, of course, Dr. Jay Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks. And he's ready to help you right now for all your family's eye care needs. Make it the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Somebody needs an eye exam. Somebody needs glasses or contacts. You could go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Call them at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Oh, I need to turn my mic on when I'm singing.
Only I got to hear the sweet sounds of John. I hated when I said that. I apologize, everyone.
Everything is better, can't explain. For the very first time, then along comes a woman. I don't know why you just don't make her. I'm going to sing it every time unless you put the create a rejoin.
I'm going to do something brave here. On behalf of the Burns and Gambo show, I'm sorry. I'm going to apologize.
Well, the song's kind of a
You
compliment.
needed someone to count on. You needed somebody to care. That's you. Now she's there. Nothing seems to matter.
Just in case, I'm going to apologize.
There you go.
So if anything, I'm the savior of the Burns and Gimbo show is what that song's telling us.
Okay.
Yep.
This is a good spin by you.
Thank you. Thank you. I worked on it.
All right, what is our poll question? Sponsored, of course, by Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. Employee pricing ending July 7th. So get in it. Gonzo says get into Sanderson Ford before July 7th to get that employee pricing.
All right, our poll question today, we're still focusing on the Suns as we are just 25 hours away from the draft. Yeah, that was some good on-air math. Thank
26 and change.
26 and change. All right, if you want to be
You're
picky
doing a
about
lot
it.
over there, buddy.
How
It's
many
okay.
hours?
You got people singing to you. You got no one next to you to help you cut stuff. You know, you're doing a lot. It's okay.
Can you do how many hours before I take off for Sicily?
No.
6 a.m. on Saturday. How many hours is that? Not this Saturday, the next one. Before I on a jet plane.
A lot of hours.
We need to reprogram that clock up there to just be an Italy countdown.
Just
instead
countdown
for
to
Gambo,
take countdown to
Give it like an
takeoff.
Italy border on the clock, you know?
I'm sure that wouldn't affect Gambo's work ethic at all.
Oh, the food that my family's going to make me when I get there. Can't wait.
I'm sure that it will all be delicious. But in the meantime, I do have a question for you guys, which is which player will have a greater impact on the Suns' ability to win games next season? Is it Jaylen Green or Dillon Brooks?
Oh, that's a great question. That is a great question.
The difficulty in answering this speaks to the return of the trade, I will say, from my vantage point at least. And I think the easy answer you would say is Brooks, Gambo, but something you mentioned yesterday, like on good teams, he's great.
On bad teams, you got to worry.
He's going to take a lot of shots and do the antics even more, yeah.
Kellen knows how I work. I speak with coaches around the league, players around the league, executives around the league. I laid it out. Here's the good and bad on Green and Brooks. Take it for what you want. Not sugarcoating anything. Here's the good about Brooks. Here's the bad about Brooks. One of the bad about Brooks is he's really great on a good team because the antics and the foolishness, you don't see a lot of it. Because the guy wants to win. I mean, he cares. He really cares. If he's on a bad team that's struggling, he gets frustrated and some of that stuff shines. Jaylen Green's going to get his 20 a game. I'm going to go with Brooks because defensively, he could guard LeBron. He could guard AD. He could guard Curry. He could guard KD. When they played the Rockets, he's guarding Kevin Durant. When he's playing Oklahoma City, he's guarding Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He can guard anybody in this league, 1 through 3, and some power forwards he could guard too.
I'm going Brooks. Have you guys seen the thing when he stares in a straight line and just like stands there in a trance while people walk by and he doesn't even react at all? Have you seen this crazy thing he does pregame? Oh, well, you're going to see it in a Phoenix Suns uniform, and I can't wait to see it.
So that's how we're both going Brooks.
Yeah.
And you guys are in the majority. 61% of our audience is going with Dillon Brooks over Jaylen Green.
Hey, we want to see that combination, Brooks and Dunn, defensively. Brooks and Dunn.
Draft another high-level defender, and you got something going there, yeah?
Now, I'm not the hugest country music fan, but that's a country music band, right? Brooks and Dunn?
Oh, that was that reference. I saw everyone making that reference, and I was like, I don't know what we're talking about.
It sounds like a soup company to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I think it's a country music band.
Probably is.
I don't know what they sing, but
You've come to the wrong audience for country music.
Yeah,
I'm going to Morgan Wallen when I get back from vacation. My wife bought the tickets a long time
We'll
ago.
not see you there.
Yeah.
You and Trey McBride can hang out there.
But it's okay. But I bought second row for America when they come, so she's got to go to that.
There we go.
There we go. All right, that's our poll question. You can answer. Do we have the voting yet? Or Did you give it to us, the
Yeah,
voting?
61% going with Dillon Brooks.
All right. That's on the Burns and Gambo page on Twitter, so go ahead and hit that X page and take a look and vote on and follow along. Follow along on the Burns and Gambo page. We appreciate it. All right, Stephen A. Smith's had some interesting things to say about Jaylen Green. I saw the article. I didn't hear the sound, so why don't you play it for us, and we'll
when
take
you
a
look
listen.
at Jaylen Green, we're not going to insult him, but I'll be damned if I'm not going to throw shade. Had that man showed up in the postseason against the Golden State Warriors and played better, this wouldn't have happened. Jaylen Green showed you he ain't ready. And the rest of the Houston Rockets showed you they very well may be. When you look at Van Vliet, this is a champion. When you look at Amen Thompson, that brother, as young as he is, only in his second year, plays like a champion. You see the dog in that brother? He ain't running from anything. That brother shows up. Shagun can ball now. Draymond Green ain't somebody that's easy to play against now. You understand what I'm saying? But they showed up.
Got one more for you from Stephen A.
Okay,
Smith
let me hear
Green
it
as well.
And we'll talk
You
about it.
had to do that because if you're the Houston Rockets, if you don't make a deal like this, then you're relying on Jaylen Green. Now, Jaylen Green, just so you know, in case he's watching, my brother, you got talent. We all know you're young, your athleticism is off the charts, etc. You got to work on developing a consistent jumper. You're too streaky. But in 5 of the 7 games, the brother scored in single digits. That is unacceptable.
What do you think, Gambo?
I think that one of the coaches I spoke with in the league yesterday, and I actually put that on there, he hurt himself in the playoffs. He hurt himself. I was speaking with a prominent head coach yesterday, and he said, and I'm just looking at my notes right here, but we were talking about Jaylen Green, and he thought the Suns did fine on the trade. He goes, they got 2 players that could help them. He goes, Green's got to be more committed to working harder. All the stuff he does on the side, he's got to be more committed to working harder. And he said, look, the playoffs didn't help him. The playoffs did not help him. He's, but he likes him. He thinks that, and another coach told me, we always put our best defender on him. We didn't want him to get going. So we would put our best defensive player on him to guard him because he could just, when he gets going, he's very tough to stop. So again, there's the good on Jaylen Green. There's the bad on Jaylen Green. If he's more committed to working harder, and look, he's a kid. He's not going to be, he's 23 years old. He just turned 23 not too long ago. That playoff experience, hopefully, is a big learning experience for him. I got to be a lot better. The playoffs are different. It's a different game. It's a much different game than the regular season. Everything's tighter. The defense is better. The calls are tighter. He has to learn from that and get better. He had one incredible game against Golden State. What did he go for, like 38 in that game? He had a great game against Golden State. But Stephen A. is right. There was like 5 games in which he just didn't show up. He didn't play very well.
Yeah, he had 8, 12, 11, 8, 9, and 7 in those games. Streaky is the key word here, Gambo. I guarantee for you and your listenership, for you and your show, you and Burnsy are going to come in here, not just after some games, but some weeks, and be like, can you believe that they've got Jaylen Green right now? Because the way that he can just absolutely explode at any given moment. 2 seasons ago, there was a 15-game sample size where Green shot 49% from the field, averaged 29 a game. Gambo, he shot 42% from 3 on 10 threes a game for the month. In January of last year, 26 a game, 43% from 3, took 9 threes a game, but he's been too streaky of a shooter and too streaky of a decision maker to put all of this together. So I guarantee in a Suns uniform next year, you are going to see not just games, but weeks, even a month or 2 maybe, where he looks like a future All-NBA, All-Star kind of guy. But can he do it in every single, what's your rule? 8 out of 10 games, 9 out of 10 games for guys?
For superstars?
Yeah.
Superstars, you're going to see them play at an 82-game season. You're going to play them, they're going to play 70 games that are going to be great. 70 games. You go down a level, guys that are really good, you'll see them play like 60 games that are great. It's the guys that are 50 and under, 40 and under. That's not a great player. That's an inconsistent player. But even the best of the best, LeBron, the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he's not going to be great for 82 straight games. But he's going to be in that 70-plus range where you're going to say, okay, guys going to have 5 off games, 6 off games, 7 off games, but it's not going to be 20. Once you start having 20 off games, you're not a superstar. You're not. So Green is a very inconsistent player. I was talking with an executive today, high-ranking NBA executive. I was talking about the deal. He goes, the Suns did fine. He goes, they traded a 37-year-old that hasn't won anything and has a really short window. And I didn't thought about this angle. He goes, the problem with the trade really is that the window is so short for Kevin Durant. The teams trading for him don't want to give up all these young players and assets because the window's short. when the Suns traded for Durant, the window was longer. You could have made the argument you've got a 5-year window. You can't make an argument you got a 5-year window with Kevin Durant right now. So he thought the key to the trade was that the window is so short. Durant's value is not the same because of the window. Not that he's not a great player and he can't go score 25, 30 a game. It's that the window of having him at this level is just shorter now than it was even when Phoenix got him.
And it was like the Toronto's not including Jakob Poeltl because they're like, okay, if we picture our championship contending team with Kevin Durant, we need Jakob Poeltl. San Antonio, same kind of thing. Houston, same kind of thing.
It's why the Suns were reluctant to give up Mikal Bridges. The Suns, before Matt came, they would have gotten Durant if it was Cam in the draft picks and Jay, and they didn't want to give up Mikal. Their point was we need somebody that can guard the other team's best player. If we lose that, we're in trouble. Other teams are saying we need a rim protector. We need a guy that could, we need a scorer up front. We need a lob threat. We need some of those centers. So a lot of teams don't want to give that up. But I do think the window thing is short. The executive also told me about Jaylen Green. He goes, look, he's a good player. It's just not a great contract. He goes, Houston didn't want that contract. It doesn't mean he's a bad player. He says, again, but it doesn't mean the guy's a bad player. He's a good player, but it's the contract. Contracts are so important in the NBA right now because of the luxury tax, because of the cap, because of the first apron and the second apron. Contracts become very, very important.
Cannot become a Yusuf Nurkic situation where we're looking at this and
oh my God.
Yeah, it's 3:00.
I'm so far out of a break. When did you tell me?
She did 3
I did.
minutes ago.
I told you twice.
Yeah, she mentioned it at least once in my ear, too.
This is why this show needs Dave Burns. I totally screwed that. We're so late for a break. We're going to get to a break right now.
I give you the wheel, brother, and I trust you.
We're going to come back, and we're going to talk Suns' positional needs in the draft next on Arizona Sports.
Hey, everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Back to tell you about the Lund Mortgage Team, where right now, buying homes, you are in the market to buy a home, you're in a good spot. Get pre-approved with the Lund Mortgage Team right now. Call them at 623-889-0130 and let them help you. The Lund Mortgage Team, right now, lots of houses on the market. It is a buyer's market. Yeah, sellers are making a lot of concessions right now. Seen a lot of homes sit on the market for a long time. That's not the way to go for them. But for you as a buyer, get pre-approved right now with the Lund Mortgage Team. That way you can confidently go make an offer on a house and go get your dream home. Call them at 623-889-0130.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX and CED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
I know this. Absolutely nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or just shopping by online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. It's Dave Burns here. Summer is here, which means road tripping with the family is here. You're going to the mountains. You're going to the beach. You are not going to find a better truck to get you there than the GMC Sierra 1500. Whether you're hauling, whether you're towing, whether you're cruising, the Sierra delivers. It is powerful. It's got all the tech you'd ever want, ready for any job, ready for any adventure, ready to haul whatever you want, wherever you want. And right now at Liberty GMC, how about $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra or 4.9% financing for 84 months. Liberty GMC is the place to go. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shopping by online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona House of Representatives voted to approve House Bill 2704, the tax recapture bill that will go toward Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk, where she will either sign the bill into law or veto it. For more on House Bill 2704, head on over to arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. The Dbacks are in action tonight, going for the series win over the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Snakes have placed star outfielder Corbin Carroll on the 10-day injured list due to a chip fracture in his left wrist. Jake McCarthy has been called up from AAA Reno. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The 5 best prospects for the Suns to target at number 10 in the NBA draft. The Cardinals released their training camp open practice schedule. And every 2025 NBA mock draft pick for the Phoenix Suns we could find. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Suddenly, the NBA draft becomes a little more interesting. We'll have a draft show tomorrow. We'll have an NBA draft show. We're expecting the Suns pick to come down around 6 p.m. is what we're expecting, but we'll have a little bit of a draft show. When the Suns were picking 29th, it wasn't as much excitement, in the draft. It's like, okay. But now the Phoenix Suns are picking 10th. All throughout this process, they had looked at number 9 as a potential with the Toronto Raptors. They had looked at 14 with San Antonio, 17 with Minnesota, 20 with Miami. So the point was always to get a pick this year, In every conversation they were having, they wanted to get a pick this year. There wasn't a team that they were speaking with where they weren't like, hey, we got to get a pick this year. We've got to get a pick this year. So they did, and they got maybe the best one they could have outside of the Toronto one at 9. They got the 10th pick, which is, by the way, their own pick, the Houston Rockets. So it is their own pick. Did Houston lose the coin flip? Was their coin flip lost to be 10 over? Wasn't it a coin flip between 9 and 10?
Yeah, they lost it.
So it could have been 9. So it could have had a damn coin flip cost us again.
Yeah, they had someone move up behind them, so they wound up moving back.
Even when we're not in control of the pick, we end up losing the coin flip.
You get that Suns juju, that lottery juju. It follows you everywhere.
All right, you're going to ask a question, and it's going to be, do they take positional value over the best player?
Exactly. Yeah. Is this a draft where the Suns can have fit factor in? Like, let's say that they think Yegor Demin out of BYU is the best player available at this point. Yegor Demin is a 6'10 point guard out of BYU. He's the best passer in the draft. His jumper is shaky. There's a lot of elements of his game that are risk. There's a lot of elements of his game that are reward. If the Suns think he's the best player available at 10, should they take him when they know they've got Jaylen Green, who's going to be on the ball a lot, when they've got Devin Booker, who they know is on the ball a lot? For now, they've got Bradley Beal, who is going to be on the ball a lot. More on Bradley Beal, by the way, coming up at 3:30, right? We got more.
We'll talk a little about Bradley Beal, yeah.
A little bit coming up over there to tease that going forward. But can you take a point guard? Can you take another guy who is 6'4", 6'5", 6'6"? Let's say for some reason Konknippel is there at 10. Would you even take him knowing the athletic profile that he has? Or are you drafting for need where, Gambo, you've reported they want a 4, they want a 5. Do you just need to go with need here? I think I'm curious to see what they do.
I think you have to take the best player available regardless of position, because I think the biggest mistake in all drafts are when you don't take the best player available. The Cardinals once passed on Adrian Peterson. He was the best player available, but they passed on him. Why did they pass on him? Because they had Edgerrin James. He was older, but they passed on him. So I think that's where the biggest mistakes in drafts are made. So I think you do have to take the best player available. I mean, even if it's a guard, like you have to do, because again, so many mistakes are made when you don't do that. But again, I would much rather be in a position, you go back and you look at when they drafted Dragan Bender that year and Marquise Chris, and they passed on Chris Dunn and Buddy Hield and passed on Jamal Murray. And I think at that time they had Bledsoe and Brandon Knight. So sometimes when you have guys like that, I've got Bledsoe and I've got Knight. I don't need to.
You got Booker coming up. We don't need a guard.
Yeah, I don't need to take a point guard. They took Josh Jackson instead of De'Aaron Fox. Why? Because they had guards. I think they had Bledsoe and Knight that year. If I go back, I think I'm correct. They passed on De'Aaron Fox. There were people in the organization that like De'Aaron Fox. I know that for a fact. But it's like, we got guards. Take Josh Jackson.
2018, when you take DeAndre Ayton, because this whole thing about need a center. Suns have never had a center. They pass on Luka because the fit's questionable with Booker, all that kind of stuff. Like, I agree with you, and I can't really go there. I have an article up on ArizonaSports.com where, to be clear, not even the Kellen 5, just 5. It's just 5 players that I like for the Suns at number 10. The Gamble 5 potentially coming tomorrow. The more important one for you to pay attention to, because that's got all the insider information and expert analysis in there. I'm just some dumb blog boy who's watched basketball for the last 10 years. With that being said, I've got 2 point guards in my top 5 because I know the on-ball thing that I mentioned is a concern in their ability to develop. I do think this team still needs a point guard, and I think the ceilings for a guy like Jeremiah Fears out of Oklahoma and a guy like Kasparas Yakuchonis out of Illinois is through the roof. I really think that there's some floor concerns there and how those guys could fade out of the league pretty quickly, but the risk-reward here, again, this pick is so important to their future. If they could knock this out of the park and get someone who's a great player at their position, a top 10 player at their position, it would really change their trajectory going forward.
So who are the 2 point guards you're talking about?
Jeremiah Fears out of Oklahoma, who might go before 10, to be clear.
Yeah, he's going to be gone by then.
Okay. There you go.
He's going to be gone.
Okay.
But he's a bigger guard at 6'4". Who's the other one?
Kasparas Yakuchonis out of Illinois, of course. Lawrence Fighting Illini.
Yeah, he may be there for the Phoenix Suns. He may be there for this. And you think, do you need another guy that can handle the ball? He needs the ball in his hands. But listen, here's the thing about point guards. Everybody's like, why would San Antonio keep Castle, and then why would they keep Fox, and then why would they draft Harper? And big guards can play together. Big guards can play together. You got 2 small guards, like when the Suns had Bledsoe and Knight, it's hard. But if you've got a 6'4" guard and a 6'6" guard, and you could find a way to play those guys together because of the versatility defensively with bigger guards. It's hard for, you have a bigger guard, he could guard a small forward. You have a smaller guard, he can't. So, San Antonio's they'll find a way to play those guys together, no worries. So, I do think that the size matters on the guard. I think the size matters because you want to have bigger size. I mean, that's the thing about Booker and Jaylen Green. We're not talking about 2 guys that are 6 feet tall, right? You're talking about guys that are a little bit bigger, which helps. Now, neither one of them are premier defensive players, but they do have some size, which helps.
Fears is on the smaller side for sure. I think that's one of the biggest concerns for him. Yakuchonis, on the other hand, 6'6", is big, could defend multiple positions with his size, at least his quickness, maybe not so much, but the playmaking that those 2 guys could give, and we're talking about this where the balance between Jaylen Green and Devin Booker, we're going to be talking about a ton over the next coming months. If you could get a point guard to come in, set the table, calm things down in the way that we envisioned some of the point guards working out on the team last year, that's the short-term benefit. And then the long-term benefit, Gambo, is you've got your long-term point guard, you've got your future star to go alongside Devin Booker. So I think there's something there. You could also go with need, and you could go to Carter Bryant, Colin Murray Boyles, guys that you need, positions you need. You could go center as well. There's a lot of options for them, Gambo, and that was the good thing we talked about with this trade. At number 10, you get your pick out of this group.
Talking about trades, how an injury could really affect the D-backs at the trade deadline. We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns now have the number 10 pick from the Rockets, and Arizona Sports is getting you extended coverage of the NBA draft tomorrow. Who's the target at 10th overall? Are they going center from Duke? Power forward from right down the road in Tucson? Point guard from Illinois? Choose wisely. If they pick a 6'5" shooting guard, we're going to have us some problems around here. As the mock drafts go bonkers, listen to the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special tomorrow afternoon at 4. The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
There's never been a better time than right now to join Global Credit Union. Dave Burns here. I'm a very happy member of Global Credit Union as they celebrate a decade of member service here in Arizona. They offer everything a bank does. Full financial services like checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, and more. But it's just better banking at Global Credit Union. Why are more and more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. That's big right there. And they get higher interest than they can at a bank. As a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. They've got 10 branches throughout the valley. Their easy-to-use mobile app puts you in full control of your finances. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the July 4th Dbacks game against Kansas City, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site 1 Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Hey, it's Luke. Who has to step up with Corbin Carroll on the injured list? We'll get into that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, Let's talk about something that can be potentially very damaging to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I don't like the start of that, Campbell.
Potentially very damaging.
Don't like that.
Geno Smith got hit in the hand last night. He's not playing today. They had an X-ray. The X-ray is negative, but the X-ray was negative for Corbin Carroll and Gabby Moreno, and they both ended up having MRIs, and they're out with hairline fractures. The X-ray didn't show that. The MRIs did. Geno is probably one of your top prime trade candidates if this thing goes south on the Diamondbacks. It's very likely there's one team battling for 4 spots in the wild card. And if the Diamondbacks aren't one of those teams, they're going to have a flea market. They're going to sell. One of the prime guys that you'd be able to sell because he's on pace for 45 homers and 130 RBIs or so is Geno Suarez. If Geno Suarez, for some reason, is out any extended period of time, it will absolutely hurt the trade value for Geno Suarez. Now, I'm going to say this to you. Like, if the Diamondbacks are out of it, they're going to trade Geno Suarez. They're going to trade him. Jordan Lawler will very likely be their third baseman next year. Are the Diamondbacks open to bringing Geno back? Sure. He could be a DH. He could be a first baseman. And if Lawler fails, he could be a third baseman. So I think that they would like to bring Geno back, if possible. I'm not ruling that out. But make no mistake about it. Like, they're trading Geno Suarez if they're out of this thing. So if he has to miss time, it's very likely that the Diamondbacks are going to fall out of this thing. But what's a team, if this injury for Geno Suarez takes you up to the trade deadline, how much is a team going to give up saying, you guys got a broken hand, he hasn't played in a month? That could really affect what you'd be able to get for Geno.
I want to expand on that point because I think it's a really easy thing for a fan to say and be like, okay, Gambo, why would they lose value when he's going to be back by the trade deadline anyway? But in your experience and like gathering information on these trade talks and how they can go, how damaging can it be to the potential return for a player when he's currently injured, even though the outlook isn't severe?
It affects the return quite a bit. Because you're not selling a guy that's on this incredible hot streak that was just the player of the month and he's just mashing everything. You're selling a guy that had a broken hand or some kind of hand injury. And so teams are going to be a little reluctant. Like, is he going to be able to come back and play at the same level? Is he okay? You know, that type of thing. And then, you know, when you take a player out of a lineup for that long of a period, you know this from basketball too. Take a player that's hot and all of a sudden now he doesn't play for a month and you bring him back. How long is it going to take him to get back to playing at that? It's not like you miss a month and all of a sudden you come back and you hit 3 home runs in your first game and one, and you don't automatically get back to that. Sometimes you've got to build you haven't seen live pitching.
Cam Johnson during the finals run, remember he got hurt towards the end of the regular season, had to work his way back up and just wasn't the same guy.
Not the same guy. And I think it's the same thing in baseball. Teams will be reluctant because he hasn't seen live pitching. Right now he's playing every day and he's just in that zone. He's in that zone. You take him out of that zone for an extended period of time, 3 or 4 weeks, and if this goes right up to the trade deadline, I still think they'd be able to trade him. I think the value gets cut maybe in half because teams first, he had a broken hand. I don't know how he's going to come back after that. And you're also expected that it may take him some time to get back to the level that he was at because you're sitting him and he's not playing for such a long period of time. That's the thing to be careful with if this is a injury that sidelines Suarez for a longer period of time.
Man, Geno's going to have so much value, too, if it goes that way right now. He's second in the league in runs batted in with 67. He's fourth in the league in homers with 25. You look at his splits for June. He has 10 homers. That's tied for first in the majors. He's got 25 RBIs right now. He might not play the rest of the June and still lead all of Major League Baseball in RBIs in the month of June. He's been that good, and I think it's an easy and simple thing to sit here and say, like, oh, okay, well, Jordan Lawler's coming anyway. We've seen how that's gone for Jordan Lawler so far. I'm not saying that he's going to be a bust, but I'm saying you've got a known commodity right now in Geno who's been excellent for your team, and whether that's the trade return, whether that's your plans of bringing him back next year, these types of things really complicate your process and can just change just in a snap, just like that.
Yeah, listen, I mean, people look at what happens if they trade Geno Suarez. They'll call Jordan Lawler up very likely and just play him every day. Sink or swim. It's not going to be like, hey, you got to play well. If you're out of it, think about this. If you're out of it, why not just go get 2 months of experience with Jordan Lawler playing third base every single day? Why wouldn't you do that? I would expect that that's what happens. If the Diamondbacks could be big sellers, Gallen, Kelly, Shelby Miller, Suarez, Naylor, they've got a lot of guys teams going to call for. So my case, and they don't want to do this, But if they have to, they will. And there's a lot of players they have that they could sell high on.
Dbacks assistant GM Amir Sade was on the Wolf and Luke show earlier today. Here's what he had to say about Gino's injury.
Yeah, I mean, again, those things are hard to say. I think the last couple we've seen, with Gabby and Corbin, I mean, they got hit in the hand, and then it just didn't respond very well. Gino's probably, I'd say he might be the toughest player in the major leagues. He's one of the toughest that I've ever been around. I think the news was somewhat positive last night based on the x-rays, but he's going to have to go out there and try it out and see how much pain he's in. I think he's able to withstand a lot of pain, but we'll see, how that transpires.
There's a level of toughness. If you're hurt, you've got some swelling. There's a level of toughness that guys could play through. You're not going to play through a break. So if there is a hairline fracture in there, like there was with Carroll's a tough son of a gun too. Like if he could play, he's going to play. But if there's a break, the Diamondbacks will always do the right thing for the player. They'll always do the right thing for the player, even if it hurts them. But like if there's you get hit in the hand, your hand hurts. Hey, x-rays, okay, nothing. MRI, okay, nothing. Okay, now it's just a matter how that's where toughness comes in. I'm going to fight through this injury, and I'm going to play. We always talk about NBA players with the ingrown toenail or so their toe hurts and they don't play, right? So many guys how many guys are not going to play? There is a level of toughness that allows you to play through being hurt. You're hurt, but you're not injured. There's a difference. You could be hurt. Gino Suarez got hurt last night. But the injury, like if it doesn't show any fractures, he should be okay to play as far as through it. Like he'll play through the pain because he's just a tough guy. All right, we've got a couple more segments left to go on the program. We'll talk a little bit about a trade that was just made and how it may affect the Phoenix Suns. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Taylor chased one out of the zone. He strikes out, and the ball game is over. Dominant stuff here for the D-backs as they just rock the White Sox 10-0. Pavin Smith had 2 home runs. Ketel Marte with a home run as well.
D-backs on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln. And if you're looking for a new Lincoln, my friend Patrick Heigl and the great crew over at Sanderson Lincoln, truly second to none. Love the Lincoln lineup. I always say it's my favorite vehicle I've ever driven is a Lincoln. And right now they have got great deals going on, including employee pricing at Sanderson Lincoln. So if you're looking for a new Lincoln Navigator, how about an Aviator, a Nautilus, or a Corsair? You're going to see some great vehicles available. I'm looking at a 2023 Lincoln Aviator Black Label right now for $61,798 at Sanderson Ford. They've got a great Corsair, Lincoln Corsair 2022 for $36,998. So they've got some terrific pre-owned vehicles as well at Sanderson Lincoln. My favorite vehicle I've ever driven, I always say this, is the Lincoln Navigator. Best vehicle I've ever driven. We have one in our family right now, and we love the Lincoln Navigator. Go online at sandersonlincoln.net or visit them just east of the I-17 on Bell Road or the boutique store in the Scottsdale quarters.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you could put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. One radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
And we're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona House of Representatives voted to approve House Bill 2704, the tax recapture bill that will go toward Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk, where she will either sign the bill into law or veto it. For more on House Bill 2704, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. The Dbacks are in action tonight, going for the series win over the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Snakes have placed star outfielder Corbin Carroll on the 10-day injured list due to a chip fracture in his left wrist. Jake McCarthy has been called up from AAA Reno. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, everyone, welcome back to the Burns and Gambo show. It's Kel Olson filling in for Dave Burns. John Gambadoro is here with me as well. I'll tell you what's on tonight, and that's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. It's just the Diamondbacks, folks. That's it. You'll hear them here on Arizona Sports 98.7 at 4:40. Pregame coverage beginning just about a half hour from now with Steve Zinsmeister. Looking to make it 2 in a row against the White Sox, Gambo, after a really clean win yesterday with that asterisk of the injuries, of course.
They beat them up 10-0. Great game by Eduardo Rodriguez, Pavin Smith, Ketel Marte. The offense was rolling. Got to take advantage of these weaker teams that you're playing. The White Sox are terrible. So that is what is on tonight. All right. Now let's talk a little NBA. Big trade in the NBA today. You said, okay, was that really that big of a trade? Yeah, because in some ways I think it has some ramifications for the Phoenix Suns. And I'll tell you why. The Washington Wizards send Jordan Poole, Sadiq Bey, and the number 40 pick in this week's draft to the Pelicans for C.J. McCollum, Kelly Olynyk, and a 2027 second-round pick. The deal gives the Wizards a lot of financial flexibility. Poole and Bey were each signed through 2027, about $32.5 per year for Poole, and then Bey was about $6 per year. So you're talking about almost $40 million per year through 2027. C.J. McCollum and Kelly Olynyk are on expiring contracts. So the Wizards are going to have a lot of cap space after this next season, the 2025-6 season. Now, Chris Middleton did exercise his option for $33 million. Marcus Smart's on an expiring deal. So when you throw in all of those players, when you throw in McCollum, Olnick, Middleton, Smart, Washington's future cap room could be over $100 million.
Could be, yeah. They're going to be aggressive with that money, Gambo, and also something that they're looking at. Josh Robbins over at The Athletic wrote this up and kind of looked at it as like a Jordan Poole, Kyle Kuzma, like, okay, let's move these guys out of the way. We've spent all these draft picks on all these young guys the last year. They had 3 first-rounders last year. They're going to clear the floor a bit for their young guys here with this move.
Now, I was looking at Washington as a potential landing spot for Beal. He liked it there. He was happy there. That's where he had the most joy in his career was there. Beal's owed $53 million next year, $57 million the year after that, and he's got that no trade clause. I was looking at that as an option. Could you make a trade with Washington? But now it looks like there's no chance. Like, because Beal and Poole are kind of on the same deal. Could you have done a Beal for Poole trade?
Filled in an expiring contract elsewhere, right, to get the rest of the money.
Yeah. You could have done, or could you have done a deal with, Poole and somebody else to make the money work, and then you make a trade? I was looking at Washington as a potential Beal trade partner to see if something could happen there, because we knew they wanted to get off of Jordan Poole. We knew they wanted to get off him. They found another way. And they found a better way because they don't have to take back a bad contract. They're able to make a trade and get expiring contracts. So that's a team. I saw that trade. I'm like, oh, okay, Poole's gone, because I thought maybe that's a team you kick the tires on and you talk to Washington about whether Beal would go there or not.
Yeah, and there's a couple of different Gamba notifications I'm waiting for, maybe as soon as this week. We know tomorrow we're going to get those picks in. Of course, we're going to be here live doing it on the draft show as well. But also any other trades that could be happening, and if they can manage one for Bradley Beal, because the story last year, they tried to trade him a ton. They tried to talk about trading him a ton and never got anywhere with anyone in terms of making any real progress and even getting to the point where they talked to him about a no-trade clause. And the question is, with more draft capital that you have now, perhaps you can use that in a way to unload his deal. I don't know if that's realistic or not. We did a lot of these types of discussions last year, and it never really got anywhere, so all roads sort of lead to the wave and stretch. But as we've documented well on our air over the last couple of months, that is going to require him to agree to the deal. And the way that he would agree to the buyout is knowing he is going to get money elsewhere. The problem is there really aren't any other teams around that can give him that level of money with the limited cap space across the league. So it's just this really complicated, unique story, but it becomes even more imperative to get rid of him now, Gambo, because of the redundant skill sets you have everywhere.
Look, we talked about the Suns having 4 draft picks, right? The 2 in the first and the 2 in the second. The Pelicans now have 3 picks. They're going to have the number 7 overall pick, the number 23 pick, and then the 40th pick. So keep an eye on them, too, as a pot. Like, they're in a good spot at 7, but maybe at 23. They pack 23 and 40 to move up a couple spots. I always look at teams with multiple picks and say, a lot of these teams don't want 3 or 4 players. Can they move up and try to get, take 2 picks and try to get 1? It is interesting. Like, I'm not a Poole fan. This is his 7th season in the league, first 4 with Golden State. He won a championship with them that one year in 2022. He's been with the Wizards for a couple of years. He goes, go get you 20 points. Not the biggest fan of his, and I definitely don't like his contract. But I did wonder if that could have been a guy that you targeted Poole for Beal, and then you see what you do. The Suns will try to trade Beal. If they were going to do the wave and stretch, they have until August to do that.
Okay.
There's a date in August. I don't know the exact date, but it's in August. Sometime in August is the deadline. Can't do it in September, October, November. It has to be by August that they waive and stretch Bradley Beal. So we'll keep our eye on that. Like I said, I had heard some rumblings. There could be some teams that are interested. Much better to find a trade partner. See what you could do to get off of Bradley Beal. We look at the guards that they have and how redundant they are. We know that somebody's got to go. It's not Booker. It's not Jaylen Green. I'm not saying Jaylen Green's untouchable. This is what I was told. He's not untouchable. But this plan is that he's going to play for the Phoenix Suns, which means I think that they are going to try to find a new home for Bradley Beal one way or another. They're going to try to find a new home. But the Washington trade was interesting to me.
And that dark cloud still hanging over the Suns' offseason. We might see sunshine soon enough, but for now it's the dark cloud of the second apron. They got to duck under that. There are reasons in terms of, like, look, you could do a situation where all of this is calculated at the end of the season. So the Suns could technically go into the season in the second apron, duck under it at the trade deadline, and then go at the end of the year and avoid getting another draft pick frozen. But if you didn't know this, right now, their 2032 first-round pick is tradable, but it got frozen because they were in the second apron too many years in a row, and unfreezing that pick requires you to get out of the apron. So on top of additional picks getting frozen, you got to duck out, because we talked about this, Gambo, where the second apron is a situation where these things can sort of add up over time. The real harm is staying in there too long, and they've been in it for too long now. They got to get out of it.
Matt Ishbia was on with us not too long ago and told us that they will. The plan is to get out of it. Like, and I do think that they are going to get out of it. What are they, like $15 million over, I think, could be somewhere around there?
And those non-guaranteed deals, Micic and Martin,
Micic is gone.
You can be real close.
Micic will be gone. No chance that he stays. Cody Martin, likely, unless they can find a trade for him, like it's likely him. But Micic, for sure, you could say that, you could take that to the bank. He's not going to be here. The pick that's frozen is not moved to the end of the round, though.
No, not yet.
But it could be. It could. So frozen meaning you can't trade it. There's also a scenario in which it is not only frozen, it's moved to the last pick of the draft.
Can you imagine?
Of the round. They're not there yet. The only thing frozen means is you can't trade that pick. You've got to keep it. You can't trade it. There is a scenario, if you stay in this apron long enough, that pick gets frozen and moved to the end of the first round. So you could be a lottery team and your pick is at the end of the first round. And that's a bad scenario.
It's awful. And even for teams that are contending every year, getting a future pick moved to the end of the first round makes no sense for you. But having like this frozen stuff, it's got to be worth it, right? Like the bite of the apple, it's got to be worth it. The juice, the squeeze, whatever metaphor you want to use. It has not been worth the squeeze for the Phoenix Suns. They got to get out of it. They did not do enough with the opportunity the second apron presents, meaning they took the opportunity of spending all this extra money on their roster for the benefit of trying to win a championship. They came up rather short on that, to say the least. So they got to get out of it and have their cap number more represent the type of team they're going to be next year, which is not one of the 5 best teams in the West, not one of the 8 best teams in the West. Could they get 9, 10, 11, 12? We'll see how the rest of their offseason goes.
Depends on the free season. It's depends on the free agency season.
Yep.
And it depends on the draft and what they're able to do. I think what we'll do, tomorrow or the next day, we'll go through the roster and kind of figure out who's going to be here and who's not going to be here. Because there's going to be a lot of guys that are going to go. There's going to be a lot. What do you do with Tyus Jones? Does Tyus, he's not going to go get a big contract from somebody else. So, is there a chance to keep him? Do you even want to keep him? I don't think you can keep Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal. I think you've got to trade one of them. You got to move one of them. Royce is better defensively. I think Grayson's a better shooter. Grayson had some injuries this year, which hampered him. Last year, Grayson was unbelievable. Best three-point shooter in the league. So, a lot of decisions coming up. But I did see that Poole trade. I'm like, okay, that's pretty fascinating right there, because Washington was a team I kind of had my eye on as a potential Beal fit, but that's probably not likely now. All right, we are going to get you ready for the Dbacks. They are going to be taking on the Chicago White Sox after beating them 10-0 last night. The White Sox have lost 10 of their last 12 games, 5 in a row at home, and they're on this 7-day homestand against the Dbacks. They'll be taking on the Diamondbacks tonight. We'll get you ready with Dbacks on deck. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings. You need to consider the factors here, and you need to understand that the appeal of the Diamondbacks to cities that don't have a baseball team are very, very real, and they will give Ken Kendrick and the Diamondbacks what they're looking for.
They can't play in that ballpark without improvements for very much longer.
We're all biased here. We do not want to lose another sports team, and I do recognize that there are people who do not feel the same way.
Where's the nearest minor league stadium they could play in? That seems to be the trend.
We got a bunch of them here.
We do. And they're pretty good.
Take your pick.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Sonic Radio. CIO coming to you live from the red carpet, and here comes the star of the summer, Sweet Top Lemonade from Sonic. Wow, looking delicious as always. Tell us, what are you wearing?
Oh, this? Just a little blueberry lavender number. I was going for something tart and sweet.
Incredible. And is that cold foam on top? So chic. I wouldn't mind taking a sip of that.
Dude.
Wait, that came out wrong.
Try Sweet Top Lemonades from Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, summer savings are underway. What can customers expect this June?
What's up, Dave? We're kicking off summer with some serious steals. Drive into summer in style with limited time offers on our full lineup. All month long, save $12,500 on the new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $7,000 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD Pro SLE or SLT.
Sounds like everyone wins at Liberty GMC in Peoria or online. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
All right, let's get you ready for some Diamondbacks baseball. It's Kellen Olson here filling in for
Love
Dave Burns
Diamondbacks
on
baseball.
The Burns and Gambo Show. That very loud man you hear is John Gambador, who's fired up for another D-backs game. He's pointing to you on the YouTube stream if you're there.
Love baseball.
Let's tell you the pitching matchup. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot, more than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Ryan Nelson on the mound for the Diamondbacks, 4-2 with a 3.88 ERA, 108 WHIP against Jordan Leisure taking the mound for Chicago, 2-4, 4.23 ERA and a 1.52 WHIP. Ryan Nelson has been awesome his last 2 times
He
out.
has been terrific. 2-0 record with a 0.84 ERA, just 1 earned run in 10 2/3 innings. Opponents batting 189 against them. 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. He allowed 2 runs or fewer in 5 of loves his 6 starts. Big fan of his. He is pitching terrific. The White Sox are going to go with Jordan Leisure. He's going to serve as an opener for the game against the Dbacks. He's probably going to pitch the first inning or the first and second. Then they expect that the lefty Tyler Alexander is going to come into the game. So Leisure is a relief pitcher. He's not a guy that usually starts. This will be his first career start after 65 relief appearances. So he's only going to be in there to go the first or maybe the first and second innings.
With Nelson and all the success he's had this year and last year, I want to toss a hypothetical at you. Take one young pitcher for the next 5 years for the D-backs. You taking him or Fott?
Nelson.
Taking Nelson? I think I might take Nelson too. And it's crazy to say that after all the promise that Brandon Fott has shown. It's been a rougher year for him this year, but the playoff performer that he was, and just again, like the overall promise they shown. But Ryan Nelson's just been that good, Gambo.
He has. This is Fott just has his ups and downs. Ryan seems to be a lot more consistent to me. So you look at what he's done in his last 4 road starts. He's holding lefties to a 100 average. This is incredible. Lefties, 100 batting average, 3 for 30 with 8 strikeouts. He's a right-handed pitcher, and lefties can't hit him. So his stuff has been really, really good. Remember, he started the season in a pen, made 10 relief appearances, but now he's a starter with all the injuries. He's got a lot of upside and a lot of potential.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. All eyes on Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor. Suarez originally not even in the lineup at all after getting hit in the hand by a pitch during the first inning. Josh Naylor was also removed in the 4th inning with right shoulder discomfort. Naylor was originally in the lineup and he was scratched.
Yes.
We got Casey Drotter of MLB.com who is out there covering the D-backs. He said Josh Naylor was the late scratch. Torey Lovello said that Naylor worked his way back to, quote, about 85% and felt like he couldn't go any further, unquote. The plan is for Naylor to return tomorrow. When it comes to Eugenio Suarez, he has, quote, a ton of swelling, unquote, on his hand. An MRI will take place when the swelling goes down. Lovello added, over the next couple of days, there's going to be a minimal chance that he plays in the game, but does not expect an IL stint at this time. So relatively good news there, I guess.
Until you see the MRI, right? They felt good about Corbin Carroll. They felt good about Gabby Marino. The X-rays were negative, and then you go under the MRI, and the MRI shows something that the X-ray didn't see, right? It wasn't breaks. You get the X-rays. Anything broken? No, nothing's broken. But when you're still in pain and you're still struggling, you get the MRI. It shows those little hairline fractures, and then you got to be out. And those hairline fractures, they take a few weeks to heal. A broken bone in a hand, 4 to 6 weeks. A hairline fracture, it's going to be less than that. You're probably looking more to 2 to 4 weeks, usually around 3 for guys to come back. So they're really struggling with that. If Suarez misses any time at all, very likely they call up Blaze Alexander or Jordan Lawler. Lawler's dealing with a little hamstring tightness right now. So I would think if they did have to make a move, that it would be Blaze Alexander. We'll keep our eye on that.
Today's lineup, if you're curious how it looks without Carroll, without Suarez, and without Naylor, Perdomo leading off at short, Marte at second, and Pavin Smith is taking it at first base. You got Gurriel in left. Jake McCarthy is in right for Carroll. Randall Grichuk then flips into DH, hitting 6th where Josh Naylor was. Ildemaro Vargas gets the look, the name you mentioned there, at third base. Then Alec Thomas in center. Jose Herrera behind the dish as well. Cattell has been absolutely phenomenal in this month. Gambo, he's just putting together multi-hit game after multi-hit game, and they're going to need him to be at that MVP level to carry this offense right now with the guys that they're missing.
With all the guys that are out right now. That's why it was good to see Pavin Smith come through with the big home runs last night, the 2 of them, the 3-run shot, and then they had the back-to-back blast, so he's playing really well. Jake McCarthy coming back. I love Jake McCarthy. Coming back from AAA Reno after they placed Corbin Carroll on the 10-day injured list, retroactive to June 21st. Jake McCarthy had a great year last year. Got off to a terrible, terrible start this year. He was scratching forever for that first hit. Remember when he finally got it, it was such a relief. He had gone like 0 for something, and he had a really bad stretch there. But he is back. I'm looking forward to seeing him swinging the bat well in Reno. Looking forward to seeing how he can play.
Gabe, we got some breaking news in the NBA we can talk about here for 60 seconds. A 3-team trade that we've got courtesy of Shams Charania. Boston, Atlanta, and Brooklyn involved. The headliner, Kristaps Porzingis, going to the Atlanta Hawks. Terrence Mann and Atlanta's number 22 pick will go to Brooklyn. George Niang and a second rounder will go to Boston. They made the Drew Holiday trade last night. Gambo, they're going to cut back some money here with how they're not expecting to contend for a championship without Jason Tatum. Holiday gone. Porzingis gone. Could Derek White be next? Could Jaylen Brown be next? They're making a lot of moves right now.
So let me see.
Porzingis is going to Atlanta.
And a second-round pick to the Hawks.
Terrence Mann and number 22.
Mann
Go ahead.
22 to the Nets, and Niang and a second-rounder to the Celtics. Fascinating.
Yeah, Porzingis is the best player by far out of all those three guys, but he never stays healthy. He
never
just
stays
always
healthy. There was
gets hurt.
so many people were asking me about Porzingis. Like, did the
there was some
Suns?
Jake Fisher and Mark Stein, their newsletter, dropped that wrinkle, I believe, last night that the Suns could be a Porzingis suitor. I was scared to death of it because the guy's just always hurt. But he's going to Atlanta, and Atlanta's going to try and make a win-now move, I guess. All right, back to the on deck. Wish we had another half hour to talk about that one. We're going to have to wait till tomorrow. The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Right now, the Arizona Diamondbacks are 2.5 games out of the final National League wildcard spot that is being held by both the Brewers and the Cardinals, who are tied for it at this time at 43 and 36. The Mets still cruising. They're 46 and 33. For now, they're cruising at the top. They're 1-9 in their last 10. The Giants are 44 and 34. Let's get Gambo's key to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G protein bars. Real food, real fuel, ridiculously good.
Kellen mentioned it. Ketel Marte, he's got 4 straight games with 3+ hits. His 5 June games with 3+ hits are tied for the most in Major League Baseball, and he has been on fire. 4 consecutive starts with 3 hits is the longest streak in the majors this year, tied for his career high, which was also in 2019. And his 7 extra base hits in the last 4 starts are a career high as well. One more. His 13 hits in the last 4 starts tie his career high. He has been on fire. He's the guy that's got to carry this offense. The key to the game is Ketel Marte.
Hitting .377 this month.
Absolutely.
He's been phenomenal.
On fire right now. Look forward to seeing Ryan Nelson pitch after that great outing by Eugenio Suarez yesterday. All right, we're going to cut off a little early for D-backs baseball, but we'll be back tomorrow. NBA draft tomorrow. We'll have all the coverage right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home. A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Sonic Radio. CIO here. You're listening to the Not So Late Show. To celebrate half-price shakes after 5 p.m. at Sonic, we're coming to you live from Sonic Drive-In after dark-ish. Oh yeah, half-price shakes after 5 p.m. The Not So Late Show. No rules, just cool, deep voices and shakes. Strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, and more. You get it.
Sonic hand mixed shakes are half price after 5 p.m. Live free, eat Sonic. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot.